right, everybody, welcome back for our second installment of Retreat 2024. Hope everyone was able to have a relaxing evening. I'm glad we were able to step out of here a tad ahead of schedule yesterday evening. I know it's beneficial for a lot of folks to have a little bit of time in their offices, and then hopefully today things go to plan. Obviously, we are not going to rush, but I'm not going to keep us here until 4:45 just for the sake of doing it either. So we'll roll through the agenda, ask as many questions as we have, and again, see what we can learn. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you'd begin us with a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present.
Quick logistics points, as stated before, this is kind of a retreat format. If you need to go refill a coffee, go grab a snack, go use the restroom, just hop up, go do it. All of that is perfectly fine. Also, I was surprised this morning to learn a gentleman that some of us will remember, Mr. Roe O'Donnell, right? Beautiful. Who was a interim assistant city manager with us about a year ago, 2 years ago. Wow, time flies. Just a phenomenal gentleman, Irish as it can be, as you can hear, and a phenomenal engineer. And he was back in Ireland 2 weeks ago. He's back stateside for about a month and a half, and then you're going back. But in the interim, Matt has made arrangements to be able to get Mr. Rowe back into the suite to be able to help get us through this, get us through budget cycle. So having someone who's already learned a lot about the city, already knows how we operate, has a phenomenal amount of background prior to ever coming to Goldsboro, and I'm so grateful that you were able to rejoin us. If you have anything you'd like to say, you're welcome to. Otherwise, that's up to you. There you go. It's good to have one of those.
I'll be there with him.
There you go. There you go. And so obviously the rest of the search, this doesn't change anything there, but it does offer an awful lot of help and support for the next few weeks. So that's a wonderful thing. Reverend Throkill, if you would open us in a moment of prayer and meditation and help us get our minds settled.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me with you. Let's pray together. Almighty God, we come and we are grateful. We're grateful because we sense your presence among us. We sensed it this morning as we walked out and felt the coolness of the day, as we saw the sun rising in the sky, in the smiles of family and of friends. And God, we come today praying for this group of men and women, these people who serve our city, who serve the people who live here. We pray that today, not only today, but in days and weeks and months to come, as they work and plan and discuss and dream, that you would give them a sense of unity, that you would help them to listen to one another, to listen to those people they represent, that you would guide their thoughts, that you would guide their discussions. God, we thank you for their service to us, for the sacrifices they give for others in our community. And God, we also thank you for the many countless other men and women and people in this city who serve in so many different ways to make sure we have the things that we need, the comforts that we enjoy, the safety that we take for granted at times. God, we thank you so much for all the different ones who do so many different things. God, we thank you for this city of Goldsboro, for our communities, for the people who live here. We thank you for the times we see help and service take place for people who love one another, who care for one another, who lend a helping hand. And yet, God, we know still there are places where there is hatred and mistrust, and we pray that you would bring understanding. God, we know that there are places where there is violence, and we pray that you somehow would bring peace. God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this group. We pray that you would ever be in front of them, that they would seek you and listen to you and listen to one another as they serve this wonderful city of Goldsboro. God, all these things we pray today, giving thanks to you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, if you would turn your attention to the agenda. Yesterday, there was a conversation that came up that I feel like warrants some discussion this morning. The 1:30 to 2:30 session today, I do not believe is going to require a full hour. I believe we could cut that to 2 to 2:30, and then allow Ms. Felicia Williams to give us some conversation on the home ARP process, the history of where it is, however this council wants to treat those funds and to allocate those funds, just kind of give us some uniform guidance between the hours, or between the time of 1:30 to 2. And if she runs longer, she can have the whole hour. That's perfectly fine too, because that is very, very important to me. So if it suits the council, I would like to amend the agenda to have a 1:30 to 2 o'clock block on home ARP guidance, and then a 2 to 2:30 block for budget guidance from yours truly.
I make a motion that we amend the agenda as presented by the mayor.
I'll make a second.
Perfect. Motion has been made and seconded to amend the agenda as stated. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. I think that'll be time well spent. So with that, we'll move directly into department overview and priorities for information technology. Who's going to be presenting for IT? Perfect. Come on down. I've tried. I've tried.
Got to lean into Mike a little more for.
There you go.
Morning, Mayor, council members.
Good morning.
Thank you guys for listening to us a little bit about what we need and what's going on. Positive things first, we're actually tracking a little less than we expect to spend for this year, so I think we'll be in good shape for the current year. I think operationally, we had some bigger expenditures this year, so next year we should be reducing that request. Staffing and, equipment beside, which you'll see in a minute. We don't have any vacancies right now in IT. We've been fortunate to have everything filled this fiscal year. Much like everybody else, we have concerns about pay. Last couple of positions that we filled that were our higher grade positions, we had a really hard time doing it. Took a long time to find someone that would be qualified and work within the amounts we were able to give. So that is a concern. I think everybody's addressed that already, that we're going to try to do something about it. Vehicles, transportation in general has been an issue for us for a long time. We've done a lot better on that in the last 3 or 4 years, and we have some fleet now, but we just have 8 or 9 people that go out all the time when they have to go service stuff, and we go to about 28 different places around the city because of things we may have at lift stations and things like that we have to go to, not just our physical buildings. So that travel's a big deal for us. This is our structure right now. The left-hand side of the screen's got our Tier 1 support, System Administrator 1. That's somewhere we made some improvements in terms of staffing at. That's taken us from having our 600 or 700 open tickets all the time down to 300 to 400 now all the time. So it made a big improvement in what we have. We still have a ways to go on getting that into more manageable numbers. We're going to ask in the budget for positions, and the reason behind them are all different. The first one's a database administrator, and the second one says server administrator. And one thing about that is, years ago, we did some study and looking at IT as an entity in around 2017, I guess it was. And there were recommendations made then to have an assistant director, to do some things with the department. The only thing that was actually done was we made an assistant director, but we didn't get another position for that. We took our server database administrator, which was really 2 jobs with 1 person, and made that person, it ended up being that person that was the assistant IT director. So they're still right now the assistant IT director, the server administrator, and database administrator, which is not really fair to them, honestly. But we've got a lot of stuff that we can't do because we don't have a dedicated database administrator. We do the basics we have to, but there's things like employee self-service and things with our financials database process that we go through. We can't implement really new things because we're sort of have to stay where we are. And those really relate to very specific job duties that if you have somebody, and that's what we find with our, I would say, higher level positions right now, is everybody has 3 or 4 hats on. And so you can't make a lot of forward progress at times because of that. And the IT communications technician is the third one on there, is really around video production, doing things for PEG channel production. We'd had conversations with Matt and others previously about trying to get more of a face on Channel 10 for the city. In order to do some of that, there's some requirements about funding that require 8 hours of video, and that takes a lot of effort. And the hope in doing that one was that we would able to get some funding for the position from somewhere else, so it wouldn't just be a straight general fund item. And then from a project manager standpoint, we typically have 25 or 30 projects, some physical, some software, some hardware, going at all times. And we don't have like anybody to just be the go-to coordinate that straight through, other than myself and Brad helping me do that. We try to do it, the best we can, but it's that with the other job duties you have as well. So it gets to be a lot and puts a lot more on that group of people. Vehicle-wise, we're asking for 3 small SUVs. I've been very generic in what I said because we don't know what's available or will be available when we go to ask for it. The last time we went, we started looking for one thing. We ended up with a Bronco Sport because it was the only thing available, but that's worked out really well, so it may be that again. But we're basing numbers on what we believe one of those would cost when we look at numbers. We want to replace one of the vehicles that we have. That's a 97 van that was originally a police vehicle that we got from them, and that one really needs to be replaced. And then it'd be 2 that would be additional ones to what we're doing. This is the hard slide to read.
Before you leave that slide,
Yes.
go back.
Sure.
This was a question I asked last year, and once you explained it, it made total sense. Why would IT need an F-250?
There's a couple of reasons. One is that the simplest one is that we carry a lot of large stuff, like 7-foot racks, 8-foot, things like that. The other side is we do have a fiber. I didn't have it listed here because it's not something we drive, but we have a fiber splicing trailer. So if we need to pile that trailer somewhere to do stuff, and that F-250 is really the best way to get it there. Plus it can haul the fiber and the supplies and things in the back of it that you may need to do. So like when we had a drunk driver hit a pole out on Center Street and took down fiber on Easter Sunday a few years ago, we took our F-250, went and got the fiber trailer, the box to replace it, got in the back of it, the fiber repair that we needed, fiber that we could haul in the truck we bought. And we were able to go set up out there and get everything back up. So that happened early on Sunday morning, and by Monday morning at 7:30, we had everybody operating again on the minimal repair we could do, but it took all night. And that was where the F-250 came in, because it was able to take everything from the complex in one trip. Here it is, we can get it done. If you had to go back and forth or find someone, imagine at 6 or 7 o'clock on a Easter Sunday, it's hard to find someone to haul your stuff. And then, again, like I say, with just hauling larger ladders for tall things we have to go to, hauling the racks that we have are 7-foot tall. So the time we got it, it was the first vehicle we had gotten and that we'd ever actually had assigned to IT, so it had a lot of functions and still does. We've added since then the cargo van helps us carry stuff if it's bad weather. It's the only restriction with the truck. If you're carrying a rack, you really don't want to put it in the back in a rainy day, but with the van helps solve that. So,
And- Please, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And y'all are also doing your own antenna support on top of buildings, right?
yeah, we do all the cameras and all the access points. So the downtown Wi-Fi, things like that, we use. We've been borrowing bucket trucks to use from Public Works and from just traffic signal folks to do high-level work, things up. Plus, but we do have stuff that's ladder level that we go up and do. And so we have over 200 cameras that we support. Some are inside, obviously, but a lot of them are exterior. And and a lot of times that's where you run into the need for some special things. And we try not to ask for anything we're not using regularly in terms of equipment. So if we can get it from somebody else in the city, we do. And that helps a lot in trying to operate those. But we also, like I said, the access points on the top of a building, on the side of the buildings, anything you see like that is what we manage. And we manage that fiber network as well. So those miles of fiber in the city that runs the city network is all our responsibility to repair or get someone to repair if we can't for some reason. But having that really makes a difference, and that and the fiber trailer makes us a lot more self-sufficient on those things.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Weeks?
Do your employees take their vehicles home?
We don't have any like staff assigned vehicles. Those are all open to be driven by whoever is on it, and we don't take any of them home. So they're not assigned to like, for me to have a car or something. It's just a pool that we use. So if you wanted to go somewhere, those 4 are the pool that we use. Right now, the van is at the 97 vans at the police department, because we have 2 staff at the police fire complex over there, public safety. And they go out to all the fire stations and to service the police people. And so we're doing that. We have that 1 vehicle there that we want to replace, and then we have the other 3 are stationed at City Hall and used as we need to and left there. We don't take any of them to the house.
So are you asking for the 3 vehicles to replace the other ones or in addition to?
It's 1 replacement and 2 additional. It's 1 replacing that 97 van because it has a lot of issues. And the other 2 are new ones.
So I just got an open question, Mr. Mayor, then. So
Please,
how
go
do
ahead.
we determine the number of vehicles per department?
I don't know that there's Matt, I'll have to lean on you because I don't know that there's a specific formula. It's needs-based. And then we also have city motor pool that folks can kind of pull from each other, like the bucket truck. But Matt, if you would.
Sure, it really depends on the department and the need, because there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Obviously, for example, the police department, the patrol officers, that is their office, their vehicle. Whereas there's other positions like IT that can rely on maybe more of a fleet of vehicle, because they don't necessarily, one of them might use this one day and then the other one might use that same vehicle another day, because they don't have a need to be out there 24/7 on the roads or something like that. So it's a department by department gauge is what we use.
And I asked that question because I think I just call it headquarters. Your actual department. How many vehicles do you have?
So I think we only have, do we use 1?
We don't have any.
We don't have any, so we
We use
basically
HRs and
use,
we-
That's why I asked the
the
question.
pool vehicle, we use HRs, so that's what we
Right.
do.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So like, can we go to the motor pool and get a vehicle if need be, or is it just assigned to an actual department? And how do we derive at those numbers? And I do understand what you're saying about the police department, because I do understand they use their
Right.
vehicles 24/7. But for other departments who are just stationary, how do we determine the number of vehicles?
I think that historically, it's been this is my observation. You have more experience, so feel free to inject in here because I'm probably going to be wrong. My observation has been that historically, our departments operated very solid. You know, a department asset was a department asset and no one else touched it. I think that over the last few years, the goal has been to unify some procurement, unify some processes, unify some shared assets. I think that my vision would be more of a motor pool style approach. Now, if there's equipment that is specific to IT, like the fiber trailer, for example, that would be an IT specific asset. But to your point, if there's a motor pool style opportunity, which is what I experienced at my last employer. If you need a truck, go check out a truck. You need a car, go check out a car. There are probably some opportunities there. Now, I'm saying that not having done any form of assessment around the city to see what volume of vehicles are there and average utilization time for any of those. So I'm saying that from a point of extreme naivety. Y'all don't throw anything at me. But I do think there's some opportunity there to look at, to make sure that every vehicle is being maximized.
That would be, I'm sorry, that would be interesting to see the usage of the
Right.
vehicles compared to, I understand they're older,
Yeah.
but what was the actual usage, you know
Right.
what I'm saying, on a daily basis?
And I totally agree. I'll stop eating up time, but I totally agree, because I'm used to seeing a bit more of a centralized motor pool. Again, that may not be the appropriate format. But that is more what I'm used to seeing, so that you're trying to maximize the utilization and availability.
And I think from our side, just speaking from IT only, I don't want
Sure,
to
sure.
say for anybody else's. I think that, checking one out is proven challenging for us in the past. We did do that in the very beginning, and two problems we run into. One, if you got something, say at Public Works complexes where you have your vehicles, and we're at City Hall, and what we need to do is go to the police department or to Paramount or somewhere else that's nearby. You're going to spend a lot more time going over to get a vehicle and then coming back on your own car, going over. You're probably just going over there.
Right.
And you're not going to use the cars. And that's where we're trying to avoid is the people taking their own vehicles. We use the reason the numbers come up for us is because we're using personal vehicles a lot, because we don't have the things to use that are readily available. And so I think, from at least our standpoint, and we have some toolkits and some things that stay in the vehicles, and we have them in go bags ready to go out in case you don't have a vehicle as well. So we've had that supply. So if I'm going and there's not one I can take, I can grab the bag and go do what I need to do. If it's something specialized, I'll get another tool. But the vehicles are equipped for us, to use. And that said, we have used things from other people and they've used ours, and I think departments do a pretty good job, at least from my perspective, of sharing things that we need and being able to try and do the best with what we have. And so I feel good about that part of it, at least.
So currently, you have 4 vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're requesting the additional 3?
Requesting 3, but it would be a 2 net gain because one of them would be retired if we got to 3, we would retire one of them. If we got 1, we might still have to keep the old one just because of volume of travel that we do.
Any other comments or questions on vehicles for IT?
One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm looking at your number of employees, and I definitely am hearing your heart for your additional staffing needs. But at what percentage of given time would you say you would need all 6 or 7 vehicles on the road at one time?
I think it varies a lot is one of the challenges with the number. I think most days we do use the vehicles in terms of that, but it may be for different amounts of time because, and I can use an example of just a single day example. And we have somebody working at the WRF out on Arrington Bridge Road, and they needed the larger truck for where they were going. And sometimes we need that because we have fiber and things running through the spray field that we have to drive out in to look at problems potentially. But you had somebody doing that. You had somebody that went to Public Works to work on problem that we had over there, and you had somebody else out at Fire Station 5 on Central Heights. So we cover everything from out on Jordan, where a water plant is, to Central Heights down to Arrington Bridge Road, and a lot of the pump stations that have tech data in them. And the 4th person that day was at one of the pump stations working on a problem with Spectrum. So they didn't need a truck or a big vehicle, so they were on a smaller one. And so like that day, everything was out. There was nothing available if you wanted it. So then when I went and I had to go to meet someone for looking at a site. And when I did, I just took mine because I had no option at that point. And that happens quite often where you run into, you don't have it. I don't have exact number for you on that, but it's often that we don't have it, or we're down to, the first 3 vehicles go quick.
Ms. Taylor?
Did you say when you use your own personal vehicles that y'all reimburse yourself?
We have a mileage thing we have set up to track the mileage. So if staff use it and put in the mileage, we'll reimburse the staff for the travel. They have to remember to do it, and I think they do a pretty good job of it. But at the same time, when you're driving 4 mile round trip, sometimes they don't remember to do it, I feel like. So I think that's probably lower than it ought to be in terms of reimbursement.
Yeah, I just didn't know, like, if you guys had logs of when you used the vehicles or when you were reimbursing yourself for that kind of thing, like if that would show, be able to show us a greater need for what you're saying of how short you are on vehicles.
Yeah, and I think and we do. I think that there's probably a lot of cases where they're not putting it in just because they're not worried about it. And I've encouraged staff to put it in.
Yes,
I think they would tell you that. I tell them, put it in, for 2 reasons. One, so that if they're driving their own vehicle, we need to pay them for that travel.
Right.
And secondly, and also show their work travel time and things like that. But also, we need to see that data so we know more solidly what our travel is, because that helps us know what's going on.
Right, and like I was saying, like in a case like this, it would show, that we had to use our personal vehicles so many times
Right.
and, you know, reimburse us, and then, you know, these are logs of when we were using the vehicles, so it would show the need for more vehicles. That's all I was asking.
No, I agree with you on that, and I think one of the challenges we've run into with some of my staff that have been here for a while is that they weren't actually doing that a bit to begin with. We weren't getting reimbursed for in-town travel, so that was all the travel we did was in-town travel unless we
Right.
had something special come up that was a mileage form. So that changed a few years ago, which made it better, I feel like, but at the same time, you had somebody that worked 5 years without getting anything for their travel, they're not as apt to think
Yeah,
they need to do it.
I was
so.
just thinking it would be real helpful, especially if you're gonna be getting additional, you know, asking for additional staff, that would be additional needs.
That's right. I agree with you. And I think then that's another part of it is we're adding, if we do get to add the people we need to add, the positions we're asking for are not heavy travelers probably in the end. They will have to go at times, but they're not going to be the type of positions that go out to fix things as much as they are office type staff.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments or questions? All right, keep on going.
Okay, the next slide I've got, normally with our IT equipment, we have things on a 5-year cycle for computers, for network stuff, servers and storage. That's gotten, as just an opening statement about this, it's gotten a little bit stacked up with not being able to borrow money in the years that we wanted to. So we've come up now to where we have several things that normally would have been spread out that are lumped together. So it makes it look it's a lot bigger amount now than normally. Usually we have, it's stuff we borrow money for though. It's not we borrow it and pay it over a 5-year period. We work with finance on getting financing for that and paying it out over 5 years, so that when you get to the end of that, you're recycling, doing your equipment that year or the next year. Our computer replacements and equipment for the networking for the entire city, as well as the stuff for police and fire on their computers, has not been done yet. They've sort of stacked up on top of each other at this point. And we did have planned this year to do the police and fire computers and doing the network stuff next year, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to have the audits and things finished in the timeline. I don't think we'll be able to get that done, so it'll be next year coming up that we'll do it. Probably one in the fall and one in the spring is what we'd look at for those two large amounts. The first two things on the list there aren't obviously an IT item. They're more of a city hall item. You may recall we had, and those of you, if you saw my last year's presentation, it said chiller, boiler, and controls. Now it just says boiler and controls because of the chiller failure we had that we had to react to and replace. And I think that we need to focus on trying to do the boiler replacement and do the controls so that we don't run into that same kind of situation again, because we have, that equipment's older, it's definitely time to replace it. And we run that risk then of the boilers going out and not being able to be repaired, or the controls failing on us, just like we did with the chiller. So I think it's just we need to really try to focus on getting the funds in there for that this year. It's something I've been responsible for, but it's obviously not directly IT, but it's something that has controls and electronic and computer control systems that we help manage. So, but the other parts of it are things that we normally have on a plan. And the vehicles at the bottom that's an estimate. 105 is an estimate that last year it would have been 96. This year it was 105 because of the prices creeping up on what we've been looking at for vehicles, but that's where they are listed at. You can see later on in 26, 27, this just kind of lays out our 5 years ahead. There's 3 of those that we don't have anything scheduled right now. But that gives us a little bit of leeway too. If something were to happen in 26, 27, we needed to move something, we may possibly be able to go to the next year or do something earlier if necessary, depending on the financing that's available.
All right, before you leave that one,
Yeah.
I believe you had a question?
How do we pay for the chiller? Do we just take that do an amendment and take that from the general fund?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Is
general
that
fund
what-
money.
okay.
And those 2 items, the boiler and the controls, have to be paid for like out of general fund. We can't borrow the money to do those. So there's something that just has to come out of our regular budget items.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, continue, thank you.
I don't have a lot.
There you go.
So, Mr. Mayor, just one thing before we, just so a matter of housekeeping, we are tracking all these requests.
Right.
And at the end of the day, we'll have a little spreadsheet, and we'll talk about, some ways of possibly funding those and just the different items. So we are tracking all the requests. from yesterday and today.
So this is probably not a this year comment, but I want to lay the groundwork for it. As far as overall enterprise platforms, we use CityWorks, we use Banner. What else do we use currently? And which of those systems needs to be replaced and updated?
So one thing, we do, ESRI is one of our GIS, it's
Right,
a
right.
city enterprise product as well. And we have a lot of enterprise products. I would say that the one thing we do with those, unless we went and said we wanted to do a different one,
Right.
we're doing those yearly in our, line 4221 that we have covers yearly updates and upgrades on those. So CityWorks, Banner, and ESRI, they all get updated yearly and maintained. So there's not a big expenditure beyond the normal maintenance cost for those normally. If we were to come and say we want to do a different ERP or something, because like we use Intergov for doing our permitting and things right now, and which is part of Munis, but we use that for that. If we came in and said, and Alan, if he's here, I'm not saying that, if we said we wanted to replace it, that would be where we would have this big cost or big replacement. But maintaining it, we're paying the maintenance and support fees on it. And then if there's something that's not covered by that, we budget that individually to do the upgrades. And that really covers for all our software packages. We tried to have those as much as possible centralized with IT so that we can manage those updates and upgrades yearly. And so there's not, normally, the biggest thing we run into on a large expenditure that comes up every 4 or 5 years is really the phone system, and that's usually a software upgrade, or this past year it was a full system upgrade because of where we were. It had not been done in a while, but that's not normal. You know, that's an unusual thing for that.
Well, it's not a this year budget item, I'm quite confident, but yeah, I do want to get us on an ADP style HRIS, or a, you know, in finance, be it a Sage or whatever it is that they want, the on top of Banner or replacement of Banner. I mean, I had a working colleague, which is one of their other,
Yeah.
one of Elution's other products, and using the mnemonics and trying to go screen from screen while you're entering in stuff, it's a headache and a half, and I totally get that. Like I said, it's probably not a this year budget item, but if there are things that we can be doing, be it the database administrator position or be it whatever it is that allows us to get things like our SharePoint Office 365 integration fully in place and across the line, getting the whatever hardware needs are going to be in place to be able to support whatever our next generation HRIS or, you know, overall ERP is, I think that would be a good ask now.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things from a IT staffing standpoint, is if you have a database administrator, server administrator, people that are managing that, because like on the server side, we have over 90 virtual machines that are running, but they're an individual like Windows or Linux
Right.
box that's running on a virtual platform. But then that platform has to be managed as well, and you have to make sure everything's running right. And that takes a lot of time to just make sure. And we automate as much as we can. But if you don't have somebody dedicated to doing database stuff like Banner and Intergov and the other products, and you don't have somebody that's looking at those, you're splitting that time for little bits of time. And then you can't go forward. Like if you wanted to replace something like that, you really wouldn't be able to readily do that without a dedicated DBA.
So are we maintaining hardware on-prem, or are we everything AWS cloud somewhere else?
It's on premise, and
Wow, okay.
our DR is as well.
Okay.
But there are two sites we maintain.
Okay.
And we have 365, so we have that's really the only cloud we've touched into. But there again, it's like you comment about SharePoint. If we had a DBA dedicated to do it, SharePoint would be everywhere in the
It'd be
city
done.
right now,
Right.
but we just don't have the time to put it everywhere yet. We have it now, and we will do it. It'll just take a lot longer
Right,
for us to do it at the number of people we have.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the acronym, HE double hockey sticks in that conversation there, so
Thank you, guys.
appreciate it. All right, Felicia, Parks and Rec. And I do realize that we're a couple minutes off schedule. As we saw yesterday, we'll make up for that. Please don't feel rushed. We're not going to have a hard stop for you just because the page says a certain number.
Make sure you click it right. Yeah. All right. All right. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Felicia Brown. I am the Parks Recreation Director for the City of Goldsboro. Also, you may have heard some doors closing, opening, and some squeaky floors. Several of my teammates are here with me this morning, so if there's a question that you asked that I may not know the answer to, I'm gonna be darting my eyes over there at them. I have my Assistant Parks Recreation Director, Russell Stevens. I have the GEC manager here. He's hiding in the back, Josh Shockley. And then I have the general manager for the golf course in GEC, Obi Abasi, in here as well. But again, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to give our presentation. And for those of you, I think most of you are aware, but for Parks and Recreation, it's not just Parks and Recreation. I actually oversee 3 departments: Parks and Recreation, Golf Course, and the Goldsboro Event Center. Those are 3 separate departments, 3 separate budgets that I oversee. So as I go into my presentation, that's how I'm going to talk about them. I'm going to talk about Parks and Recreation, then I'm going to talk about the GEC, and then I'm going to talk about the golf course, okay? And this is a slide, and this is kind of like a motto that, you know, we have on a lot of our stuff. Goldsboro Parks and Recreation, we make play happen. Internally in our office, we jokingly say, we make it happen. Because typically, if there is something that needs to be done in the city and it doesn't fall into one particular compartment or department, they give it to us. This is our mission. And of course, the mission of Goldsboro Parks and Recreation is to provide a variety of recreation and leisure activities for a diverse population. We maintain a system of parks, indoor facilities, and open spaces for the enjoyment, safety, and well-being of all citizens. As I mentioned previously, I'm going to talk about Parks and Recreation first. So first, I'm going to talk about Parks and Recreation personnel. For Parks and Recreation, we have 36 full-time authorized positions and 5 permanent part-time authorized positions. Of the 36 full-time positions, 2 are currently vacant. Let me be a little bit more specific. I have one of those 2 that will be vacant as of this Friday because the person has turned in their resignation. And I have another one that I've been asked not to fill for the rest of this fiscal year. So I'm hoping to be able to fill it in the new fiscal year. So those are my 2 vacant positions for Parks and Recreation. So that leaves me with 34. And so 2 of the full-time positions, 2 of the 34 positions that I have are dedicated to the beautification of downtown and Center Street. 2 full-time staff that's dedicated to the beautification and maintenance of downtown and Center Street. Yes, sir.
So just so I'm tracking, so their whole purpose is just that one street.
Center Street, John, James, Mulberry, Walnut. We're talking about the plantings, the waterings, the mowing, cleaning, maintaining the hub area, Freedom Field, as well as the hub restroom, cleaning the restroom, yes. And Center goes from Center and Ash to Center and M.
Are you,
Full-time.
Full-time.
are you, is any of that income come from any of the grants that the DGGC received?
No, these are my positions that when the streetscape project came on board and looking at helping to maintain Center Street, offset costs, because again, remember, with streetscape, it was done blocks at a time. So the first block was City Hall. These were staff that we already had in Parks and Recreation, and they were then shifted and dedicated to Center Street with the idea as more blocks come on, that staffing, so they would be their own division, but that hasn't happened. And so because we do have the other blocks that have been added, and when we have events that come up, what typically happens is, it's not just those 2 staff, it's my other parks maintenance staff that's pulled from what they're doing to help get the job done with downtown Center Street. As I think many of you are aware, we have the Main Street Conference coming up. And this past weekend, Aaron did a great job of getting some volunteers together to spread some mulch and put some other stuff down in like a couple of sections of Center Street. that was like a small army. We have 2, and that's what we do year-round.
So
Okay.
just for the information of the board, we did look at, contracting that out, and just so you know that our bids that we got, the cost for that was $197,000. So they are doing a lot of work for 2 people, a tremendous amount of work.
And each year I put in for more positions to help them out, but I don't get them. But I'm gonna put in again. Okay.
Which, before we leave that one, personnel, a decision that council, and I voted in favor of it as well, but I want to know if it is completely fallen flat. We voted that referees would end up needing to be part-time employees effectively instead of independent contractors, all in the name of trying to make sure that we are getting workers' compensation coverage. Again, I think the intent was very pure. Have you been able to get what you need for referees, or are you still, how has that worked out?
So that was a struggle.
Right.
One of the reasons is because we did advertise for staff to come on as far as officials. What we ended up doing was we ended up hiring some city staff, so they were additionally employed. There was a change in the personnel policy where we could pay them as that. And then back in, I want to say August of last year, July or August, the city manager brought before council about having the ability to do a waiver
Right.
for independent contractors, because North Carolina says if you're like, 3 or more, you have to carry workers' compensation. Less than 3, we don't.
Right.
We as a city, we were saying everyone has to cover it. We don't care if you're Bob the plumber and it's just you, Bob, or if it's, an entity of 50 employees. So with that, because the officials are seen as independent contractors, we were able to go back to that with this youth basketball season that we're in after we start the youth basketball season.
Okay. So you're able to get the folks that you need now, or the policies in place that are enabling you to be able to do what you need to do now?
Yes.
All right, good.
Yes.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. And so on with this slide, the 5 permanent part-time positions are custodians. And I know this question came up last year, but for the 5 permanent part-time positions, in addition to cleaning our PNR facilities, which we do consider the GEC our facility, we also clean City Hall, historic City Hall Annex Edition, whichever you want to call it, downtown development, and the hub. I mentioned that earlier as far as like cleaning the restrooms at the hub. So for our facilities, excuse me, for our facilities, as I said, we clean this facility here, we clean TC Coley, W.A. Foster Center, where we're now housed at our admin building, all of our park restrooms. Trying to think, am I missing anything as far as our facilities? So like I said, so these 5 permanent part-time positions, they don't just clean our facilities, they clean those facilities. And one of the 5 permanent part-time positions is dedicated to cleaning Center Street. You will rarely see him because he is typically out 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, but he's the one that goes around and pulls up the trash bags. And when I say Center Street, I mean Center, John, James, in the cross streets, where he's the one that's out first thing in the morning, pulling the trash bags up and any debris that's left before people come into work. Yes, sir.
So when people who rent out the hub for that fee, does her department get the fee? Where does that money
No,
go?
downtown development, they're the ones that's responsible for renting out the hub. So if someone is interested in renting out the hub, they contact downtown development. Typically what happens with that though, because they are a smaller department and it's different components that go into the renting of the hub, they'll notify Parks Recreation, Public Works, and IT, because of, first the bathrooms at the hub, they are on a computerized locking and unlocking system. And then you have the stage at the hub where, as far as if anyone wants to have a band or, some type of entertainment, that's going to pull in Public Works because they're responsible for that. we're responsible for, again, like the restrooms and maintaining the grounds, mowing the grounds. And then, again, if it's an event that is going to go long or go early outside of the hours that the bathrooms typically open and close, I'll reach out to IT and say, hey, can you unlock the bathrooms at this time? So it's not just like one department, it's multiple departments that's involved with that.
Well, I got that piece. I do understand that piece. I'm just trying to get at, you know, the budget in which it's maintained. So when the hub is rented out, where does that money go?
Matt, I would assume that money goes,
It goes back to the general fund.
yeah, in general fund. It doesn't cover, if we're completely honest, it doesn't cover the costs of supporting any specific event.
No.
At least in full. I think that previous policy was put in place to try to allow those venues at in a way subsidized, way to attract activities and attract, festivals and try to attract stuff to the community to do. I mean, we talk about wanting to make sure that there's things for people to do and things for people to want to be a part of, and I think that was probably the policy. Again, that predates me, but that's my interpretation of it.
If we were to try to do full cost recovery in any of our recreation programs, it would be cost prohibitive
Right.
for a lot of
You're
people.
not going to rent any of it out. I mean, the same thing with basketball signups. If you were truly trying to cover your cost on it, you won't have anyone
You
participate.
can, but the people in this area, in my
You're
opinion,
gonna
sir,
exclude people.
can't afford it.
Right.
In other areas, maybe so, but not here.
And I'll also add to that with, and you all touched on it, with all of our programs, whether it's recreation, GEC, golf course, all the money we bring in goes into the general fund. There's not a specific fund that I get to dip back into to then purchase stuff. So all the revenue we bring in goes into the general fund because we are general fund funded departments.
And that's by statute, really. There's
Okay.
nothing, that's nothing unusual about that. We
Okay.
have to do it that way.
Okay? So that's our personnel.
Hey, if you would, Ms. Clerk, if you would just add a note, I'd like to see roughly how much money we're talking about.
Okay, and so Parks and Recreation, our operational budget. For those of you that may have seen last year, I had this little slide, and each year I'm just like taking off the previous fiscal year and using like the current fiscal year. And again, operational budget, this is our annual operational budget. This isn't capital, this isn't personnel costs. It's the money we have to do what we do, okay? So FY 21-22, obviously that's COVID time. It's gonna be a little dip there. We rebounded, I thought, pretty well last year with FY 22-23. FY 23-24, it appears as if we got some more money, but in my mind, we really didn't, because the reason for the increase in our operational supplies is Parks and Recreation. We are now maintaining, as of this fiscal year, the median on Berkeley Boulevard between Ash and Slocum, as well as the two welcome signs out on Highway 70. We were not maintaining the welcome signs prior to this fiscal year. A few years back, we were maintaining the median on Berkeley, but then those things were taken along with some other stuff, and it was contracted out and being managed by another department. Well, that contract ended, and so again, going into this fiscal year, it's like, okay, some of that money that they were putting towards the contract in the other department was shifted to my department. But again, it's to maintain those additional things that we were tasked to maintain, which we're maintaining. But again, I have no additional staff, no additional equipment. And, some people may say, well, it's just a welcome sign down on 70. How hard it is to get to? Well, if we, because we are maintaining it, when we go maintain it, that's a vehicle that we have to pull from our park maintenance to drive out there to it. So that vehicle is not on Center Street or in one of our parks or, at one of our facilities. And, it takes time. So like I said, I just point that out because people are looking and be like, oh, y'all got a game this year. Not really. It's just shifting to cover the costs, of doing those things. And I'll go back to the other slide. Well, when I previously mentioned as far as what Parks and Recreation does as far as like, custodial, cleaning the facilities. In my fiscal year budget for this year, and just to show you that we do a lot of stuff, so again, that number looks big, but it is not what some people think. It is not specifically related to youth basketball or softball. I have a line item for cleaning supplies, $30,000. That's what was approved in the budget. I asked for 40. But the reason that line item is so big is because we clean a lot of facilities that are not ours. So again, that's our operational budget, but it covers everything. It covers playground mulch. It covers chemicals for the pools. It covers fertilizer we put on our fields. It covers sports supplies, uniforms, basketballs. It literally covers everything. So typically, my ask is more than that. But like, again, we try to make do with what we have. This is our slide about Parks Recreation facility and equipment issues. And just like with other departments, we have aging equipment. For us, a lot of our aging equipment is what the general public actually sees and uses. It's not what we drive. Because, we are a quality of life department. I tell people, my profession is I provide experiences. When families come out to go to the park, when families go to a basketball game, when families take a pottery class. That's what I do. I provide experiences. A lot of our playground equipment is aging. We've had to pull out some of our playground equipment. H.V. Brown Park, it has swings, no playground equipment. That's something that I asked for in the budget, but when you get down to all the asks for the other departments, I understand. Fire truck or a playground, what do you think is going to go? Okay? And I know we've been talking about grants. Yes, there are grants that as a Parks and Recreation Department I can apply for, but let's remember, the city is not a nonprofit. So that means there are more grants that I cannot apply for versus what I can. And the ones that I can apply for, at this point, I'm not eligible because they require you to provide a comprehensive plan just so they know that you as a municipality, you aren't just, let me put a slide here. Let me put some swings here. You actually have a plan in place. And that plan should be, you're pushing it with 10 years. They don't want it more than 8 years old. Our plan is over 10 years old. 13 years. So I don't get any points on my grant applications. I'm not able to get these grants. And again, that's something else. I'm bringing this up because that's something else that I've put in the budget for the last few years because I knew we're getting close to that end cap as far as being able to update our comprehensive plan for Parks and Recreation. We haven't been able to do it, so I am out of the grant game at this point in time. Unless someone just wanted to, throw some money my way. I'm out of the grant game, okay? So as I said, playgrounds, we really need to update our playgrounds. And it's not just updating playgrounds to make them safe, it's also making our playgrounds more ADA accessible. We've talked about accessibility and inclusion previously. I tell anyone that asks, all of our playgrounds have ADA accessibility. Are they 100% inclusive? No. It is very hard to go out and buy a playground nowadays, commercial playground, that doesn't have at least 2 or 3 ADA components to it. But just because it has 2 or 3 ADA components doesn't make it useful for everyone in the community. So that's been one of our goals, is to make our playgrounds all inclusive, not just ADA accessible. And then I'm going to talk about equipment for a little bit here. So as I said, we're Parks and Recreation. Our park maintenance side, they have trucks, they have flatbed trailers to, haul equipment around. They are in use every day. there is not a day that, the truck is just sitting at our park maintenance shop because they don't have anything to do, because they're constantly going around, fixing things, mowing things, checking out Center Street, checking out facilities. For the recreation side, we have, as far as anyone can use getting around, one admin car, and that's a Chevy Aveo. I came to the city in 2011. The Chevy Aveo was already here. I've been trying to replace that Chevy Aveo since I've gotten here, because it really doesn't serve a purpose for us. And the reason why I say it doesn't serve a purpose for us is because of the programming and activities we do. We are using our own personal vehicles to transport stuff around. When we have an event, when we have, cruise the noose, when we have that, we're using our personal vehicles to bring out tables, chairs, tents. We borrow boats for that. We have to, walk a fine line and, beg to get a truck, because someone's going to be down if we borrow, a city truck to haul, canoes and kayaks from other places that let us borrow them. So we have to use our own personal vehicles, tow hitch, and haul the trailer with canoes and kayaks. So that's why, again, it's been an ask I've had for the last couple of years, but that's why I'm asking again for, either an SUV or a truck. I would love to have both, but to be able to haul these things around, as well as an enclosed trailer, because we are so mobile. And for the Chevy Aveo, because this is a true story, we laugh about it, sad but true. The Chevy Aveo, it was stolen a few years ago. Someone broke into our facility, they took the keys, they drove it to Fayetteville, and they brought it back. Now that says something. When someone that steals your vehicle brings it back, not a scratch on it, it was like, well, y'all really need something. Y'all in bad shape. That actually happened. When it was stolen, I'm sorry, that was one of the happiest days in my life. 'Cause I was like, we get a new vehicle. Then a couple of days later, son of a gun, it was back. I was like, what in the world? But that actually happened, and that says something. So that's why I'm like, we need a bigger vehicle. So. And then also with our parks.
Excuse me, I
Yes.
have a question. How often are you using your personal vehicle to move things back and forth?
Pretty much every day. And I am bad. I don't put in for mileage. 'Cause I just look at it as it's what I have to do. But I have other staff, and I try to encourage them, but they look at me, and in that way, I'm a bad role model. They don't put in for mileage, and I tell them y'all need to put in for mileage. I'll give another quick example, because we do try to be creative with transporting stuff around. So a couple of weeks back, we had our daddy-daughter dance, and that was held here at the GC. Great event. Previously, we were actually get our P&R bus, which is a 25-passenger bus that requires a CDL to drive. We would get that, put stuff on that, and drive it over here to get set up for the event. Well, that same weekend, the Goldsboro Youth Council was borrowing our bus with our Assistant Parks Recreation Director as a driver to go to a conference. So we didn't even have that vehicle as a creative way to transport stuff around.
I have a question too, and it may not be for you, maybe the mayor or a city manager can answer it. When we take vehicles out, like yesterday we were talking about the police cars that we try to attain just a certain mileage on them. Where does all of those excess vehicles go?
They're sold. But where you're going with that, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I've been talking with Chief. He'll tell you I've been harassing him. Thankfully, he hasn't taken out a warrant on me. I've been harassing him. So when you can get those new Durangos online, when you can surplus something, because, that's, and that's typically how we've gotten vehicles in the past is, we try to take it before it gets surplus, but that's another revenue source for the city as well. I mean, if they surplus it, that's revenue coming in versus, going to a department and it's, do you really need it? And I'm like, yeah, we really need it.
Yeah, but don't, I view that as a bit of false economy. You can't buy a vehicle for the amount of money you're going to surplus it.
That's right.
So if you have needs, fill your needs. But again, not to belabor that point. Any other comments or questions before we continue? Mr. Taylor?
I hate Felicia. I'm just going back to what I was asking the IT guy, like, if you guys could, really like start documenting your time that you're using your personal vehicle, because then that way, if we come to this point again, you'll be able to show us like, look, we're having to use our personal vehicles all the time. You know, that makes it more clear for us to see it on paper.
And I agree, and that's why I said I've been bad about it. I mean, because even yesterday when I left here, I went to City Hall. Well, I went to the office. I went to City Hall. Then I went back to the office. I didn't even put it down. So that's why I've been bad about it myself.
And I mean, it just shows, it helps shows the need,
Mm-hmm.
you know, even more.
Okay. And I would say I want to touch on one more thing with this, and it was actually part of a conversation that Councilwoman Jones and I had yesterday with our parks. So when our parks came online many years ago and facilities were added to the parks, in particular the restroom facilities, when they were built, they were not built to be open year-round. So again, when I first came onto the city, we had our park restrooms that we winterize them. You know, turn off the water, turn off the plumbing, lock them up for the winter. Our park maintenance superintendent, it's been one of his goals since he's been here to try to upfit those restrooms so we have restrooms open year-round. So at this point, we have Herman Park, H.V. Brown Park, and Stony Creek Park, and Berkeley Park. Those are our four parks that we have open year-round, but the others, Minnie Will Park, North End Park, I know I'm forgetting one, but those parks, they are closed because, well, not the parks themselves, but the restrooms, they are closed because if we were to keep them open, we'll have more issues during the winter months because it's not heated, it's not insulated. And that in and of itself is another task. That's what we've been kind of chipping away at it over the years. But with that, the same, 34 full-time staff we now have, the park maintenance staff side, we have one staffer that's dedicated to going around opening and closing those bathrooms, during the weekdays, and then they rotate on shifts on the weekends as far as opening and closing the restrooms, whether it's this time of year, whether it's during the summertime where everything is open. And our restrooms get cleaned every day. Every day they're open, they get cleaned. Sometimes they get cleaned more than like 2 or 3 times a day, depending on if someone calls us and says, there's something going on with your restroom. And so I'll say this to the general public that's watching. If you are at one of our parks and you see that our restroom isn't clean, please call us at our main number so we can get someone out there to, address the issue. And our main number is 919-739-7480. Like I said, I just want to put that plug out there because, like I said, we do clean our restrooms every day, and we take pride in the fact that they are open and clean and open to the public. I will say one more thing to that, and I'm going to my next slide. I've talked about Herman Park. Well, Herman Park is beside Goldsboro High School and the School of Engineering. And I'm sure all of you know they have a later start time than what you would think a school should open. So because of that, and as a way to encourage our young people to go to school, we purposefully open that restroom later each day. So whereas we'll open up Berkeley Park at 8 a.m., Herman Park, whereas previously it was one of the first ones, it's going to be the last one. So we typically don't open that restroom until like 9:15 because we've gone around and cleaned the others. And that kind of, I guess, helps everyone with no truancy issues because they don't have a reason to hang out. All right, T.C. Coley Community Center. I think most of you know, but T.C. Coley Community Center is the old W.A. Foster Center. When the city built the new W.A. Foster Center, the city decided to go in and renovate T.C. Coley Community Center There were some other ideas the city wanted to do with it, didn't pan out, so it came back to Parks and Recreation, and at that point, the gymnasium area for TC Coley / OWA is being leased out to a boxing club. So that left 2 or 3 rooms in the facility, and we were using it as a rental facility. The old game room that people remember, we call it the recreation room. We have a room with mirrors, and then we have another small meeting room in the back. You're going to see my next picture. Since the closing of Herman Park Center, we've had to relocate a lot of our programs, actually all of our programs. And several of those programs have been relocated to TC Coley Community Center. Some have gone to W.A. Foster, some have gone there, but I bring this up to show that TC Coley is getting way more usage than I think anybody thought it would. I had come before council before because we were having some leaks in the recreation room, and council had given us the nod to, go on and get, that roof fixed. We haven't fixed the roof yet because we were going to get that done. Other issues came up with the facility. And I say that to say I'm now working with Felicia Williams in Community Relations and Development because we're trying to get some funding because it is a lot of issues going on with that facility. City did a great job, updating it. It was one of those, we're going to get it updated for another organization to step in and take it over, and they could do what they need to do over a course of time. That didn't happen, so it came back to us. And just from our sheer usage, it's a lot of issues with that facility that we do need to, get fixed if we're going to be using it the way we're using it now. And then also with that, because like I said, it is an older facility. Just the maintenance cost for this facility is actually more, unfortunately, than W.A. Foster. The new W.A. Foster Center, and the new W.A. Foster Center is more than 50% this size. But like with our HVAC contract, I pay more for the HVAC contract for this facility than I do for W.A. Foster Center. Okay, as I just putting that out there. And with Herman Park Center closing, this is where my office now is, okay? So, quick story with that. This is the little house. It's a house. It's a little house that's beside Herman Park Center. That used to be the administrative office for Parks and Recreation. I think it was maybe 5, if that, staff in there. A previous Parks and Recreation director, when she came on, she moved everybody into Herman Park Center, which already had its own staff. And the reasoning makes complete sense. 2 buildings right beside each other, you have people going to this building to ask about renting that building. And you have people going to this building asking about renting a picnic shelter. And they were going to the wrong way. So just making it more, customer service friendly. Everybody, let's move to, Herman Park Center. My office was actually right here upstairs. So I'm upstairs, out of the way of the rec center staff. We had to close Herman Park Center a little over a year ago just because of the issues with that facility. Because for as much as we have issues at TC Coley, this is an older building, okay? This building is older than TC Coley, W.A. Foster, Leslie Street Community Center, whatever you want to call it. That building's older, okay? So we had to close it, and whereas before, you only had 4 or 5 staff, 7 staff, okay? And that is what we have in there now. That is after relocating a staffer to TC Coley. That is after not filling a position. So anyone that stops by to see us, they'll be like, wow, y'all are really crammed up in here. Yes, we are. But for me, one of the bigger issues is we lost all that storage space. We lost all that programming space. So for the most part with the general public, some people still don't realize that that facility is closed. Not a week goes by that someone either doesn't call us or stop by to try to rent that facility. And we're like, no, it's closed. It's scheduled for demolition. And because we've closed it, we are not maintaining the inside of it. Like I said, when we were in there, swept the floors, waxed the floors, we're not doing any of that right now. So you can best believe it looks a whole lot worse than when we moved out because we're not in there. But I'm saying all of this to say, we do need another recreation center. We do need another space because right now we are literally busting the seams with, T.C. Coley and W.A. Foster Center, and that's just our indoor programs. I'm not talking about our outdoor programs. And one of the things I always tell people come to us because they want to. They have a choice. There are other recreation options in the city and the county. There are other event center rental space options in the city and the county. There are other golf course options in the city and the county. They come to us because they want to, and I say because they want to, because we do provide a great service. They have a choice. And so I feel proud that we have so many people coming to us. But with all these people coming to us, they're also asking, have y'all thought about starting up a kids track and field team program? No. At this point, who's going to do it? We don't have the capacity for it because we are busting the seams with our programming. And then we spoke about revenues earlier. I wanted to put this number out. So for Parks and Recreation, again, that's our youth programs, adult programs, our classes, our facility rentals, our pools, our park rentals. For FY23, because we have a recreation software that we use. So if anyone comes in to register for a program or to sign up for an activity, we track them in the software system. So for FY23, I'm looking at, we brought in over $246,000 in revenue for Parks and Recreation. For the little bit amount that we charge for our stuff, we still brought in over $246,000. For FY24, I know Catherine was giving you all some numbers, but I was running numbers through February 6th, over $120,000 we brought in so far for this fiscal year. So we are bringing in revenue. Are we bringing in revenue like the War Department? Oh, no. Because we are quality of life, but we do try to help offset our costs. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to look at golf course and the event center. And let me back up and say, of the three, Parks and Recreation is the largest department of these three departments I'm talking about. So for the golf course and event center, the Goldsboro Golf Course, they have 4 full-time authorized staff and 1 permanent part-time staff. They are fully staffed. For the Goldsboro Event Center, they have 1 full-time staff and 1 permanent part-time authorized staff. They are fully staffed per those numbers. Could they use more staff? Absolutely. Absolutely. Not a day goes by, I tell them, I don't see what I just can't wrap my head around what you do with the staff you have. Yes, they could use more staff. The combined annual operating budget for the 2 departments, kind of wanted to make them feel good, I didn't want to break it out, but the combined annual operating budget for the 2 departments is $415,952 for this fiscal year. And again, that's the annual operating budget. So that covers table linens, chairs, chemicals for the golf course, purchasing golf balls, clubs for resale in the pro shop, purchasing beverages for resale at events as well as in the pro shop. That is what they have to work with combined. That's not golf course. That's not GEC. That's their combined budget. And of the 2, the golf course does have the majority of this, because like I said, they are 2 separate departments, but I was just putting them together so it went like such a small fee for the GEC. Goldsboro Event Center. When I was before you last fiscal year during this time, I talked about we were having some issues here at the GEC, and we need to get those issues fixed. One of the main bigger issues was the women's restroom that's behind me to my left. We were having some serious plumbing issues with that restroom. Happy to say, we were able to get those plumbing issues taken care of. We had some floor issues here. For those of you that were able to make it to the citywide Christmas, December luncheon, I think I was making comments there about how nice the floors were looking because we had just gotten the floors repaired. We were having, some leaks because, again, this is another old building. I mean, for those that don't know, this was the old Goldsboro Country Club. The city, purchased the building in 2015, went through, did some renovations, but it's still an old building. And there were some things that, the city didn't do at that time. So it's an old facility. But again, I think we've done a great job with the renovations that were done and maintaining the facility, but we need to keep it up. This is a true rental facility. This is not a rec center. This is not a Herman Park Center. This is not a W.A. Foster Center. This is not a T.C. Coley Center. And the reason why I say that is with those facilities, we program there. I mean, we program basketball, cards, painting, pottery. We program different activities at those facilities. And if we have space available, yeah, you can come rent a room. This facility that we are in, it is a pure, true rental facility. And it is getting used. Okay. I mentioned this, I bring it up when I do, my monthly reports about, the number of days left being able to rent. For this year, this calendar year of 2024, there's only one Saturday left available to rent, and that's December 21st. All the other Saturdays have been rented. Because it is a rental facility, Josh and his staff, they take in rentals for 2025, they're looking at 2026, because it is a rental facility. For our recreation facilities, we do rentals up to a year out because of the programming needs. Our programming needs take precedence over people renting the spaces, but this is a rental facility. And that was the reasoning behind the city purchasing this facility to provide another rental space because, most people could fit, in one of our spaces with like maybe 130, 150 if you're pushing it. And they would need a space for like 200, 300 people. We were literally sending them call the high school, see if you can rent out, their gym or their cafeteria. This space met that need. And we're continuing to meet, our customers' needs. And we're continuing to try to make changes to make the rental experience better for everyone. So I say all that to say that because it is a rental facility, there are, technology needs that we have to keep, updating. Lighting needs, keeping up with, the painting. Because with the city, I'm gonna say this for all departments, we are very frugal spenders. I mean, if you look at the budget and what we as a city do, what we as a city make happen, we are a very frugal department to the point that we have deferred maintenance where, you should typically paint something every 2 years. Like, let's see if we can stretch it to 6. I mean, we are very frugal in that aspect, but something has to give. And so that's my, stressor, my stressing point that I put on for the GEC. We have to keep up to date because we are continuously, bringing in rentals. We're bringing in repeat rentals. We're bringing in, companies that book 3 months of meeting times. So we're truly bringing in money for the city.
Ms. Williams, I have a question. Venues have become extremely popular. And it is, I've been looking around the last few days as we've been here, and this place is absolutely beautiful. have you assessed our rental fees compared to other places to see if there are any opportunities? You know, electricity has went up, chemicals has went up, to make sure that we are taking advantage of every opportunity to make sure we're competitive in those areas.
You bring up a very good point. And yes, the simple answer is yes, but I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into it. So again, when the city brought this facility on board, they wanted it to be a reasonable price, which we pride ourselves in the fact that it is a reasonable price. Now, you're still going to pay a fee, and then we've done what we call a la carte. You know, you get the room, get the tables, get the chairs. If you want, you know, chair covers, it's this additional fee. If you want this, it's this additional fee. And we did that because that's what our customer base was telling us that they wanted. But now we're hearing from our customer base, don't nickel and dime us. Just give us one flat fee. And so Josh and I were actually having this conversation yesterday, and that's going to be part of our proposed fee schedule for this upcoming fiscal year, is whereas before, this is the cost of renting a room, and then depending upon how many chair covers you need, this is the additional cost. It's going to be one lump cost, and it's going to be, okay, this is the cost, and this is what you get with this package. Now, for those that still want to, well, you know, I just need 10 chair covers. The others I don't care about. You know, they can still do that. But those are things that we're looking at because, again, we're about providing experiences, and we want to make it the best experience possible. And what we're finding is with some of the rentals that come here, particularly like wedding receptions, they have that planner with them. And so it's easier for the planner for them to go back and tell, you know, their client, this is what the cost is going to be versus having to figure out, you know, this is what you need. Okay? And so along with that, for FY23, the rental revenue for the GEC for FY23 was $164,628. Okay? So, and this is actually my last slide. They were telling me to hurry up. But this is Goldsboro Golf Course. This is the back of the building we're in, and the pro shop for the golf course is actually right there. Golf course has equipment needs as well. We've talked about borrowing equipment from other departments to like get things done. This is a 1995 backhoe that we Parks and Recreation actually transferred to the golf course several years ago, but right now it's just sitting still because it has like a blown engine in it, and we're waiting for some quotes to come back to fix it, but we're looking at least $12,000. So that's a piece of equipment, you know, that we're like, we probably need to go ahead and get because it does like a lot of what I call like the grunt work for the golf course. You know, sand, the spray on the greens, small trees, anything that would typically take maybe like 3 or 4 people to do, we could do it with this piece of equipment. And yes, again, as a city, we are very frugal. We try to be creative. Public Works has one. So we borrow theirs when we can, but they're just as busy as we are. So we try to, you know, squeeze in borrowing theirs when we can. Positive note for the golf course, these are our new electric carts. You know, that is a source of revenue. We have purchased carts about 5 years ago, just like we purchased those, and they were a source of revenue, but it was getting to the point where we weren't bringing in as much revenue as we could with the previous carts because of their age, because they get used day in, day out, multiple times a day. And when you have a cart down, that's revenue you aren't bringing in. Electric carts, pretty much no maintenance. Just gotta make sure they stay charged up. But I mean, we're bringing in revenue, you know, from them. And then I had this on my slide last year. That's other pieces of equipment that we have here at the golf course that, you know, we're fixing, because that equipment, it looks brand new in those screenshots, but they're like over 8 years old, and we keep fixing them. But again, that's just something I wanted to point out, bring up. For the golf course, like I said, for their revenues, for FY '23, they brought in over $580,000 for FY '23. And that's from rounds of golf, driving range, golf carts, pro shop, concessions. So that's why I say, we provide, an experience, quality of life, but we do bring in revenue because, and like for the golf course, even though the golf course is not an enterprise-funded department, previous councils have leaned heavily on us to at least break even. So the city's, not just putting money into this. And we've been doing that. Like I said, we've been covering our costs. Any questions?
I have a question on the golf carts too. What is our team capacity with our golf carts, and do we do annual membership drives?
Yes, we offer an annual membership, and as well as you can pay as you play. What we're finding is, particularly with our younger players that come out, they prefer to pay as you play because they're not locking themselves in. And with our golf carts, we have 50 golf carts, so depending upon if you're going to put 2 to a cart or, 1 person to a cart, that will limit the number of people that can be in a tournament, whether we're offering a tournament or an outside company comes in and puts on a tournament. So the more carts we have, we can have a bigger tournament.
Any other comments or questions?
All right, I know it was a lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank
So
you. It was very
overall,
good.
for the full presentation for Ms. Brown, are there any other comments or questions?
I do have a comment.
Councilmember
Now,
White?
I don't know if it's directed at Ms. Felicia, but do we have a preventative maintenance program?
That's going to be a Rick question. I have heard them talk about one and the way that they service each specific piece of equipment per whatever the manufacturer's
I'm even
guidelines are.
talking like the facilities.
Oh, for the facilities? Matt, you want to take this one or you want Road to?
Well, the short answer is no, not really. I'm just going to be blunt with you on that.
Yeah. It's not been funded because I'll just give you the last couple of years, the capital improvement plan and the just simply here's the things that need to be done plan. We are a overbooked capital asset entity, in my opinion. We have more facilities than we can cash flow. We have more facilities than the maintenance requirements for those facilities that we can cash flow. And don't put it out there, Gaylor's trying to shut down all our facilities. I'm not. I'm just acknowledging that there is a financial ramification for those decisions.
I'll say now, also add to that, similar to what Scott, the IT director before me, how he was touching on the chiller and the boiler. Just think of that. You have a quote-unquote normal life cycle for these pieces of equipment. HVAC units, you should be replacing them, just like what you would do at your house. But because as a city, we try to extend that life. And so we extend it until...
But what I've been hearing over the last 2 days is, like you said, we have extended it, and I haven't heard anybody say that we came in and did some preventative maintenance until it went out. Once it went out, then we went into action. But yearly, like we do at our house, we make sure that they come in and they do some preventive maintenance.
We
Y'all
do
have
have
service
buildings.
contracts for that.
Yes,
That is
yeah,
happening.
right. The
We-
city
we
has
do-
service
that's what I
contracts,
was
yes.
asking.
We do
For like
have
the
some of
HVAC
that.
units and everything, we
Okay,
have
that's what I
service
was- yeah,
contracts.
we-
And they
buildings
tell
are-
us that they're like, you're good, but you may want to look at replacing in the next couple of years. And again, as a
Just-
city, we try to extend it.
Just for clarification, I guess we do have a buildings and grounds department. We do preventive maintenance on certain things, but we don't have programmed replacement. For example, we know that a certain facility's got this much age on it. We need to start thinking about replacing the roof and things like that. We're working towards that with our CIP.
Okay.
So I just wanted to comment one thing really quick on the grants that Felicia's talking about. They are really important for Parks and Recreation Department. She's absolutely right. We're 13 years into our comprehensive plan. That's going to cost maybe $100,000 to get done. And we can apply for them, and we could possibly get the grants, but it's 25 points. I've written several of these grants, and so if you're going to lose 25 points right off the bat, you need a comprehensive plan plus a site-specific plan. Those are both 25 points. We stand a really good chance to get grants. These are $1 million grants. They're dollar for match. We can use in-kind labor to help reduce those costs. So this is one thing that I think we really need to fund, is getting the plan updated, and the plan will notate some of the things that Felicia would like to do and program those activities in. But we got to get that plan done so we can be competitive.
Ms. Williams, I wrote down one question I wanted to ask you. For those that are watching from home, is there any opportunities for churches, businesses, corporations to get involved with your department to help replace any of your aging playground equipment?
I mean, absolutely. I'm going to look towards, I know Catherine was in here, I think she stepped out, but the city can have a special fund for a specific thing. So if someone wanted to do a fundraiser to put playground equipment at H.B. Brown Park, I'm going to use it as an example, that would be a specific line where the fundraising, the money would go into that line. I couldn't touch it for like custodial supplies. I couldn't touch it for anything else. Money would go into that line, and then when, the money went into that line, it was enough money to put the playground in, then, that line would be expended.
Yeah.
There are community partners that want to get engaged. I don't want to broach this particular subject today, but just like we have other departments that have a nonprofit backbone that supports them as well, so that you can have those volunteers, have those fundraisers. I want to do a Parks Foundation. I've said that out loud during the campaign year. I'm saying it out loud now. That's something you and I have to make time to actually sit down and talk about the mechanics of how that would work. But over the next year, that's the direction that I have in my vision as well. So at some point, you and I will make time. We've been distracted the last 60 days.
Right. So Mayor Gaylor brought up a good point. Some of our other departments, they have nonprofits that can help offset that cost, or again, because that nonprofit arm, as a nonprofit, is so much out there that you can apply for.
Right.
Yep.
But we as a Parks and Recreation Department, we currently do not have that nonprofit arm, because I can't tell you the number of emails and suggestions I get from the general public. Hey, the NFL has this grant out there. Why don't y'all apply for it? Well, when you go read, it's for a 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's not for a municipality, so I can't apply for it.
And you also, again, I don't want to eat up too terribly much time here, but also the corporate sponsorship opportunities and naming rights and things like that. I think there is interest in joining us in this, because there's so many folks that acknowledge that our youth need more things to do. That what you provide is at its core going to support our schools, is going to support our families. It's critical. So.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? All right, Ms. Brown, thank you so much. Jonathan, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. There's only just a couple of minutes. We're currently in what we're supposed to be as a break, and I realize we may just flip this around. We're going to stand in recess until 9:45 to allow for nature breaks or coffee refills or whatever else it is that we do. And when we come right back, Jonathan, you'll be up, okay? 9:45 sharp. Thank you, everybody. We'll stand in recess. Jonathan, same exact spill. I realize that on the clock, we are behind. You focus on making sure you get the information to us that we need, and we'll be okay.
Okay.
All right. Jonathan, floor is yours.
All right, so, good morning, council, and...
Oh, actually, give us this one. I'm
sorry.
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 Please. I just looked up. Glad, good timing. All right, go right ahead, Jonathan. Thank you.
So, good morning, Mayor and council. Thank y'all for listening to me this morning. I just wanted to start out by saying, with the WRF expansion, I know yesterday Councilman White brought up how we were going to handle the regionalization with the plant expansion and all that. So kind of our thought with that was we were going to do 2 phases. Phase 1 was going to be kind of what we need as a city to expand and bring in development and stuff like that, because we've gotten some large developments that want to invest. Capacity is not an issue currently, but, you know, we're one wet summer, winter away from having capacity issues. The second step is going to be where the merger regionalization is going to come into play. And we actually just got a grant, I think it was a DWI grant we received, to further dive into that study and what each, I guess, partner that comes into the plant, what they're going to be looking for and what they're going to be wanting as far as capacity goes. So that's how it's going to be, kind of a 2-phase process. You know, we're going to be looking after ourselves first, and then we'll see in the future what the needs are for the surrounding community. So just to kind of, you know, clear that up from yesterday if there was anything there. So we'll just kind of start out with some organizational changes. Had some retirements, had some resignations come in, but so we've got 2 individuals that were promoted. We got a new traffic supervisor, Tim Schofner, and we've got a new GIS manager, Dylan Schreffler. And with that, we reclassified 2 positions. So we have the signals, signs, the traffic division. We are going to be giving DOT back their traffic signals starting July the 1st. So the city ourselves, we maintain 16. We got 16 traffic heads in the city that we maintain. We've got signs, and that department also does all of our markings. With the reduced workload, we'll be able to focus more on markings. I know there's a big need for that downtown right now, you know, with all the parking issues and all that's going on. You know, there's just a big need for that. Parking lots we've got around that need restriping streets and stuff like that. So, but anyway, so what I've done there was, with the reduced workload, I'm going to go from a 3-man unit to a 2-person division. And so we're going to go with a traffic signal sign technician. I just combine that, and then you'll have the traffic supervisor. So the old sign technician position, I reclassified that to an engineering field technician because we need some help out in the field. We've got, and you'll see coming up in a few slides, we've got $77 million worth of work going on out in the field right now. We've got locates that are coming in on a daily basis. We got a new software package, and I think we've got 5,000 locate tickets of what that software package will allow us to use, and that was signed in October, and we've already used 4,000 tickets. So Lumos is a big factor. I know everybody's seen the fiber contractor going around the city, so that's been a big factor on that. And then you can see the departures. We've had 2 retirements, and then we refilled the GIS manager and the traffic supervisor position. We had 1 employee in the traffic division turn the resignation in, and the our civil engineer turned his resignation in as well. So we did, today we brought back Rama Chatila. He was our old civil engineer. He retired 4 years ago. He actually started today. He is a 37-year veteran of the city, so he knows the players in the game, and he's been around the block, so he's going to fill in seamlessly for us. The only issue is I can only utilize him for 1,000 hours a year. We don't want to mess his retirement up, you know, because he's been enjoying that with his grandkids, so But I think it's a warm welcome, and we surely appreciate having him back. And this is how the organization is set up. You can see our new, our vacancies we have. So with Dylan moving up, we've got a GIS GPS analyst position we're going to be advertising for. The traffic engineer, that's going to go away with the traffic signals when we give that back. We've been advertised for a while, and we just can't find anybody, no good qualified candidates there. You see with Tim moving up now, the engineering field technician and the traffic signal sign technician, those jobs are posted and they are advertised and closed tomorrow. So we should hopefully get applications and all next week to get started going on those. And you see the civil engineering position is vacant as well. And later on, I'm going to talk about Justine McLam, the property technician. We really need to we had an admin position that was put in the budget for last year. It got put on hold, but we really need to advertise that. She's been here for 45 years, and she really needs some help on her end, and we just don't want to lose that knowledge before she walks out the door and retires, because we will be in a world of hurt. Some of the recently completed projects that we've done, the Phase 4 sewer, that is just the construction side. We got some back-end stuff that we finally hope that we've got DWI squared away on. We finally are getting our $3.2 million back from them that they've been holding on for 2 years. I don't know why, but, whatever. We got some wastewater stuff, that's been completed, $500,000 and then $900,000. And then the Mount Olive Pickle project, we've got just one phase. Phase 1A and 1B is completed at this point. They are working on Phase 2 currently. They're about 65% complete on that. That is the pump station, mainly the pump station and 12-inch force main. I'd encourage anybody to go out there and look at it. That pump station is 42 foot deep. It is a deep hole in the earth. So it's going to house about 1 million gallons a day. These are the projects that we have currently on the books. This is part of the $77 million that I was talking about. You could see the Phase 4 rehab is still up there. We still haven't received payment yet. So once we get that, we'll know for sure it's being completed. So I'm just holding out hope on that. We got Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Mount Olive Pickle project, and the mag meter project is in design. That is the 2 meters we were talking about yesterday with Seymour Johnson and Fork Township. And just a little more background on that, because I know that was mentioned yesterday as well. The Fork Township agreement, we don't know really what they send us. We know what they're obligated to send us, but the way the agreement is written, anybody who annexes into the city out there, the Walmart, the Wawa, any of those gas stations, if they annex into the city, they do not count against their bought capacity. So we honestly, truly have no idea what they're really sending us. That's why we're putting this meter in, so that we know exactly how much they are sending us daily, monthly, hourly. It'll be able to tell us all. And you see the water projects, the 2-inch galvanized project, that is in design. And these 2 projects we are doing in-house. So every bit of this money, the $6 million, this is the ARPA grant, the galvanized project. Every bit of this money is going to go into construction, into the ground. That's one thing that we're trying to work towards with engineering. A little setback with our civil engineer when he left, but, we've got Rom on board now, so that'll kind of help us out and move into the future with the way we want to go. The lead and copper project is going on right now. That's under construction. We got Duke's Root Control. They're out doing inventory on everybody's service lines right now. This is an EPA mandated project, something that every municipality is having to do. And then the MRF project, we're supposed to find out the findings on that next month. The stormwater inventory project is currently under construction. We're hoping to have that pretty finalized over the next couple of months. We got some back-end stuff that we're working through right now, getting some dashboards in place and some forms and stuff like that that will help us fill out, especially on the next line item with the stormwater control measures that we have. We've got 306 that we inspect on a monthly basis. So that each one gets a yearly inspection, but we have them spread out over the entire year, so we do a certain number each month. And then you see the asphalt projects. That project is, the construction side of it is wrapped up. We're working on the back end stuff currently with the pay apps and getting all that reimbursed and everything. And then we got the DOT projects. And the reason I have the DOT projects up here, the William Street widening project is about to wrap up. I did get confirmation at the TCC meeting that that is going to be wrapping up in probably March or April. The final layer of asphalt's going to go down on that project. So I know everybody will be happy to see that one finished up. The Royal and Berkeley project, and like I was getting ready to say, the reason I have these DOT projects up there is because a lot of these projects involve our utilities. So we have to be out there daily inspecting our water and our sewer as they're moving them out of the roadway and getting them into the new public utility right of way, the easement that they have there. So there's a large part that engineering's involved with on that. And then you see all the development projects. So currently we have 8 development projects. I do not have a number on those because we just have no idea how much they cost to build. I mean, there's some pretty large projects up there. But anyway, so like I say, it's really over $77 million, but that's just kind of the current work we have going on right now. And each one of these projects requires an inspector to be out there and making sure that our stuff is being put in the ground like it's supposed to be, and they adhere to our technical specifications. So this is kind of some of the future projects that we're going to do. I have it broken down by section. So here's the streets. You can see the $278,000. That's what we're currently doing now with the Carolina and Vine Street project. And I've just kind of given a 3-year look ahead. So we're hopefully going to be asking for about $500,000 a year. And that's really just going off of what used to be done. I'd love to see that as a higher number, just so we can start knocking out some of these streets and you know, getting everybody up to par on that. But that's kind of what we're going to be looking for in the budget in the future. And then stormwater projects, you know, we got the Beach Street project. You see that up top. That's just, the reason you don't see a number is because it's just actually pushed out. This is actually a 10-year. I just kind of broke it down into next 3, but it's pushed out further. So you can see next year coming up, what we'll be looking for in the budget would be the Virginia Street project. So we hope to get that done and get that moving. And then we've got 2 larger projects down there that we need to get replaced and get better water flow out there. And then sewer projects. So here's the portion of the I&I that I know was talked about yesterday that we're going to want to get looking into. So the first the 3 projects that you see up there with the numbers, the 2.8 million, those are, so that is the phase 3. You know, we applied for ARPA funding for that. We missed it by 2 points. I'm still a little upset about that, but you know, we did what we did. So what I done was broke that project down into the next 3 years, and it's kind of by, we've got a big 15-inch sewer main out there on Frank Street that really needs a lot of attention. It's a major concern for us right now, for Public Works and those guys, so we really need to get that line fixed if we could. So that's kind of what we're looking for on the sewer side. And on the water side, I know Councilman White, yeah.
Go ahead.
Question?
Those sewer projects are all I&I related?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. These are all I&I related stuff.
Okay.
The ones that you see up here with numbers.
Thank you.
Yep. And then the water projects, like I was going to say, I know Councilman White, you know, you mentioned yesterday about the booster pump station and stuff like that out there. I'm assuming that you live over there around the New Hope Road area in that section. So what we were going to do is with the AIA stuff that we did last year, when we got Withers, our on-call engineer, they, on the water side and the sewer side really, but on the water side, they updated our water model. So we sat down with them and they went through the model and put scenarios in for us. So what we can do is we can do what they call a looping project. So like, just for example, out there on Collar Best Road, right there at Galinda's Point, there's 1,000 foot of 12-inch water main that's not connected. So it dead ends on both ends.
Close the-
So, so what we're planning on doing, and there's a large development that is wanting to go in at Kyler Best and New Hope. So they're going to actually extend the water main down to their property line, and then we've been in touch with Public Works, and Public Works is actually going to lay that last 400 feet there, and that will tie that line together, and that'll boost the pressure in the area. And we've seen that on the model, how it's going to boost it, and it is going to help it. And there's something else that we can do over there in that area. In Glenda's Point, there's a dead-end cul-de-sac that kind of backs up to the elevated tank that we have over there. So there, I think Duke Energy's got a right-of-way in there, so we can actually lay a water main up that right-of-way, tie it into New Hope Road, and it'll boost that entire area over there. So they're smaller projects, but they will accomplish the same thing as a booster pump station. And you got a lot less upkeep than you would in a booster pump station. I mean, a booster pump station is just like a sewer pump station. It costs money to maintain. So, you know, this what we're doing with the looping projects is a little more cost efficient in the long run, you know, to maintain that stuff. But it's just a matter of getting to that point and getting it to where we can get it in the ground.
Do you have any sort of timelines for any of the projects you just talked about, or any way that we as council members or general citizens could see kind of a Gantt chart or what your timeline and your different progressions are?
Yeah, so I mean, you know, we've got our ClearPoint CIP, all that stuff is on our capital improvement plan. Let's see, I don't have the one for Kyler Best up there, but, we pushed that out knowing that a developer was going to come in and we would get that 1,000-foot taken care of. And that really would boost the pressure out there a lot, especially when you got a dead-end 12-inch main. And then all the work that we did at William Street at William and Pate Town, we did a tremendous amount of water work right there with that DOT project. That actually boosted that line by 150 gallons a minute, which is a lot of water. So, you know, we're doing some really good things on the water side with these projects that are coming in. So we just need to continue that trend and move this system into the right direction. And, you know, you can see Granville Drive down there. I mean, that's another area. I think it's Spring Creek, I think is the subdivision in that area. I mean, over around Lane Tree, they've got some major issues out there. And then, so the Piedmont Airline Road one, that would help the multi-sports complex. So that area, that complex was built on a dead-end 6-inch water main. Our line goes down there and just dead end. So when those sprinklers come on and they're irrigating the fields, the subdivision across the road out there experiences pretty much no pressure. So that line there is we would actually come off the back of that subdivision and tie into Piedmont Airline Road, and it would pressurize that whole area, and you wouldn't see any issues there either. So we've really done a lot of legwork on this to putting these projects together with the CIP, and we've moved in the right direction here. And so this is kind of what phases you have in the engineering side. And I know it doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot that goes into this kind of stuff. So the conception of the project is pretty much being completed with our CIP. You know, we spent a lot of time putting these capital improvements plans together and stuff like that, and then you've got the design, and that's where we actually sit down with the engineers and we go over these projects, and they get our wants, our needs, our recommendations, and they actually put it on paper, and that, you know, it depends on the size of the project. Like that WRF expansion, I mean, it's going to take years to get that project designed. I mean, you know, it'll probably take upwards of 2 years just to get the design complete on that. Then you got the pre-construction phase, and that's kind of where you go. That's kind of where you go into you're putting together your contract documents. You're getting your budgets lined up, and then you're getting that thing advertised. And then you got the construction phase, and that's where, you know, the contractor comes in. You do your pre-construction meeting. You sit down and get your notice to proceed at a time when they can start, and then they get all the construction portion of it done, and then you've got the project closeout, and that could take some time as well. That's where you got to make sure all your inspections are done and get all your final reimbursements, and make sure DWI or whoever your funding agency is, make sure you've got them squared away, and They're good on their end. Their spreadsheets are up to date and all the other junk they asked for. But, sorry.
How do you really feel?
Yeah, they've put me through the ringer over the last 2 years, so I'm tired of dealing with these people. But we need them and we love them, so, you know.
We're grateful for it.
Yeah, we're absolutely grateful for you if you're listening. Sorry. So we got some staffing needs. You know, we just really need to fill the current positions we have. We've got our civil engineer who is, I think that position's advertised. We've got the technician, the GIS person that needs to be filled, and we've got the signal assigned technician and the field technician. They should be closing out pretty soon, and hopefully we can go through applications and all on that. And then kind of the needs, you know, I really need, with all the work we have going on and the potential of adding another $5 million worth of work, you know, with the current CIP needs. You know, I'd really love to have another construction inspector and a project manager. You know, they're kind of essential to helping out with the workload. You know, really, I'm supposed to be kind of helping out with the project manager role myself, but, you know, with the department head role, I just can't get out there as much as I used to, and it just, you know, we just have so many needs with so much construction going on right now. It's unreal, and you know, the construction inspector would really help out on the federal projects, like the ARPA project, that 2-inch galvanized. I mean, that requires full-time inspection, somebody to be out there all the time with the daily report needs and just all the paperwork that has to be done on that project. It's a tremendous amount of work. And then other department needs, and I mentioned earlier about the admin assistant and how critical that is for us right now at this point. And then the other department needs is, you know, we have vehicles as well. We have a couple of old vehicles. You see down there, we have a Chevy Malibu, which is a car that our surveyor is currently using to survey out of. And that is definitely not feasible. So we'd really love to get that replaced. And then we have an old 2010 F-150 that was handed down to us from Public Works. We were grateful for it at the time, but it's kind of used its lifespan. And I've just got a couple of, you know, I think it would cost maybe around $40,000 a piece to replace those vehicles. And, you know, definitely a need there if you, another construction inspector and stuff like that. I mean, they would, you know, they're out daily, so they need another vehicle. And I believe that is it. So any questions?
Here there's a Chevy Aveo available for swap.
That would actually put us going backwards inside.
Council, any comments or questions? Murph?
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Just to elaborate on the engineering manager, he mentioned quite a few times that each of his projects are listed on his CIP. You, the council, have access to that. All of our larger departments utilize their CIP in ClearPoint for the day-to-day management. So engineering, IT, fire, police, public utilities, public works, all have CIP items plus 50,000 listed on their CIP. It's important to know that these are not wish list items or projects. These are projects that are needed throughout their department to function 10 years out. So if that helps.
Thank you, Murph.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, Ms. Fonseca. Good morning.
Good morning, right?
Yeah.
You know, Jonathan was supposed to get us back on track, so I guess it's up to me now. I've got 4 minutes. I'll do my best. I have a lot of ground to cover, but a lot of great information coming out of our department that I'm excited to share with you. I want to start by giving you a high-level overview of the downtown development effort for the city, what that looks like, and to demonstrate the fact that it's a public-private partnership, two sectors working together for the betterment of our community as a whole.
And Ms. Fonseca, I know I've already said it multiple times. Do not feel pressured by the number on the page. Go through your presentation. Let's have dialogue, and there's time on the back end of this thing. We're gonna be okay.
Perfect. I was half kidding, but
Well-
it might be like 6 minutes.
Well, take 8.
There you go. Okay, so the downtown development effort, as I mentioned, is public and private. So we have our city's downtown development department, which I'm the department head of, and we also have a private nonprofit called the Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, and I serve as the executive director of that entity. These entities together form our Goldsboro Main Street community. Our Main Street community is celebrating 40 years this year, which we're really excited about. So we have been a Main Street community since 1984, and we're part of a large team of economic developers across the country with a focus on historic preservation. So there are 80 designated Main Street communities across the state. There are 1,200 across the country, so we are in good company with that. Now, just a little background about Main Street. So Main Street is an arm of the Rural Economic Development Division of the North Carolina Department of Commerce. And that's really wordy, but it's mandated at a state level. And at a national level, we have Main Street America. And Main Street America was created in 1980 by the National Trust of Historic Preservation. So historic preservation is at the core of Main Street with a focus on economic development, of course. Main Street provides rural communities like ours, so communities less than 50,000 residents, with a framework for effective asset-based economic development strategies. And these strategies are intended to be specific and comprehensive and results-driven. So we focus on things like job creation, building renovations, growth of our community, tax base, things like that. And we report on those statistics annually at both the state and the national level to maintain our accreditation. Accreditation is very important to communities like ours. We all have to be accredited at the state level to maintain our status as a Main Street community, but at a national level, that's not a requirement. Only about half of the communities across the state are nationally accredited, and that's because it takes a lot of work. There are 10 standards that we're graded on annually, and I just turned in my report about 2 weeks ago, so I can cross that off the list. But they look at things like broad-based community support. They look at things like statistics, our historic preservation ethics, how strong our board is, how our collaboration is between the city and the community. And thankfully, we have been nationally accredited for 20 years now. So we continue to have a very strong Main Street community. All right, so before we kind of get into the structure, the how, the who, the why, I thought it'd be nice to kind of take a jog down memory lane and show you what we were working with back in the 90s. So we've got some pictures of East Walnut, the former Paramount Theater, as we know burned in 2004, 2005, 200 block of North Center Street in 1998, the Oddfellows Lodge, North John Street, 126 South Center Street in the late 90s. And you guys can read, so I'll flip through. This is now Well-Traveled Beer on the corner of Chestnut and Center. This was John Street. In the late 90s, when my predecessor came on board, there was one business open on that block, and it was this photo studio with completely blacked out windows. So this is a great example of why preservation standards are so important. 100 block of North John Street. Goldsboro Drug, which has now been beautifully renovated and home to Cry Freedom. The 200 block of South Center Street in the late 90s, a motel that is now Freedom Field. And then a before and after shot for you. So we talked about asset-based economic development, and what that means is simply using what makes us unique and different to spur economic development in our community. So here's a great example of asset-based economic development. If you drive down North John Street and you see our old building on North John, you'll also see this building on the corner right at John and Mulberry. This whole block of buildings was vacant and blighted. And these properties, we were able to negotiate a donation to the nonprofit and work with the city, put them up for redevelopment and sale, and all of the proceeds went back to the city. So that's how our structure can really work to make a difference. But let's show you what it looks like now. So a huge transformation, but not just in appearance. Remember, this is about economic development. So this property, when it was completed, housed 4 apartments. So these residents generate revenue for our businesses each and every day. One business, which created 10 jobs, and they have now expanded to open the first brewery and do another rehab on their own in downtown Goldsboro. And about a $1.2 million private investment just in those 3 properties alone. This investor continued to do the rest of the block, and they actually purchased our previous property on John Street. They now have the whole block. They've spent over $6 million in this one block. They have opened several businesses. One of the businesses from Center is moving over to John now. But a tremendous transformation story and just a great little snippet of the importance of the work that we do in downtown. Also, it won the Best Endangered Property Rescue effort by the North Carolina Department of Commerce in 2018. Okay, so now getting into kind of the nuts and the bolts, we'll start with our structure. So we talked about the Main Street community. You'll see that in red in the middle. That's how we come together. On your left side, you'll see our city structure. We have 3 full-time staff. Myself, our property and business development specialist, and a marketing and administrative assistant. Prior to 2021, we had 4 positions, and we are working on getting back to that because we need greater administrative and operational support to continue to work on economic development efforts. On the right side, we have our nonprofit, the DGDC board. They are structured with 4 subcommittees under the main board of directors. The subcommittees are the design committee, promotions, economic restructuring, and the merchants, and I'll tell you a little bit more about those in just a second. They have their own budget. They raise their own funds privately, about $80,000 a year to support the downtown development efforts downtown. And then on the city side, we have 2 budgets, our general fund and our tax district. And I've got some slides on those in just a minute. So just a little bit more of a breakdown on our board. We currently have 25 board members on our board. They're representative of a large group of the community. It's a very diverse group. We also have representation from the city, the county, the chamber, travel and tourism. They're invited to join our board meetings as much as possible. We have representation from the base as well that's actually written into our bylaws that they participate in a non-voting role. So the goal, again, is broad-based community support and getting an understanding of what the rest of our community needs from our downtown. And then on the promotions committee, promotions really is representative of storytelling and engagement in downtown. Currently, they have 15 committee members. Economic Vitality is focused on building a healthy business mix downtown, building a stronger economic environment. There are 10 members on that currently. And then on our design committee, we have 15 members. They're focused on enhancing the character and the curb appeal of downtown. And then lastly, the merchant committee. So if we look at main streets across the state and across the country, they have 4 points, which include the 3 above and then organization, which is the board. We have 5 points, so we're now a star. But we felt that bringing the merchants in under our structure would strengthen our relationship with the merchants and encourage greater collaboration and communication. They are a rolling committee, so any of the merchants are invited to attend on a monthly basis. And that's how we kind of keep an ear to the ground of what the merchants need and how we can meet their needs with our work planning efforts. So that is the board in a nutshell. Okay, transformation strategies. So economic development with a focus on historic preservation is what Main Street is all about. And they get there by creating a transformation strategy. So the 4-point approach that I just talked about, their focus is on bringing all of these together, all of these dynamic sectors together to work in one direction to drive transformation of our community. It is not always the easiest way forward, but we've found that it is successful for us, that it's important to remain structured the way that we are with the private support of the public. Remaining with this structure has allowed us to drive major economic development projects downtown, things like streetscape. That took a tremendous amount of comprehensive involvement in the community to really understand what we needed, what was feasible, what was possible, and then carry that out. A lot of times what we know we need is painful to carry out, and it really took this organization of the two entities to drive it forward and make the impact that we see now. So we can talk a little bit about impact now. So measures and statistics. I show you this slide every year just to give you an idea of how our efforts have made a difference in not only Goldsboro, or not only downtown, but in Goldsboro as a whole. So if you think about downtown, of course you think about Center Street, you think about Walnut Street, but it goes far beyond that. So the impact that downtown has affects the rest of the community. Things like tax revenues. Our city tax revenues have grown in the municipal service district in the last 10 years by, let me see, I have this written down, make sure I get it right, 52%. So tax revenue has grown by 52%, tax revenue has grown by 35%, and the tax value has grown by 52%. If you look at the rest of the city, the increase over that time period is 19%. So we have an opportunity to take a kind of small footprint and make a bigger difference throughout the rest of the community. So if we go back to 2013, since 2013, we have seen a public investment downtown of $35 million. Now, this figure includes $15 million in federal grants that we funded with we funded the streetscape projects through these federal grants. Streetscape projects not only included Center Street, but Walnut Street improvements, both beautification and infrastructure. The bulk of the streetscape work is actually underground in building up an infrastructure for a stronger future. Of course, Walnut Street and then Carolina Street. We've added the GWTA Transfer Center, brought that downtown to create a transportation hub, and then completed a lot of work around Union Station in preparation for future development. So all of that was done with $15 million in grant funds from federal grants. That $35 million also includes city and county facility construction and rehabilitation updates. So this includes things like police and fire, city hall, the Paramount, the courthouse, county offices. All of these are located downtown. So that public investment figure includes all of those things. So when we talk about economic impact, we should really pull the city's investment out of that public figure to see what kind of investment we have spurred. So if we look at that $35 million, we can pull $12.5 million out. That's the city's investment in downtown in the last 10 years. Those funds have been leveraged to generate roughly $66 million in other projects. That includes private investment. That is a 5-to-1 return on public investment, a 5-to-1 return on the city's investment in downtown. So not only have we strengthened our tax base, but we've also created a significant return in private investment. And as I've said before, private investment always follows public investment. We have to invest in ourselves if we want to continue to grow, and that's true in every element of our life, but certainly in downtown development. Now, aside from streetscape improvements, some other areas that have really made a tremendous economic impact on downtown are in residential development. So residential development has, market rate specifically, has the greatest opportunity to affect the annual revenues of our downtown businesses. So we know that statistically every resident downtown or every unit downtown represents at least $9,000 in annual spending just in downtown. That's outside of paying your bills. That is spending money with our downtown businesses. Now, we have more than doubled our market rate residential units in the last 5 years. We went from 59 to 128. So if we multiply that by that $9,000, that's a growth of $621,000 annually that goes directly to our downtown businesses. So of course, streetscape has an impact, but market rate residential has a strong impact as well. So you'll hear us talk a lot about that. Okay, so municipal service district, when I pointed out the budgets earlier, I talked about the tax district. This is our municipal service district, kind of a wonky puzzle piece looking district. Some stats about the district: it's about 21 blocks. It represents 150 or more businesses, so it fluctuates between 150 and about 175. It has 230 properties and 2 million square feet of property. So in that small footprint, there's a lot of work, but also potential for a lot of impact. So this roughly is the area where we do a lot of our work because of our funding. But we also do work outside of this footprint in the historic district, over in the train station. The train station is not part of our municipal service district, but it certainly has an impact on downtown and vice versa. So we care a lot about what happens outside of this, but largely the work that we do is in the municipal service district because of our funding structure. Okay, so our budget, this is our general fund. As I said, we have a general fund budget and the municipal service district budget. In the general fund, we have a total of $75,000 in operating expenditures. This amount has come down by 41% or it was decreased by 41% in 2021 and has not come back up. We also have $237,000 in salaries and benefits, and you'll see that that represents the largest chunk of our general fund. And then in addition to that, with our support costs, that represents about $12,500. That includes training, travel, insurance, consultant fees, printing, postage, some of our advertising. And then another chunk that's $42,500 is downtown projects. So that includes our downtown art. That's $21,500 for the public art annually. This year, it includes $15,000 for the Main Street Conference and $6,000 for new signage as we prepared for rolling out parking in the social district.
Is
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is any of that art covered by your nonprofit?
It is not.
It is not covered.
The
by
nonprofit, they have a much smaller budget on the design side. They think about these types of projects. They don't have the ability or capacity to fund them wholly. They have about a $5,000 budget each year, and they'll put that into murals, painting projects. The critters that you see throughout downtown, those were purchased by the nonprofit and painted and placed. So they do contribute, but they really don't have the capacity to impact downtown and what we need as far as
One more
beautification.
question, just for clarity, just because I'm learning.
Yeah,
Since
it's good.
This is my first year. The $237,000 in salaries, is that, just for clarity, is that just for one admin assistant and 2 full-time employees?
That is 3 full-time employees, and that includes all of our personnel costs as well. So salaries and benefits. Any other questions about the general fund? All right. Oh, and the downtown projects. Downtown projects is really where we put major projects that are happening downtown. So that changes. In the last 2 years, we paid for things like Wi-Fi and cameras, the speaker system downtown. That's where we'll put our downtown projects. Anything that we know we're going to need, like a master plan, we would put that in the downtown project line item. Now, getting into our municipal service district budget, this is really funding the beautification and the operation of the work that we do downtown. So last year, or this year, our budget is $103,000. Our adjusted revenue based on property taxes in FY23 was $117,000. So the difference between our budget and what's collected goes into the fund balance. Largely, the 2 areas where we spend the most with our MSD are operational and beautification. So operational, these are our events and our event expenses. We put on 40 events last year, so $30,000 across 40 events. Doesn't go very far, which is where our manpower comes into play from volunteers, which I'll talk about shortly. So operational is $30,000. Beautification this year was $30,000. We put a little bit more into that, knowing that we would be hosting the Main Street Conference this year. So that funds things like planters, flags, specific art projects, like we have engaging interactive art pieces, like they're called whale drums, metal drums on South Center Street. It's my kids' favorite part of downtown. Those things are funded by the beautification part of the municipal service district. Also, supplemental landscaping as needed. So an example of this is last year at the hub, mid-season, we really needed kind of an overhaul to change out some plant materials. As we know, Parks and Rec has really been stretched with their resources with downtown landscaping. So we hired a contractor to do kind of an overhaul and bring it back up to a standard where it could be maintained moving forward. That was paid for with the beautification funds to supplement the downtown landscaping. Other than that, we have contract services. We have incentives at $10,000. This is where we can incentivize things like pre-development plans for properties. And we're going to talk a little bit about vacant properties and how that affects our downtown in just a minute. We can also incentivize facade improvements to businesses and properties downtown. And then a large chunk of it is also advertising. So this includes digital, radio, newspaper, billboard, all of those things. If you have ever done any work in advertising, you know that that does not go very far, especially when you're trying to reach a large population to let them know what's happening downtown. We spend a lot of time and effort to get the word out about what is happening so that we can share with people the work that we're doing and let them know there are things happening in our community, and a lot of that work is happening downtown. Okay, so let's talk about the how and the what. So we talked about our area that we manage. It's a geographic area of 21 blocks. We have one of the largest footprints in all of North Carolina Main Street for our downtown, plus involvement in surrounding areas. We host and implement over 30 events a year. Last year it was over 40 events. We help existing businesses and property owners with their business and property needs. That includes encouraging and attracting future businesses. We spend a lot of time talking to potential business owners about what they would like to do downtown and try to help them through that process. We work closely with the Small Business Center at the college. In fact, they have one day a month that they're downtown just to meet with downtown businesses or potential businesses. We also spend a lot of time figuring out how we can package property to put it back into use. Our properties, our vacant properties, are not contributing to downtown. They're not contributing to the tax revenue. They're not contributing to providing space for future businesses and residents. So vacant properties are really a drain on resources and potential opportunity for downtown. So we have some initiatives that we'd like to carry out that I'll talk about in a second. We work to recruit new businesses and investors, help them through the journey. And we also manage a group of dedicated volunteers to include the private sector involvement and investment in downtown. So on the volunteer front, it's really important to note that our board and our committees are extremely hardworking volunteers. Matt sits on the board. He can tell you all about what they do and how hard they work. Last year, they put in over 8,000 man-hours of their own time to further our efforts downtown. And when we look at the value of a volunteer hour, it's quantified by $31.80. That's the value of a volunteer hour. If we multiply that by the manpower that was provided last year, that's $255,000. So 3 full-time staff members, essentially, that they are putting in with their blood, sweat, and tears as volunteers. So that's a huge piece of the puzzle of Main Street and why it's so important to remain structured the way that we are. I'm very proud to work alongside them. They don't pat themselves on the back enough, but I can do that. Okay, additionally, we manage multiple grant and development projects. We've secured over $21 million in grants in the last 10 years. We conduct our work in accordance with the Main Street approach to maintain Goldsboro's accreditation, both at the state level and the national level. We work to be experts in the field of downtown development and bring best practices to Goldsboro. As a Main Street community, we have access to a lot of resources and training. In fact, a lot of it is required. So we spend a good amount of time talking to other communities about what's working and what's not working, and just try to kind of get better at what we do every single day. We also work to actively and positively promote the city through downtown success, promotions, and marketing with extensive communication forums, as I've already talked about.
Most of these grants that you secure have actual admin cost associated with them or admin fees. Does that offset your salaries in any way?
It doesn't. When we look at the grants that we've received, the federal grants for streetscape did have administrative costs, but those went into the actual project management of it. So that would have gone to, and Keith, I can't remember his name. Nobody was here. Do what? Keith Smith, thank you. So
but was the money allocated?
Yes.
Like with the grant, they usually give you like between 10 to 15%, right, for admin costs to offset at any admin.
I don't know that it was quite that much, but yes, there were admin costs, and I can look to Catherine to kind of help me out on that. Admin costs for the Tiger grants. Right. And he was already employed by the city, but primarily his full-time job for about 18 months was streetscape. In addition to the grants, we've also received over 40 statewide awards for our downtown development efforts in the last 10 years. And that includes a national award, which I love to talk about. There is an award every year called Great American Main Street. So we were one of three communities across the country in 2017 that were named Community to Watch. So Great American Main Street Community to Watch. So our efforts are paying off on a national stage as well. Okay, so some recent project highlights. In 2022, we had our highest private investment in organization history. So again, we talked about private following public. If we take that slide where we have our statistics and we go back, we look at 2022 and we look at 2020 when we completed streetscape, there's a reason why that private investment followed that public. So again, you have to have one to bring the other. But we celebrated our highest in 2022 in our history. We also worked to bring about a program called Launch, which is now housed under the community college. Launch came about through Main Street. We talked to a fellow community in Marion who was doing something similar and knew that it could work here and that we had a lot of entrepreneurs that would want to take advantage of it. It's really become a successful program. There were 6 to complete it the first year, I think 12 last year, and I'm looking forward to continuing to see how that grows and cultivates entrepreneurship. The nonprofit also invested in their own property, 116 North Center Street. Our offices are housed there, so the city department is there rent-free. The Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation invested in this property and the rehabilitation to the tune of about $600,000. That includes our office space downstairs, and it includes a short-term residential unit upstairs. We have an Airbnb upstairs called the Record Rack. If you know the history of the building, it was the Record Rack for almost 30 years, and there was a bright yellow sign on the front. So again, this is a rehabilitation and historic preservation story. We're able to preserve that history and tie it into the Airbnb upstairs.
The income from the Airbnb, does that go to your nonprofit side, or does that go to the city side?
The nonprofit. It is managed by the nonprofit, and it funds the nonprofit. And the goal is really for them to cover the mortgage of the
Okay,
space.
and one more question.
Doesn't quite do that.
Does the nonprofit offset any of the salaries that the city is paying for the DDGC?
It does not. No, but again, they provide 8,000 man-hours in volunteer time, so that's the equivalent of about 3 full-time staff.
The nonprofit also doesn't receive any funds from the city of Goldsboro either.
Correct.
And the building that you in right now, it's just city property, so it's rent-free?
No, it's owned by the nonprofit.
Okay.
Yep, and our previous location was the same. The nonprofit purchased that property, rehabbed it, and made it home without the residential space up top. This was a much riskier rehab, but has really paid in providing a slice of culture in downtown and funding future efforts. We also received a $300,000 grant from the state budget. DGDC specifically received that grant to assist with downtown special projects, namely maintenance. So you heard from Felicia, you heard about the strain on resources that maintenance and just upkeep of downtown takes. So with these funds, the goal is to put $100,000 towards downtown landscape maintenance over 2 years and kind of demonstrate what we can do with third-party involvement and really reanalyze in 2 years. Do we offset the cost of maintenance, turn that over to a third party? How can we continue to do this to really meet all of our maintenance needs downtown? Because it is a strain, but it's also very, very important. This is like the doormat of your house, like the front porch. This is the first thing that you see when you come to downtown. Downtown is where people go when they decide if they're going to invest in our community. Downtown is the difference. A healthy downtown is the difference in whether a corporation will bring their corporation here and their employees. It might make the difference in whether Seymour Johnson airmen and their families want to live in downtown versus going to Clayton and Wilson. Downtown can make that difference, so it's important that we preserve its character with the buildings, but also we got to cut the grass. We've got to, get rid of weeds on the sidewalks. It's really important, but it's time consuming as well.
Aaron, have you looked at the possibility of possibly that budget, that grant, that $300,000 grant, offsetting some of the expense that she has with the full-time maintenance worker downtown?
It's going to need, it requires more than that. So this will offset some of what they're doing. I think it'll take some of the strain off of what they're doing. But if you talk to Felicia and her staff, they're behind the ball when it comes to downtown. Not because they want to be, not by choice, because they just don't have the time and the manpower or the equipment to do everything that they need to do. So the goal with this is to take some of that off of their plate, but really to catch them up.
Aaron, last year you bid out the services for downtown maintenance. What was the cost on that, the low bid on that?
So we had two bids. For mowing alone, it was about $198,000 just for mowing. And then for plant material replacement, any kind of updates to lighting or irrigation, it was $98,000. That does not include any of the spraying for weeds, picking weeds, mulching, pruning. It's none of that. So our goal is to create an RFP for $100,000 for a lot of those things, like your quarterly maintenance of downtown, and then Parks and Rec would continue the regular maintenance of downtown. We also received 2 public art grants from the North Carolina Arts Council so that we can update one of the murals downtown. We've selected an artist, and that work will begin March 1st. So I'm excited about that. That also offsets some of the cost. Now let's talk about some of our current and future initiatives. So as we've said, we are hosting the 2024 Main Street Conference. The Main Street Conference is the largest preservation conference in the state. When we hosted the conference in 2016, we set the record for attendance, and it's looking like we're trending in that same direction. We anticipate 700 to 800 people from across the state to be right in our downtown for 3 days. These are downtown development professionals. They care a lot about frequenting our downtown, spending money with our downtown businesses, so we're working really hard to prepare everyone for that influx of people. And I can't say thank you enough to my fellow departments for helping carry that load to make sure that we are going to put our best foot forward. We are also hoping to address some vacant and blighted buildings, specifically in our commercial core downtown. And again, this goes back to that tax revenue. If we have vacant property, then it's not productive property. It's not productive in a sense of creating jobs or bringing new residents downtown. It's simply vacant and in a lot of cases blighted. So unless we kind of step up and say we want to create a mandate or we would like to see an ordinance that outlines what should be done with vacant properties, how long can it sit vacant? Can it have broken windows? Can it have boarded up windows? We're going to continue to miss out on opportunities to bring new businesses downtown. So that is something that I'm really passionate about that I'd like to carry forward in the coming year. We're also working to secure private sector mixed-use investment in the city-owned portions of the 300 and 400 block of South Center Street. So with the last phase of Streetscape, we set the stage for residential development on the last 2 blocks of South Center Street. And what we're working on now is identifying a private developer to come in and build market rate residential and mixed use. We've identified a developer and we're working through some details with them to see if they're the right fit. We're also working to support the creation of an arts district. So the arts district would be housed between Center Street and Carolina Street, kind of create a conduit between the train station and downtown and do so with creativity. So our goal, if we can ever get to that point, would be to be like Kinston with their arts district. They have resident houses for artists to come in and just work for a year and create beautiful art for downtown. Now that takes a lot of private investment, so how do we make that work here? Our committees are all working towards that goal right now, and we've created a special committee for the Arts District. We're also hoping to stabilize the historic Goldsboro Union Station and identify a feasible use from our 2020 adaptive reuse study that we conducted. Now, this is important because of the news of future rail. So as you know, the US DOT has announced substantial funding for rail studies. 6 projects were put forth across the state, and all 6 were selected, and that includes the Raleigh to Wilmington route. So $500,000 were put towards studying that route, and we're looking for a draft for that to come out in March. We are really hopeful. There are a lot of advocates on the ground that would like to see this happen, and Goldsboro has to be a part of it if you ask them. I spoke with some folks out of Wilmington a couple of weeks ago. They would like to come and host a community meeting here in April. So more details to come on that, but I really look forward to seeing this progress so that we have future passenger rail come through Goldsboro. A requirement of that is a train station. So we have to preserve, not only for the historical elements of the train station and what it means to our history. As you know, downtown Goldsboro is founded because of rail. But that's important, but also future rail is a key element to preserving the train station. We also need to identify funding to update our downtown master plan. So the success that we have seen downtown is largely due to planning. You have to have a plan to know where you're going. You have to plan for where you want to go. Our master plan was put together in 2008, so it was a 10-year plan. We are now 8 years overdue for a new plan, or 6 years overdue for a new plan. We've had that prior to 2020. We had that in our downtown project budget that we talked about from the general fund. So we really need to get back to that. I know that there are a lot of budget constraints. Our plan this year is to remain status quo with our budget requests given the budget constraints that you have. But in the next couple of years, that's where we need to go. We need to update our master plan, our neighborhood plan, and we really need to focus on getting some additional operational support in our office so we can have greater focus on grant writing, bringing more grants to downtown. Also, economic development. It is really time-consuming to put together an RFQ or an RFP for this downtown property, take the developers through the process, figure out if we're going to work for them, create market studies. That takes a lot of time and energy. And we're also managing the nonprofit with the board and the committee. So there's a lot of work that goes into it from an administrative perspective, which is why historically we had a 4th person in our office. We really need to get back to that to continue to grow and progress.
How much would you estimate that downtown master plan will cost?
In 2020, we were anticipating about $70,000 for a refresh. I think we need to do more than a refresh now, so I would say $150, Matt.
And you think that master plan would help you to be able to apply for additional grant funding?
Absolutely.
Who currently writes your grants now?
We do. It's all us.
And then I have a couple more. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm just.
No, that's
running.
okay.
So what would you tell me is your annual budget on your nonprofit side? I didn't see that.
They raise about $80,000. Their budget is about $70,000.
And with that state grant, the $300,000, could we use a portion of that money for the master plan, or it wouldn't qualify as for that?
We could, but those funds, that is really up to the nonprofit, but they set out for a certain amount knowing what projects that they were going to carry out. And
we're the investment of $70,000, if you could get multi-millions in return on grants, that would be a great investment for the nonprofit side.
Yeah.
Or for that $300,000 grant, which came to the nonprofit side?
The
or
nonprofit.
To the
The nonprofit.
nonprofit side, so that would be a great investment. You would see a great return on the grant side.
I think you would see a commitment from the nonprofit to support producing a new master plan. And previously, when we produced a master plan, the nonprofit shared the cost with the city then as well. So I think you'll see that. Now, for the $300,000, the plan for that is over 2 years, $100,000 each year to address maintenance and landscaping downtown that is desperately in need of a maintenance plan that's achievable. Beyond that, $25,000 are slated for a Black Business District parklet project on James Street to honor the history of that area. Our design committee is working on that currently. Councilmember Jones is on that committee as well. And then $75,000 will go towards facade grants and improvements for our businesses. We know that we are going to look to you guys to put together a vacant building ordinance or policy. So we want to bring a carrot with that stick and say, hey, we know that your property needs a lot of work. Here's some incentive on the nonprofit side where we can help you out. And, you know, if we do 10 of those, that's $7,500 a piece, and it goes pretty far. I mean, it doesn't go very far.
The facade grant.
But great questions.
The facade grant program, a decade ago when I was involved in it, it was a good carrot, and it did. Again, it didn't pay for the full thing, but it was a nice way of trying to spur economic development in a part of town that generates significant tax revenue and tax impact.
Right.
Any other comments or questions from council?
Is that the only open grant you have right now on the nonprofit side, is the $300,000 state grant?
And the art grant.
Aaron, one thing we might want to look at doing is reaching out to the universities to see if they'll do an update. And sometimes they're a lot less. I know that ECU used to do Parks and Recreation master plans in their department. So that's something we might want to look into.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. We've also talked to the EDA, and they have interest in supporting this. Of course, it's going to come with a match from the city, so the city would need to contribute to bring those funds to the table. But they have an interest in helping us put that together when the time is right. But that is a great point, to reach out to universities. The Main Street community has a phenomenal partnership with UNCG. UNCG has a design program, and they'll actually work with a property owner to provide renderings for their facade, realistic renderings and cost estimates. So that's a program that comes out of the Main Street side. And if you enhance that with facade grants, it can go even further. Do you have another question?
Councilmember?
It's just a comment. As we keep hearing from different departments speaking, that when grant writing and grants come up as part of the conversation, it seems that every time that does come up in conversation, that there's an opportunity to get more back than we'd put in that effort if we just had somebody to do it. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I really think that we as a city should look into the feasibility or the possibility of having a staff person that's all they do is grant write. And I realize that's not as easy said as done, because in a conversation with the fire chief a few weeks ago, there's grant opportunities available that he needs a staff member or one of his staff members to be able to be assigned to do. But as he explained, with grants for fire department are so specific and so in-depth that only a person basically specifically trained in writing a grant or seeking a grant for fire use needs to, that needs to be just their focus. So I don't know how that would tie into having someone that could do everything else, but I still believe somehow or another we should definitely look into that, because it seems to me that person could pay for themselves and then some very easily to have that person as a city staff member to seek grants for everybody that can. I realize the fire department might have to have their own person and all that, but just a comment in that regard.
And what you've seen in a number of different organizations is that you have someone who is the key person for the grant administration or to coordinate the grant writing, but the technical specifics, you reach out to your subject matter expert in your individual department. And so I think that there are ways to do that, and I think that everything that you're saying there can be made to gel together by having a good quality technical writer who then knows what questions to go and ask from your SME over in fire or your SME over in downtown development. So I think there's some options there. And you've seen even the county in the last few years, onboard someone for that role. Now, that being said, they're not exactly, hanging out on Indeed waiting for a job right now. So it is a competitive market for these very reasons.
Or is it possible that if we looked into that we already have a city staff member that is already versed in that we could reassign to where that's all they did or something, maybe if we've got somebody already in the system?
It's worth exploring, and I think we're going to need to explore it. Just speaking for myself, I agree with the sentiment, whether it's someone in-house who's looking for their next opportunity, or if it's someone who's, out of house, who's, retired or is looking to come back part-time or whatever it is. I think that we've got to be willing to explore it.
It just seems like there's lots of money to get if there's somebody that can get it.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions on downtown, on the DDO or DGDC side of things for Ms. Fonseca? No, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't get you back on schedule.
No, you're perfectly fine. I appreciate it. All right, now we're moving into planning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
I'd like to start off by just briefly describing this one here. Briefly describing the department's mission. We're essentially responsible for planning, early growth and development in the city and within its 1 mile ETJ jurisdiction, including administrating the city's transportation process. The department is responsible also administering and updating the city's UDO and providing assistance to a number of various boards, to include City Council, Planning Board, Board of Adjustment, and the MPO, TCC, and TAC boards, and Historic Preservation. We're also responsible for administering the Unified Development Ordinance through special use permit issuance, site plan review, subdivision review, annexation review. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the department structure. Obviously, there have been a lot of changes in the department. Just recently, I've been named the Director of Planning. Kenny has been named the Assistant Director. We've recently received a new transportation planner. His job, 80% of his job will be dedicated to administering the MPO standards. We're currently in the process of recruiting a Planner 1 position with strong GIS skills. And hopefully we will have that position filled within the coming weeks. I do recommend an additional 2 entry-level planners to help with the workload. Over on the other side of the house, we have zoning enforcement, and that includes a supervisor and 2 full-time enforcement officers, and we also currently have 1 part-time enforcement officer. So things are a little shorthanded on that side as well, so therefore we recommend at least 1 more enforcement position, particularly in managing the dilapidated housing situation. As being newly appointed to this position or hired for this position, I have noticed, due to a lack of personnel, for one thing, the public service and public service is really taking a hit. So we've been getting, the department gets a lot of phone calls, we get a lot of emails, and a lot of people coming through the front door. And with one person, just one person, there's been a large backlog. Within the last few months, we have cleared most of that backlog and working on increasing public service. A few initiatives I would like to take in the coming months. I'd like to focus heavily on public service by increasing capacity of the phone calls, increase walk-in capacity using the new Planner 1 position we should be getting soon. Also like to create new forms that are easier to read. Another thing that could easily be done is improving the website with additional information to include applications and also improve our mapping. The Planner 1 position will have mapping skills, so we hope to bring some of that ability back to the planning department so that the planning department will be maintaining their own data, which is used to create zoning maps. So also something we can be doing is we can create maps that can document the amount of, that can document existing and proposed development proposals. This is an easy, kind of an easy map to do in which any citizen can go to our website, click on the map, and it will basically give information on any project that is currently in review or has recently been approved, currently in review, and proposed for a public hearing. Along with that, it'll have additional information on any proposal that is currently in the works. So we want to be as transparent as possible, make as much information available to the public through our website, and that will go a long way in creating a better experience for our citizens and development community. Streamlining the permit process, there's definitely room for improvement there as well. Currently, we have 98 uses that require special use permits to be issued by council. I would recommend we streamline that process and make some of these special uses approved by permitted by right, thus relieving council of some of the responsibility for these permits, and by creating clear standards that can be administered by staff, we can streamline that process, which is now a 30-day process for a citizen. We can reduce that to a couple days on some of the permits, special use. Some of the uses requiring special use permits. Let's see. So also our current UDO, the way it's structured is that, and it appears that where it was someone has tried to repair it in the past. You've got special use permits which require planning board approval, or should I say board of adjustment, that is approved by planning board acting as board of adjustment. The other special use permits are approved by council acting as board of adjustment. So what I recommend is modifying the UDO so that one board is reviews all special use permits, and also reducing the number of special use permits will also, between reducing the number of permits and streamlining the process, that will really go a long way in making it easier for citizens to get through the process, get the permits they need, start the project, and be on their way. In addition, I would like to recommend that we make further modifications to the Unified Development Ordinance to take better advantage of the conditional use zoning process, because this process is a more flexible approach to site design. It will allow for city council oversight. These conditional zoning are more complicated, they're more technical, and I think the process would be enhanced by city council, more city council review of these projects. The process also allows for more public participation earlier on in the process. It is just overall is the newest tool that zoning offers, and I would like to make some modifications to the UDO that would make it would enhance that process even further. Departmental needs, we're doing pretty well. I think the City of Goldsboro and Council has done really well in getting some of these positions filled. There is still a need for additional planning staff and enforcement staff, as I mentioned earlier. So we would, ideally, we would like, 2 additional planners and 1 additional housing officer. That would put us more in line with the workload that we're seeing and given our population size. We're short on vehicles as well, so we have four active code enforcement officers. We have 4 vehicles, 4 code enforcement officers, and they are using the vehicles. So when Kenny or I have to go to the field, we're really pulling one of the enforcement officers out of the field to do a site visit. Now, sometimes we use our personal vehicles, and that's fine. However, sometimes we're going into the construction site, really need more trucks. Two trucks would satisfy our needs for now. It would allow planning to have an additional truck to do site inspections, and would also be an additional truck for the zoning enforcement side of the house.
So the total, just for clarity, the total number of vehicles that you have currently right now for your department are just at 4? You only have 4 vehicles?
We have 4 vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're requesting 2 new trucks at approximately $40,000 each, for a total of $80,000 for the trucks.
I think
Are
council
you
can,
saying 2 additional trucks?
2 additional trucks.
I think council is getting a feel for why our motor pool is so heavily used, or why our fleet maintenance office is always very busy.
So the planning side of the house, we have Roy, which is our MPO guy. So 80% of his duties are for transportation planning only. So that leaves 20% of his day technically to help with the day-to-day planning requests. So it is imperative that we try to get another planner 1 position in there, so in place. So part of the initiative, the public service initiative, is we want to better utilize our administrative assistant, the planner 1, and possibly another position to be more available to the public when they come to the front door or they call. Because what I saw the first couple of months here is the public coming to the front door and no one there to greet them. That, to me, is not acceptable. So if me and Kenny are in a meeting and somebody comes to the front door, one of us either has to leave the meeting, or we have to get the person at the front desk to schedule an appointment for us. So I really want to change it so that there's someone available to greet the public at all times. So I think the planner 1 position will help towards meeting that goal, and another position would enhance our service ability to provide that service even greater. So, and then finally, the funding for minimum housing demolition and dilapidated structures. So the figures I have is we're requesting approximately $100,000 for the removal of dilapidated structures. And keep in mind, that will allow us to remove up to 12 structures per year for that 100,000. So also, I shouldn't forget the comprehensive land use plan. So the City of Goldsboro comprehensive land use plan is a 13-year-old plan. It is becoming dated. We really need to think about getting that plan freshened up, or a whole new plan in place. But even more so, the Unified Development Ordinance, which would come right after the comprehensive plan, that document's over 20 years old. And in my mind, that document is probably in a state that it needs to be completely rewritten. I mean, it's serviceable still, but once we get our comp plan, you're going to want to turn right around and get an updated UDO. I would estimate the UDO or a comp plan at 175, possibly 200, given our size and population. and 160 for the 3 additional staff members. So we're just really, being my first couple of months here on the job, really just focusing on public service, trying to get that experience, a more positive experience for the citizen and the developer. Our needs are not that great, but personnel, transportation, and getting our plans and minimum housing funds would be critical. So,
All right, Mr. Boyette, you had a question? Anybody else?
Just a handful of comments. I feel like little Johnny whenever the teacher calls on him and he's waving his hand out. I'm trying to contain my excitement so as to not diminish the other departments that have presented in their requests. But I'm absolutely thrilled to see your presentation and what you've asked for, because I've been saying it for some time. The planning department and that structure is the cash register to this city. And spending 20 years serving in the planning department as on the commission and one thing and another, and seeing the good times and seeing us regress primarily due to staffing and being in a position to where everywhere you go, if you run into a developer or run into someone that has to interact with that department, I get an earful, as do the mayor and a lot of other folks. So I'm absolutely thrilled to see a path forward, and what you're requesting in additional staff. All of this is just fabulous news, because we have to have the planning department rocking and rolling to be able to handle development and handle those requests when they come in and present a business-friendly, pro-business, customer-friendly environment from our developmental services. Primarily, we're talking about planning, because in any other business, there's competition. And if a developer says I can go here or there and I get right through and I get my stuff done, no problem. But don't go here or there because it is problems, that's an issue. That's stopping our cash register from ringing. It's stopping development. It's stopping economic activity. So bravo for making the request that you have. I completely agree with the comprehensive land use plan update. It's time. I chaired that committee when that was done the last time, and within a matter of years, that plan was starting to show need to be updated, and it's been, what, did you say 13?
13, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's just something that's got to be done, because that's vital for development purposes and moving forward for all concerned in that realm, that the comp plan is the first thing that you go to when somebody says, I want to do something. What does the comp plan say? So I completely agree that needs to be updated, and I'll stop. I'm just excited that we're going to have an opportunity to get this done. So thank you for bringing this forth, and I hope that I can say that this council hears you.
Thank you.
Not just that I hear you. I'll be quiet now. I'm sorry.
Councilman White?
So a quick ask or some information. So I was talking to somebody in your office not too long ago, and they were saying that they was getting ready to, your office was getting ready to go out and start enforcing or getting with the blight houses and things that are in the area. So where are we at in that process? And could you speak to the historical buildings right there by downtown that has already been purchased, but still nothing done to them?
Yeah, as far as the blight, we have a process in which the city can condemn properties, then ultimately go in and tear these buildings down. It's not the most exciting way to spend tax dollars, but in many cases, it's necessary. And in the city of Goldsboro, we have quite a few of those buildings out there. And I would encourage council to set aside a certain amount of money every year to continue to consistently work on getting these structures removed. like I said, $100,000 would take maybe 12 small structures down per year.
But isn't there a process that we have to like
Yeah,
notify?
there are processes, the due process that requires notifying the property owner, making sure that, at first attempting to get the property owner to remove structures. We've maybe had luck with maybe getting 3 property owners remove the structure on their own dime. But a lot of these properties that we're seeing are actually heirs to folks that have passed on, their families don't live here. Whether they're even, we're sending notifications to the property owner of record, but often we don't know if they're really receiving it or it's coming back. But the point is, it's hard to get, it's going to require the city to take the initiative to get these structures down. We obviously can't rely on a lot of the families or the heirs of these properties. We just got to get in there and do it. And so $100,000 will take maybe 12 small structures down. Start talking about larger commercial buildings.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes, I just want to say that I'm really glad to hear this as well, because in my area, we have already started looking at houses, and it is very true that some houses in my area were heir properties that the grandmother left to the grandchildren, and they live out of town, and they no longer want these properties. They don't want to have anything to do with them. And so we were in the process. I think I do know of 2 on Virginia Street that, is being redone, not demolished, but being redone because the grandchildren live in Georgia. They don't want to have anything to do with it. So I'm very glad to see that we are doing this. And we were talking about looking at all the houses in my area as well. So I'm just so thankful.
Yeah, so
I know it's been very hard because there are some other things in planning that I have come to the office to ask for, and you just were not able to do it. The department wasn't able to do it because you just didn't have the staff.
Yeah.
So I do commend you for what you're doing. I know you're behind on some things and some requests, but I'm very happy to hear all this.
Things are getting better. I think we've pretty much cleared the backlog, and looking forward to moving forward and getting even more done.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Hey, I just have a few questions. So when exactly is the last time you guys have had funding for demolition? Do you know?
I believe we requested funds last year, and it did not make it to this year's budget. It didn't make it, so
Okay.
that was cut.
And so next thing is, I know you said 100,000, but are you pretty sure about that number? Because the reason why I asked is because I had requested a list of homes that in my area, that just in my district, that need to be torn down. And just for 2 of those properties, it was upwards about $70,000.
Sure.
And so then, Councilwoman Jones, she has a ton, I have a ton that are burnt down that need to be done something with. So are you sure that $100,000?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where we could probably spend as much money on it as we can, that we have available. So, I would encourage council to look at, just realize just how big the issue is.
Right. Realize,
what's a reasonable goal, and look at the long term. It may take 10 years to tackle this problem, and maybe look at it in terms of just how big is the issue, how long do we want to give ourselves to take care of it, and then decide then how much money is available.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just concerned because it's, contributing to the crime as well.
The other
Well, obviously,
suggestion
you're
there.
doing 12 houses at a time,
Right.
and there probably 300 of them out there maybe.
Right.
The other suggestion, we would do this, is we would identify them and do one bid, so one contractor would be doing, to get a little bit of economy of scale on that bid. So that would help save some money there.
Councilmember Boyette? Well, I'm sorry, before, is
No,
that
I'm good.
everything? And did either of you have anything Councilmember Boyette?
Another comment. I know that this probably been maybe two or three councils ago. There was some significant emphasis put on funding for dealing with these structures. And that has to be the council's decision to put funding out to be used for that purpose. And I think the fact that it hasn't been addressed in a while is why we're in this position with some of these houses. And the same thing that it sort of falls back like with code enforcement. We as council members can see with ourselves, but we're also in our various districts getting constituents reaching out that are complaining to us about various issues, whether it be, grass growing that shouldn't be, or junk cars in somebody's yard, all that stuff. All of this boils back down to staff from a code enforcement perspective. If somebody sees that there's issues and then they tell us that there's issues and there's nobody or not adequate staff to address those issues, nothing gets done. And I think that housing is the same situation, that we as a council can figure out how to fund that and get those wheels turning again. And I think it's far enough behind. We're not going to solve it overnight, but we got to start somewhere and cleaning up those properties.
Any other comments or questions from council? Mark, I'll just add that you've had a very challenging last couple of months. I think you've handled them with grace and professionalism, and we'll leave it at that. I appreciate what you've been willing to do. Regarding properties, at a future council meeting, let's plan on getting you on the agenda for a presentation on our demolition by neglect process and what the city council's role is in that, making sure that council understands both when we can and the steps you have to go through to get to the point where that we could actually raise somebody else's property, and also what options we have for absorbing that property. There's a big carrot option there as well of trying to receive that property and then be able to use other partners to be able to get that property back into a useful condition. So at a future council meeting, maybe later in March or maybe April, we got a lot coming up over the next couple of months. I definitely want a presentation to council on that. And lastly, I'm going to just offer this. You're doing something that I find just the most effective. Even if you posted 4 different planner positions tomorrow, you're not going to get them, because there's simply not that many people currently looking for that job. The economy is different for that specific market. You taking the time to look at your processes and figure out ways to streamline your processes to where that you're reducing the amount of man hours necessary to achieve a specific objective, I think is perfect.
Thank you.
The rest of us, have to do the exact same thing in our professional lives too. So thank you for that, because we do have a lot of stuff coming through. Any other comments or questions from council? Nope. All right, Mr. Boyd.
I think there's been some mention recently that for a beginner planning position, that there's internship opportunities with the college or whatever for that as well. So hopefully that would help.
Yeah, we'll be looking into that as well.
There's one I've offered to him, so we'll talk about that later.
Look, when I was entertaining an ECU group over at the train station with Ms. Fonseca, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago, before I left, I asked all the seniors to come to the front row, and I pitched them on coming to work for Goldsboro. So it's absolutely a constant recruiting effort.
We appreciate you stepping up into that role, and we value you and we value your department. So thank you for
Thank you.
The excellence in which you serve.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move to our presentation on Paramount Theater. And so y'all know, after this one, we're kind of going to have to play this a little bit by ear.
I checked that.
We have 2 guests that'll be joining us for presentations after the lunch break. So the 11:45 is the 12:15 and 12:45 are kind of hard times, so we may have to juggle around those a little bit. So I appreciate everyone's flexibility, and I definitely do want to give us 30 minutes to walk away from these tables and get out of these chairs. So I'm kind of going to be firm on that instead of doing a working lunch this time. So, yeah, we'll juggle through this in just a minute. So if you would, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
And it may be hard for you to remember that it's still morning, actually. So, and I will say that I have both a truncated version of this presentation, which is probably around 3 minutes, or I have my full version, which is under 10, and it's much more fun.
I
So,
think the full version, I mean, we're
excellent.
not here, we're only going to get to do this once. So let's-
Okay. All right. So the Paramount Theater, we straddle a lot of lines here. Community engagement, cultural enrichment, local pride, outstanding entertainment. We try and be everything while we're downtown and being leaders in our downtown area. A brief history, built in 1882 by the Wheel family, repurposed as a theater in the 1920s, donated to the city in the 1990s as a theater. It had been a performing arts theater and a movie theater through the mid 20th century and into the late 20th century. And then it was destroyed by fire in 2005, as Aaron had mentioned, rebuilt in 2008 through a public-private partnership that was very forward-thinking. And then today, we are one of the nicest appointed theaters of our size in the state. We are always, we're part of a number of consortiums, a consortium of theaters in the area that are North Carolina Theater Presenters Consortium, which are 72 presenting theaters like ours, and they are always envious of our theater. 500 seats, a professional theater. We average 220 use days in a year, making us one of the most active theaters in the state. This dates back before my time, so Sherry Archibald had done a great job bringing this online and making it a very active theater. So when I'm talking about use days, I'm talking about not just our days that we've got performances, but rentals, rehearsals, everything that we're operating with, and that is those are tend to be revenue producing or somehow culturally and community significant. So even if we're not producing revenue, we're producing goodwill and something positive in the community. So 2023 fiscal year, we exceeded all of our goals, and we had record-setting revenue and record-setting attendance and record-setting sales in all our areas. And 2024 is trending even greater than that at 240 use days. And along the way, we're trying to be proactive, trying to keep up with things, trying to keep up with upgrades and general maintenance, which becomes challenging with now a 16-year-old facility. So there are things that come in and snare us when we don't expect them. That tends to be where our my asks that I will have are going to land on that maintenance front. And I would say that it's important to understand that over 90% of our annual activity is the product of local artists and organizations, and that the broad benefits of arts activity and the revenue derived by that arts activity is retained in this community. Okay, so this would be where my truncated version would end, but I'd love to skip past this and give you a little more info. So some of you have been through a Citizens Academy, and some of you have been through the Candidates Academy, and I've given some of this information through those. But I think it's important in telling our story to recognize this information. The arts add value when they are intentional and reflect the diversity of a community. That means that we set ourselves on course, determining not everything that's going to be happening in the theater, but determining what our mission is and how we want to approach that. We do determine what we seek out for our presenting series, which is that's what you tend to see us advertising, in a brochure. That's the stuff that we're invested in, that we're going and reaching out to an artist and paying them and bringing them in. The 90% of other activity that we've got going on are people who are renting us. And so while we don't, we don't discriminate against anyone who's renting us, we want to encourage the people in the community to make sure that the things that are happening at the Paramount reflect the community at large. And so we're always looking for community partnerships. We're looking for opportunities to bring in groups who otherwise may not be able to present. We find ways to bolster their opportunity to come work with us. That might be through grants and through partnerships with other community groups or through other departments, things like that. So we really want to see both what is presented at the theater and our audience that we have coming to the theater be reflective of the community at large. The arts, everybody loves the arts. We recognize that they drastically enhance the quality of life for all participants at all ages. There are some specific benefits for youth, and in fact, at your last council meeting, there were some statements made about the youth in our community and how we want to approach them and provide opportunities for them. And that's something that from our strategic planning way back before COVID, because COVID impacted theaters drastically and reducing and closing us down, we made an initiative that was very specific to the youth in this community, that we would provide engaging opportunities, things that would both bring them onto the stage or into the theater and involve them in any way we could, and find ways to fund that through again through partnerships, through sponsorship, through our own foundation, which I'll mention in a moment. And just a couple of statistics here. And these statistics are widely available in our industry and used frequently, and are can be disseminated by Americans for the Arts, who are a great organization in Washington. But youth involved in the arts 5 times more likely to graduate from high school, 3 times more likely to graduate from college, 2 times more likely to enroll in graduate school, and 8 times more likely to return to their community with these acquired skills. It's a great investment to bring our young people along in the arts and ensure that they have something that's culturally enriching that they can be involved in during their young school age. Okay, so a couple of things that are a little more nationwide. That the arts do represent 4.3% of gross domestic product, over $800 billion of economic activity. Americans for the Arts, which I just mentioned, has a Nobel Prize-winning economic impact formula that we use because it's really hard for us to the arts tends to be, about 99% of the performing arts is not-for-profit. I have to tell the whole story if I want to explain why we're not seeing a dollar-for-dollar return on investment directly. But when we look at these formulas that show us what the broader impact is of every dollar that's spent on the performing arts, then we see that in fact in the case of the Paramount Theater, we're getting we're at 52% return on investment, which is tremendously better than the statewide average of about 37%. But beside that, we're getting another 133% return through the as demonstrated by the formula, through full-time jobs, household income, local taxes. We've got a broader return on that investment so that every dollar that we spend as a municipality is returning into the community $1.85 approximately. And then, the Forbes recognizes that government support of the arts represents a vital partnership toward a competitive, thriving economy with sustainable growth. So I like to tell that story. We operate very leanly at the Paramount. We have 3 full-time positions now. One of them we are currently seeking. I've got an excellent candidate in for a second interview this afternoon. And then we have a permanent part-time position in our administrator. We have about 15 part-time staff. both building attendants and technicians are predominantly, and then we have a part-time custodian. It's challenging to operate. The more in demand that we are, and the higher the technical needs of the industry and of the groups that we bring in, that the higher level that we perform, the more demand there is on us. And so having this technical director with the actual skill sets that we need is a critical part of moving forward and making sure that we continually keep that bar high. Both for what we're training our young people to be able to do in the industry and what we're able to execute for our, on behalf of our citizens who are coming into the audience and giving us their money and they have their expectations. The Paramount Theater Foundation, you may or may not be familiar with this. It's a 501c3, so when it comes to fundraising and grant writing on our behalf, the vast majority of grants that we write for as the Paramount Theater are they are required to come from a 501c3 and not from a municipality. Now, the larger ones, we did just a couple of years ago have a $332,000 grant from the federal government. That came directly to the city. But otherwise, they're program specific, they require a match, and so we operate the Paramount Theater Foundation independently as a fundraising arm. There are no employees, it's all volunteer board, and we do fundraising on an annual basis, through sponsors and friends, so we're looking for those donations. Those donations average about $35,000 a year. On top of that, we average about $20,000 a year in grants, and then we offset those grants with matching funds in order to make sure that the programming because those grants are going to be program specific, we want to make sure that we're tapping the foundation to offset the cost of that. So that cost is not being incurred by the city. The Paramount Theater Foundation also contributes to, so 100% of the funds that are raised from the foundation go to, we try not to make it specifically operations. We try to make it, equipment upgrades that are required or programming. Those tend to, and hospitality type things for when we bring in our bands, so that we're offsetting the costs that would otherwise be incurred by the city with foundation donated funds. It's been a very good formula for us, and for instance, this year we had an unexpected, this past year, unexpected repair to the facade of the building. If you saw scaffolding out in front of the Paramount for a prolonged period of time, that was due to the facade elements falling off, and so we needed to shore that up to make sure that that everyone was safe. And that was it took a long time to figure out where the problem was. We had a great contractor who had done our initial work on the theater work with us on this, find a very cost-effective solution. We were able to shift some funds that we already had at the Paramount into that, and then the foundation covered the excess on that. We wanted to be able to do this without having to come for appropriations, and we were able to do that effectively. We run very efficiently with our team, and we try and that's how theater has survived throughout the years. We try to do it as well as possible. Okay. So generations of, yes. So these are lots of nice things. You might have even family members up on this board here. But in the interest of time, let me now scoot up to the truncated version. Oh, there we are. Okay. So the things that we're looking to do right now, we've got the things that we need for personnel. It's nice to have more personnel. Most of our personnel are offset by revenue, as well. So when I bring in building attendants and technicians, and even our technical director and our administrator tend to be offset by revenue that we're going to be billing out to our renters. The things that aren't, and in fact, even the Performing Arts Series, it tends to pay for itself. So between ticket sales, we're selective on what we bring in. Sometimes it's a big hit and it's actually going to make a lot of money. Sometimes it's a really good, important thing for our community. It may not. It may be something that we want to give away free of charge to the community or at a low rate, and that's offset by grants that we receive on that. So the Performing Arts Series tends to be a big ticket, but it tends to take care of itself. The things that don't take care of themselves are the maintenance items. And we've got a couple on here, and I would say that you see 3 on there, and we can eliminate that, the third one there, the smoke hatch repair replace, because over the last 72 hours, something has happened that allowed us to actually make the repair ourselves. So kudos to our maintenance team. They were instrumental on this, but we can eliminate that since I turned this in. HVAC controls, that's a critical part of what we do at the Paramount. We have invested a tremendous amount of money in our HVAC system, and in order to maintain that system, we need an effective control system, and we're beyond that where we should have been either replacing it or, it's obsolete. There is no fix. There's no more capacity to it. So if something goes wrong, we're kind of dead in the water, as we were at City Hall for a bit a few months ago. So $65,000-ish is what we're looking at for that. And then the wheelchair lift replacement, it is inoperable. That is an obsolete piece of equipment that cannot be repaired, and we've been working on trying to repair it since I've been there, since literally my first day there, which is almost 5 years ago. And we got it going a few times, and it is by all accounts a lost cause. So those are the 2 things that I've got as significant budgetary items for consideration, and I would otherwise open myself up to questions.
Council, and I apologize for the distraction there. We realized that the agenda in the notebook was not the final version, and so I apologize for working with the clerk to get the correct one printed and distributed to City Council while you were talking. We are not nearly as pressed for time, so please, if there are other pieces of your presentation that you wanted to touch on, that you would like to highlight. You and your staff do phenomenal work supporting your community, supporting the families, giving folks reasons to want to come out and do some fun things they otherwise might have to travel to Raleigh to do. Take the time to highlight it if you so choose.
So there's just one other thing that I think is really it's important. I can talk all day about the fun stuff that we do, which is be selective about the things and being able to craft a wonderful season. I think nuts and bolts wise, it's important for you all to recognize that we had a change in accounting that back in 2020. And accounting principle for the Paramount that is, and Catherine can redirect this if I stray, but in our budget, we had for a period of time, for our first 10, 11 years, we had an account that we would see ticket sale funds for rental things come in. And when that revenue went back out to the renter, then it would be somewhat of a wash, and we would retain some of that, as part of our rental agreement. That is now in the budget, so that so immediately our budget was considerably higher, and it still is. So sometimes for us having a high budget element, if our expense out the door to our renters to pay them for the ticket sales that they generated at our box office is higher, that's a good thing, because that means that the related income on that is about 110% of that. So we've got that covered with income, and then we have our own cut of that income that's on top of it. I just think that that's important to recognize. It's not common with any other department, as I would expect. So I just wanted to point that out.
Council, please, Ms. Weeks.
I have just a couple of questions for you. First of all, a comment. Your department does everything with excellence, and I just want to acknowledge that. As I travel across the state, I hear a lot about our theater, so I just wanted to say keep up the good work.
Thank you.
It's definitely an asset to our community. The stats that you provided of youth that are involved in arts is very staggering. It lets you know that when they're engaged, there is definitely, it encourages them, it empowers them in many areas of their life. With your foundation, I have a couple of questions. The first one is, how do people get involved in your foundation? Because I could see if we came together as a community and provided more ticket opportunities for more youth to be involved, how this would affect them as well. So how do people get involved in your foundation to maybe give monies or revenues so that we could get more of our youth in our city involved in that program? And then the next question is, I'm just going to use the hospital, for example. I know that their employees give to United Way, but they also have a foundation where they can give to, so that you can choose which entity you would rather give to. Does our city provide that kind of benefit for our employees as well, so that if we wanted to funnel some of our foundation money, I could give to your foundation, I could give to Miss Williams, because we want her to establish a nonprofit as well, so that we have all these areas within our own city that we could support as well.
So the hospital is one of our dear sponsors. The foundation is so the hospital foundation is absolutely comes in and works with us on that. That was part of your question there, right? Or maybe I misunderstood
No, I was
that.
using them for an example. So they
Okay.
have a foundation established so that their employees can give to either
Oh,
United
okay.
Way, they can make an option, or they can give to both if they want to. Do we, as a city, have it set up where our employees could give to some of our nonprofits as well, support our own nonprofits?
No, we don't, but since we do give some of our money through to United Way, I don't see why we couldn't set something like that. This mic isn't working, period. It's not me.
Here, Octavius.
Okay, so I think that's a great idea, and I think we can do something like that, but I don't think we currently do that now. And I could be mistaken, feel free to correct me. Bernadette would know, and she's not.
Give to United Way their annual campaign, city employees do.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. My question was, do city employees also have an opportunity to give to our own nonprofits? So if Ms. Williams was to establish one for recreation for children, I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, if she was to establish a program as well, if police had a nonprofit, if one for arts, where employees could be allowed to actually funnel some into our own nonprofits and support youth in our area.
That would be a pre-tax
Yes, sir.
donation. Yeah, that's a great idea. And that, that's one of the things for us, continually is, this is something that was established, 18 years ago, and so most of our donors are still the same people, and we're always looking for that next generation. And I think that having something that is continually put in front of folks to remind them of the benefits, and we have all the collateral, to make that happen, and we're always reaching out. But I think that's a lovely idea. Yes, sir.
Quick question. So I know you say you're very selective with who you bring in. So could you just briefly tell us a little bit about your selection process?
So we have a big piece of that is our consortium that we work with. We're looking for we have ideas about what it is, the balance of things, just like any theater that creates a season. They might want a classic and a contemporary and a comedy and a drama and a musical, that kind of thing. And we are, as a presenter, we're generally not bringing in large-scale theater productions. We're bringing in an act that comes in for a day, or maybe it's it's a slightly larger thing like a dance, professional dance operation, and that might be a 3-day residency which can be very, very expensive. So when part of our selection process is going to be about the diversity of it, it's going to be is this going to be something that is reflective of the community at large? Is the community going to benefit in a broad way from this? When I say cultural enrichment, I mean that. We've brought in a Zimbabwean group, a cappella group last year that was fantastic. Had a nice grant for to cover that, and we've brought in culturally significant folks from around the world. We had a Venezuelan immigrant, at Christmas time this past year, who was playing with a bluegrass, a Grammy-nominated bluegrass artist. It was a great performance, and it brought in a whole different sort of Latin community than we had in the past. We had one of the greatest things that this was really nice to see when we brought in the Drifters just last month. And I don't know that I've seen a more diverse audience base. It was a sold-out performance, which was always wonderful, but it was old and young, every hue, under the sun, and it appealed to everybody. And that was one of those, okay, note to self, this is good. And they were great. They were great guys, and they played everybody's favorite stuff. So things like that are important, but I don't want to be doing that all the time. We also want to be reaching out to new artists, new genres. Dance is a big thing, and we have so much dance here. I've never seen a community this size with as much dance that comes in our doors every year. So we are I would say dance more than anything else that we do at the Paramount. And we in another 6 weeks, it's going to be all dance for the next 3 months. So that is something we want to prepare for. But we want them to be. We want to provide something that is not only a high level of production value, but we want to provide an opportunity for all dancers to be out there. So in that case, we're not selecting them; they're coming in and they're renting our space. But when I go out to select a dance company that we want to represent, we've got some. It's important for us to look at the breadth of their cultural significance, how that might be impactful in our community, and that's another part of the grant writing process. The grant writing organizations or the granting organizations require, they absolutely are saying must be. BIPOC, for instance, Black, Indigenous, people of color. That's a big piece of it. And they say thank you. Otherwise, that's going to be a lovely performance, but it's not something we're going to underwrite. So we want to then be looking at these things, which is why the grant writing can be very specific to your department, and I do all of our grant writing myself. So there's a lot that goes into that choice, and routing to make it cost effective is a big piece of it, which is why when our consortium comes into account, because I can say, okay, we can get it between ECU and NC State, or between Wilmington and Duke, or between so we're trying to find a route that's going to make it cost effective for everybody along the way there. So there are a lot of things that go into it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you just clarify. First of all, I want to thank you for all the performances in the last 2 years. They've just really been great, and I love the a cappella piece.
Oh, yeah.
But I just, you clarified, I wanted to know about the artists that were coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know you said you were reaching out, and I do know of one artist that came to you, but I was just wanting to know when artists come to you, you know, and you just clarified that.
And we also we try to help them help themselves. A lot of people will come to us and they might think that they're ready for prime time and they're not. But you know, we will help them, you know, and so our team, that's another reason why we want to keep our design, or not our technical team at a really high level, is because we become, this is unusual, this is, you know, this is more of an Eastern North Carolina phenomenon than I've seen other places, that our design team, or our technical team, becomes the de facto designers for all these organizations and you know, local, you know, groups who maybe are testing the waters for the first time on a big stage, or tried and true folks who've been doing this for 40 years on our stage. So it's you know, we try and help them help themselves, and then create a way forward. The best thing in the world is when we have someone have enough success to book it again for next year, and we get that a lot. And we just had that a couple of weeks ago with a first time organization that had a terrific show here. So we love that.
Yes, and I was very glad to see in 2020 that Mr. Jim Grant came to the theater. I know he's been very, very good, as well as yourself, you know, very good for the Paramount.
I try and keep him very happy. We want him to stay happy, and our team is really good, and what we do is only going to be as good as the team that's behind it. And I would also mention, you know, one of our, you know, I'm just going to call out one organization. There's so many great organizations, but we share, you know, a very common space there with Stage Struck, you know, which is a youth theater, and they
Yes.
just were awarded a great youth theater, one of the best I've ever seen around the country, very consistently. And they were just awarded a North Carolina Theater Conference award for excellence just last year. So we have
Michael Corbett is involved in Stage Struck, is he?
has been, and you know, so a lot of people are
Okay.
Exactly. But you know, so there are some core folks there. Jim Grant is another one
Yes.
who's always involved. So you know, I try and
Yes.
ease up on him when he's stressed out and a show's about to open. So, any other questions?
Arts are very important.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me tell my whole story instead of that lousy truncated version.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Council, any other comments or questions about our theater? All right, well, with that, we are going to break for lunch. We will discuss kind of reorganization for this afternoon, but since we do have guests coming, we want to start right back at 12:30, so we will stay in a recess until 12:30. Lunch is in the back room.
I know you can get under their presentation.
start time, but are we back up? Someone over there give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Thank you, sir. We've got freshly recharged batteries. Look at us renewing, being responsible. All right. Our next presentation, we are going to skip travel and tourism, come back to them later this afternoon. We're going to roll directly into a conversation from Davenport. And they are, well, them kind of explain their role with the city, how long they've been engaged with the city, so I won't steal any of their thunder. But gentlemen, when y'all are ready, and they're getting your presentation up now.
Fine by me.
But if you would, just a little bit of history, how long you've been engaged with the city, so that folks understand the context of why you're here, you know, what you've seen, that kind of thing.
Perfect, absolutely. Well, let me get this one. My name's Ted Cole. I'm with Davenport. Appreciate the opportunity to be here, and for lunch, thank you. We serve as financial advisor to the city, and we serve as financial advisor to a lot of local governments throughout North Carolina. And at a very high level, most of our work surrounds capital planning, so for capital projects, understanding how you might bring those on, how you might fund those projects, are there impacts on your budget, things of that nature. But we also get involved in helping to establish financial policies, which you all have in place, and we had helped do that a number of years ago. We have worked with the city since the early 2000s. And just as a point of reference, we serve in the same capacity to Wayne County and have done that for about the same period of time, as well as a lot of other local governments. So primarily capital related, debt issuance, interfacing with the local government commission, helping staff plan for projects. Little less so on the actual ins and outs of your operating budget, but we certainly touch on elements of that and elements of your investments. And you all might remember I had presented an update to you all at a work session, I believe, back in middle of December 18th. And that was sort of a 5-year look back at some financial trends and fund balance. I've got elements of that in this presentation just to harken back to that. But what we were asked to do today is to talk a little bit about, as you're really kicking off your FY 25 budget, right? The budget that you're now working on, and some of the maybe challenges or issues that you might be facing as you get into that budget process. Provide some perspective on that, but also taking into account that next year, a year from now, you all will be working on an FY 26 budget with having a property revaluation that's going on at the same time, right? And expectations are, if the market holds, that property values will be going up significantly, which in and of itself is not a bad thing. But at that budget, and many of you probably know this, you have to determine what your revenue neutral tax rate will be so that you would set that rate in theory and you would collect the same amount of dollars that you would have otherwise. And then from that revenue neutral rate, you'll have decisions to make about where do we actually want to set the rate to deal with that budget. So that will, in a lot of ways be a normal budget, but you've got this added complexity of a revaluation that's going on. Not the case here, right? You don't have any revaluation. You have decisions to make about expenditures and tax rate and fund balance. So hopefully we can give a little bit of perspective on that, but also talk about some of the dynamic about the property valuations, how those have evolved over the last 4 years, how your operating expenses have evolved over the last 4 or so years, and what kind of challenges that's creating for the budget you're working on right now. Any questions? And I would encourage you along the way, please ask questions if there's something you want to dig into or you're not sure about. And so as I just alluded, page 2, page numbers in the bottom right corner, We're going to recap some financial trends and fund balance, similar to what we presented in December. Talk a little bit about some of the challenges that have been shared with us initially for the 25 budget, and then talk about tax rate and reval. So you'll remember, this is page 3. This is from December. In that upper left chart, the gold line is showing what the general fund operating revenues have done over this 5-year period, right? And they've generally been growing, the revenues have, in part because you have adjusted the tax rate over this period of time, but also in part because there is new tax base coming on that is adding to your assessed value and adding to your tax revenue. Sales tax, for example, is growing, things like that. So the gold line is your revenues coming in. The bars are made up of 2 primary components. The dark green is your operating expenditures, salaries, utilities, benefits, things of that nature. The lighter green is the debt service that you're paying on debt that you've already issued. You all have not issued a lot of debt in the last few years, primarily because you've been focusing on getting audits put to bed, building fund balance along the way, and really with the Local Government Commission in Raleigh, they have said, you know, we believe you need to get caught up on audits and things of that nature before you're ready to go back into the debt markets for capital. And so what I suspect we're dealing with is a number of projects that the community and you all might want to get done, but you've been sort of waiting to get everything buttoned up to be able to do that. And hopefully we're getting there, and we've made really good progress, or you all have made good progress to get there. And you'll see that the gold line has been growing higher than the expenditures have been growing, right? So we've been widening that gap of revenues coming in above expenditures. In FY22, and keep in mind this report goes through fiscal year 22, we have not yet loaded in the FY23 audit, and that's something we'll need to do once that's all put to bed. But I would note in FY22 that you all were able to use some of the ARPA funding that you had received to offset some personnel costs in FY22 to the tune of about $3.7 million. So that was one-time ARPA dollars that you were able to apply to personnel expenses, which are ongoing expenses. So that gave you some nice relief in 22, and directly below that, you'll see your reserves grew in fiscal 22, at least in part to the fact that you were able to fund some operating expenses from one-time dollars rather than current year dollars. And as a result, at the bottom chart, you'll see your reserve levels, particularly the dark green portion of those bars, have been growing. That's your unassigned fund balance. That's the component of fund balance over which you all have the most discretion and flexibility, and it's also the part of your reserves or fund balance that is tied to your policy. Over this period of time, you know, your fund balance has grown from about, from about 10 million up to almost 21 million. So you've been making good progress on reestablishing your reserve levels, getting caught up on financial reporting, and you know, generally trying to stay in a balanced budget mode. That will play very well for the Local Government Commission when the time comes to go back to them to talk about capital. Fund balance policy, we've written it on the left if you care to read it, but the graph on the right will show it to you maybe a little bit easier. So that red line is the policy floor. That's at 10%. The gold line is the target. That's at 15%. And what we're measuring is we want that unassigned fund balance to be at or above the red line and ideally above the gold line, right? That would mean that your fund balance as a percent of your overall budget is at 10 to 15% or greater. And you can see, you know, we were back in 2018, we were in compliance, monies were spent down, a number of things were going on in that period of time. FEMA recovery expenses were going out the door, FEMA reimbursements were slow to come back, and you start to get caught up as those reimbursements come back, as well as ARPA funds and other things that have put you back in compliance with your policy and then some. It's a great trend, right? You've really come back nicely. When we get the 23 audit, we'll add that, and we'll see how that has evolved through the most recent fiscal year. So, good policy. You're back in compliance as of FY22, and we'll want to see where things land in FY23. You know, at that point, you're really largely caught up. You've got the most current audit available, FY23. Hopefully, you're on track when we close FY24 in June to get that audit put together in a timely fashion. Your reserves are back to good levels, and I think that bodes well for your ability, if you need to and want to approach the local government commission going forward if there's capital that you would like to address for the community. Okay? So, one of the things that staff had asked us to do is give a little perspective on how we're comparing not only to our policy, but to other communities that we might benchmark ourselves apart against. And so we're looking here at that unassigned fund balance as a percent of your budget. Remember, you were sitting at about, call it 30-some to 40% at the end of fiscal year 22. Other rated cities nationally, that's the median in the light green, they're in that 30 to 40% range. Other cities and towns rated within North Carolina are sort of in between in that 20 to 40%. There are some places, however, at the blue line that are on the low end, down around 10%, and some others that are on the high end, pushing up to 100%. So there's a fairly wide range within North Carolina, but against these rated communities with bond ratings similar to you all, you're very much in line given where you've evolved to in FY22, and that's a positive. That is something that the LGC and others look at, is not just how are you doing on your own relative to your policy, but how are you doing relative to a peer group. And that's what we've done here, is really dug into some specific city and town peers that match you all in terms of population range, 25 to 50,000. The local government commission kind of breaks communities up into these groups based on population. They feel like that's a good way to measure groups. And what they like to see is, that if you have a policy that you're in compliance, but they also like to see how do you compare to the average or the median of that peer group. And you can see the blue line is the median of that peer group, which is these communities, over this 5-year period, and they have historically operated as an average or a median above the city. But those are converging, right? They're coming together, which is a good thing. You are bringing yourselves back up to be on par with that group, which again is something the LGC looks at when they're assessing each of you and saying, okay, you're above your policy, but rather than see you just barely above your policy, say at 15%, we're going to look at you relative to that peer group. And the good news here is you are converging with them and you're getting back in line. Again, we want to see how things play out in FY23, but very good progress. And some of the things we've mentioned here, going forward, not today and probably not as part of this budget, but as we get our audits caught up and we revisit capital projects and your budget process this year, we may want to come back and consider some amendments to the policies. Not suggesting that for today, just laying that out as a possible discussion going forward, perhaps to enhance the policy that gets you up closer to where the LGC would expect you to be. But nothing, not looking for any commitment on that at this point. Something that I think we may talk about as time goes forward. And please, Matt, Catherine, anything you all want to add in as I'm going here, jump in as we're going. Okay? So, talk a little bit about the upcoming budget, and this is by no means exhaustive or complete, but some key challenges or issues that you are likely to have to deal with. And some of this you may have already discussed, or you certainly will. Firstly would be that in FY24, so the year we're now in, there was the use of fund balance to balance the budget. It's called an appropriation of fund balance to balance the budget of about $1.5 million. That's one-time dollars that were used. And to replace that with an ongoing reoccurring revenue, it would be the equivalent of about 6 pennies on the tax rate that would be needed to generate $1.5 million of revenue. So that is one item of a fairly large amount that will be part of your FY25 budget discussions. Next is the potential for continued and enhanced police and fire pay and benefits, currently estimated to be in the range of $1.2 million. If that were to be something that you wanted to fund in the 25 budget in a sustainable fashion, it would take the equivalent of about 5 pennies to generate those dollars to fund that initiative. Next year, it might not take 5 pennies, because next year your penny is going to generate more dollars than it does this year, because we're expecting the tax base to grow.
Just an
So this is-
update, Ted,
Yeah,
they already approved that police and fire adjustment starting in March, so you know.
Right, thank you. When we're talking about how many pennies are needed to generate a certain amount of revenue, we are basing that on what does a penny generate today. But again, next year, we would expect each penny to generate more dollars because of the reevaluation. So just to be clear, we're talking about pre-revaluation, not post. And then lastly, just general inflationary pressures that everybody is dealing with across lots of different levels of your budget. So a number of things that you have or will be discussing to fund, and trying to give you a little bit of perspective on what kind of dollars is needed, benchmarking against pennies on the tax base. The second major bullet there, between all of those, we're talking about potentially 11 plus pennies worth of revenue. And beyond that, I think staff wanted to make sure that solving those issues, if you will, or funding them sustainably, not from one-time dollars, but from regular, ongoing dollars, annual dollars. There are other things on the horizon, whether they're FY25 or beyond, that will require some additional consideration. Initiatives to retain existing employees, deferred maintenance needs that might have occurred over the last several years, potential for a public safety facility, and other capital needs, perhaps related to recreation, streets, sidewalks, roads, what have you, just a host of other needs that might be required. Whether those would be funded with cash or through debt, either way, they would be adding annual expense to your budget. So there are these near-term items, but some other longer-term items that ideally you're going to be back in a mode where you can reasonably talk about funding these things, particularly in our world, talking about capital and approaching the local government commission at some point when you're ready to have that conversation about capital projects. All right, so a little bit about tax rate and tax base here. The left-hand side is the historical assessed value of the city. We're looking at 2019 through what was budgeted in 2024. Total tax base has gone from $2.4 billion to $2.6 billion. Now, you'll notice, right, in 2020, there was a big jump. That was the last revaluation that the county did. So that year, your tax base grew about 5%, at least in part because there was a revaluation done that year. So since 2020, this growth has been what I would call more of your natural growth, just building permit-related activity, new construction, new properties coming on the tax roll, and you'll see that's a more modest level of growth. The '24 budget, generally, it's a conservative approach. I don't think anybody expects your tax base to have gone down, but it's conservative for budgeting purpose. So what we've done is we've said, let's look at years 20 through 23, right? So we take into account the results of the last reval, and we exclude the conservative assumption for tax base in '24. So we're really looking at these 3 or so years, and the average growth per year has been 0.7%, just under 1% per year growth. Again, taking out the noise on either end of this, the reval, we don't want to get that caught up in this discussion, or the conservative '24 budget. So on a sort of straightforward annual growth of tax base from new construction, we're about 0.7% per year, and over that period of time between 2020 and 2023, it's been about 3% growth in your tax base. Okay? That's going to be important when we go to the next slide and we start talking about revenue growth versus expenditure growth. The other thing we want to obviously touch on, because this does influence your revenues, is what you all have done with the tax rate. At the last reval, you kept the tax rate at 65 cents a hundred. You adjusted it up in '22 to 68 cents per hundred, and we're currently sitting at 73 cents per hundred. So your tax base, the base upon which you're taxing, has been growing at 0.7% per year, but so there is ability to see new revenue from the base growth in the growth in the tax base, but you have also been generating revenue by adjusting the tax rate. Okay? So we're in the home stretch here, and this is a little bit into the weeds. I think hopefully it's going to sort of help connect the dots on some things about how things work with reassessment and tax revenue. We have tried to keep this simple, and we're talking about $100,000 of tax base. So let's call it a $100,000 home, okay? And I realize that's probably not the average for the city, but just it's a nice round number. So it's $100,000 of tax base is what we're looking at. And remember, the way it works is when that value was established from the last reval, the tax value of that does not change, right? It's until the next reval, which will be next year. So that $100,000 property will remain at a $100,000 tax levy or tax value until the next reval. So what is that telling us? 1 penny on your tax rate is generating $10 on that $100,000 property, right? Each penny that you levy generates $10 per $100,000 of value. And it's not growing. The value of that penny is not growing because that property's value, while it might be going up in reality, it's steady, constant for taxing purposes. We then apply the actual tax rate that you're levying, and you all have, and your predecessors have raised the rate to deal with budgetary situations year over year. So when you take that same $100,000 property and you apply the tax rate, that property is generating over this period of time what was originally $650, it's now $730, not because the value of it's gone up, but because you've been adjusting the tax rate and generating more dollars that way to help balance your budget. So that is sort of the reality that you all have been living for a lot of your property. I'm not talking about new property, but the property that has been in place over that period of time, while the value of it might be growing, the tax value is constant, and you're only generating more revenue on that property because you've been raising the tax.
Sir, I have a question. Who sets the guidelines as to how often properties are assessed,
County.
the value?
The county. And there are some subtleties to that. I think you have to do it at least 8 years
You
Right,
do.
North Carolina general statute's 8 years, or more often if you have more than a 30% delta market value to tax value, and then it triggers another reevaluation, which is what's going on right now.
Correct.
Which is why we're having one in under 8 years.
So the county sets it no more than 8 years, and the state might require them to do it more often if growth is outpaced or is significant. So beneath that blue line, we're going to sort of get into what has been going on in the city or the county with property valuations. Same $100,000 property, I guess this is line 10, and we are sourcing that to the Department of Revenue. That got cut off, but what this is something called the assessment to sales ratio that is published and reported by the North Carolina Department of Revenue. And what it's saying is, over time, this $100,000 property is 69, let's call it 70% of the market value. So market values have been going up for one reason or another, whatever is driving housing prices to go higher. And that same $100,000 property, because its value is not changing in between revaluations, is currently sitting at 70% of market. Market would be about $142,000, right? If you just apply $100,000 and do the math that DOR reports, the market value of that has gone from $100,000 to $142,000. So in theory, that's what the person could sell that home for today. And I don't want to debate whether that's accurate or not. We just got to take the facts. So they might be able to sell it for $142,000, but they're only paying taxes on $100,000 of value. At the $142,000 of market value, each penny, rather than generating $10 on that property, would be generating $14, right? So just if you were able to bill against that increasing market value, each penny would be generating additional dollars. When we take that and apply it to the tax rate that you actually set, that same property at 73 cents a hundred, if we're able to bill against the market value, which you're not until the reval, would generate $1,043 rather than $730. And so your cost, if you will, or your revenue that you're not recognizing on that property is about $313, right? That's just the way the system works. And, you know, I suppose in theory, if the county were to decide to revalue property every year, and I'm not suggesting they would do that or it would make sense necessarily, but if they revalue the property every single year, you would be in a position where you could bill against these increasing values. Now, it works both ways. In a downturn, in an economic downturn, values could be going down, and if you're billing against property values each year and you have declining values, then you got to deal with that on the flip side. So it does cut both ways. But it's important to understand that based on what Department of Revenue says, this property is worth $142,000, and were you able to bill at that at 73 cents a hundred, it's a little over $1,000, and compared to what your reality is, there's about $300. Okay? Yes, sir.
Before you leave that slide, so look at the property, it's the $100,000 tax value property that in 2020 also had a market value of $100,000. Nears makes no difference. Fast forward to 2024, now still has a tax value of 100, market value of 142. If the seller sells that house to a new owner for 142, does the tax value of that property change, or does it remain at the 100?
Need some help on that.
I can tell you from buying and selling property, it adjusts up.
It does?
So the book value becomes
Becomes
usually
the transaction value?
what the sales price was.
Okay.
It's supposed to anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs
Okay,
of that.
that's
but
fair.
There's an answer. Okay?
And
All right.
one more thing.
Yeah.
Isn't there some discussion that I've heard bits and pieces of going on that the county may be considering a revow more often than 8 years, or am I imagining that?
I think that's a good question to ask
It
Mr.
seems like
Lumpkin.
I've heard some discussion about that.
Yeah, he's coming in right after this, Mr.
Okay.
Lumpkin, so I think that's a good question to ask him.
Okay.
Okay. Our last slide, and this is continuing on that theme we just discussed. And again, we're not here solving any of your budgetary issues for this budget. I realize that. And there's no magic sort of bullet, if you will, but helping everybody understand, particularly if anybody's new to the process, sort of what the dynamic is of how that tax rate is set and what you take into account. So a continuation of this discussion, what we've got here on line 2 is reported by the U.S. Census. It is the cost of service growth based on inflation, right? They report it. So we have not calculated that. It's reported for this sector of the country. And what they're saying is from 2021 to 2024, there has been inflationary growth according yearly at these percentages. Take that for what it is, right? Let's assume that's accurate. What does that mean? Well, remember, on our $100,000 property, we were saying that at the 65 cents, it was generating $650 of revenue, right? And let's assume that that $650 of revenue was being spent on city expenses to deliver services to that property. Well, if you apply that CPI growth rate to that $650 of expenses, that now, in theory, costs you $770 to deliver those same expenses if the cost has grown by that inflationary budget or percentage, right? So it's just trying to acknowledge that what cost you $650 here could be costing you upwards of $770 in 2024 based on inflationary pressures, okay? So from there, what we've done is we've said, all right, well, the reality is you are generating tax revenue from that property, that $100,000 property that started at $650, but because you've raised the tax rate, you're now generating $730. Not because the property has appreciated, but because you've raised the tax rate, you're now collecting $730, right? Back here, your expense was $650, your revenue was, your revenue was $650, your expenses, I got that backwards. Your expense was $650, your revenue was $650, you were, let's call it, balanced. Here, the expenses have grown to $770, the revenue has grown to $730 because you've raised the tax rate, and you are, call it $42 short, right? So
Good
even
graph.
though you've been raising the rate, it's not been raising at the same pace as the expense growth according to CPI. You've definitely narrowed the gap. And none of this is negative, it's just hopefully information that the expenses have been growing to a level under this scenario where the revenue is short by $42. Now, what's interesting is that's your reality. That's what you're living, right? You would need to do something with the tax rate. You would need to get another 4 cents to balance those out. That's the decision where you all are. It's kind of interesting, although it's hypothetical, to see, well, what if we actually were able to bill on the increasing value of that property? Because remember, it's grown to 1,043 out here. Our expenses have grown, right, 772. But if you were able to capture the market appreciation in that property, you come out ahead, right, for the same tax rate that you have decided to levy year over year. So this is not your reality, but it is hopefully helping to drive home the point that I've got this, a note to myself here, right, look here for a second. Yeah, your expenditures over this period of time have grown at about 19%, but your tax base has grown, what is it?
3%.
You know, 3% over that period of time. So that's, I think,
Big gap.
lot of what is sort of facing you all going into this budget.
That's kind of a big gap. That's a big gap.
That's a big gap.
Yeah.
And again, I know we have simplified this tremendously, and maybe the assessor is going to correct me on some things, I don't know. But I think it just is indicative of what you're facing is how do we try to grow revenues this year to keep up with the inflationary costs, and the reval this year is not really going to help you, right? It's not creating that new valuation, so it really lands on the tax rate. Next year, you're going to take all of that into account and determine, you know, what's the right rate to set yourselves at. But over this period of time, given inflationary costs for services, the fact that existing properties are not getting taxed at market value, it's what's driving a lot of the gap that you're facing. And going back to the very beginning of this conversation, with such good progress having been made to building reserves, getting in compliance with your fund balance policy, and getting closer to that peer group average or median, to fund all of these initiatives, but do it from one-time dollars is going to sort of, you know, set that progress back a bit. And it's very easy for me to come up here and talk about that. I know it's a hard decision, and maybe one that you're already very well versed in, but hopefully some of this helps you understand the dynamic of what's going on with a growing economy where expenses are growing, property values are growing, but you're not able to leverage the growth in those property values until the reval hits. Any other questions?
So council, right now, a penny on the property tax is somewhere around $260,000 in general fund. As you know, we also have sales tax. You know, the sales tax rate for us, to change that requires a vote of the people during an election. It's not successfully passed in any previous attempts. We also, of course, have different fees. We have different revenue pools, but the general fund and the property tax being, well, the largest one and the one that is most impacted by this specific presentation. Are there any conversations or questions that we have right now? Well then, sir, we will be in touch with
We'll
other
be
questions.
here. I'm going to
sure.
sit for a little bit, and
Perfect.
if there is a follow-up question, I'm trying to help.
And actually, leave that slide up right there, because the next gentleman joining us is Mr. Alan Lumpkin, who is the lead tax, would it be tax assessor?
He's a tax assessor.
Okay. Tax administrator for Wayne County. And before you get going, I'm going to ask the same question I asked just a minute ago, because I've always had a little bit of uncertainty about how new values and how new property values are established and transacted properties are reevaluated. So if you have on this slide what we were looking at, I think it's this one, it may have been, yeah, on this one, we were looking at a property that has in 2020, which would be column B, has a tax value of 100 and a market value of 99, call it 100. And then in 2024, still has the tax value of 100, but the market value of 140, or 142, whatever it is, 142,898. Let's say that transacts at 140. Does the tax value for that property now reset to the transacted value, or does it remain at the book value, or is it somewhere in between?
Stays the same. Tax value stays the same.
Yes.
Sale does not trigger a change in value.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna, I don't really have a presentation
Let me-
per
let me
se,
say
but I'm gonna sort of piggyback on what we just heard. And I'm here to answer questions, really. I want to hear what y'all want to know about, but. Let me say, in 2019, like you mentioned, that was our last reappraisal. Values were put on place. Our goal is to get 100% market value at that time. That's our snapshot date in time, to get 100% market value. Obviously, we're doing a mass appraisal. We're doing 67,000 parcels, so it's going to be somewhere close. It's going to be between 96 to 102, something like that usually. Once we establish those values on your property, if you do nothing to that property for the next 6-8 years to the next reappraisal, sell it, do whatever you, it may sell twice, that value stays the same. If you add on a garage or add on something to your property or tear something down, we can adjust for that. But even then, when we established a reappraisal in 2019, we have what we call a schedule of values. That's a big book that sort of tells us how to appraise this property as of that snapshot date. So even if you build a house in 2022 or 2023, we still have to go back to that schedule of values to be equitable on everybody. And then we raise everybody up at one time at reappraisal.
Exactly. So new construction that has happened in 2022, 2023, 2024 is still being taxed at a value, by square foot value.
Correct.
Based off of the overall median and average 2020 assessed values.
Correct.
So even new construction, this is kind of the point that I was trying to drive home. Whether a property has transacted, even if it's at a higher price, or if it is new construction, it still is not at its current market value for the purpose of, for taxation purposes.
Correct.
And I realize taxation is an evil word. I hate sitting on this side of the table for this particular subject matter.
How about standing up here? I mean,
Yeah, well, that's even worse. So, but I'm glad you're willing to do it because you're an incredibly fair, genuine guy. So, Matt.
I just wanted to say thank you to Alan for coming here because I called him the day that we had the truck pushing. I said, this topic information is very important for the city council and the public to understand. And, you know, we're 1 year away from where the revaluation will kick in and we'll have to do a revenue neutral calculation for our budget. But it's very important to understand, and I felt following on the heels of the Davenport discussion, it would be good to hear from the taxes. So thank you, Alan, for coming here. I know it was very short notice, and so we're here basically to ask questions and hopefully get some clarity on what, you know, what the reality is in your world.
Definitely. And I appreciate you asking me here. I had an engagement at 12 o'clock at the senior center, and they introduced me, and I got no booze, so that was a good thing. Nobody booed the tax man, so that was wonderful. But just for you new council people, I know I saw some of you last year, but my name is Alan Lumpkin. I'm the tax administrator. I've been with the county 32 years. I used to have hair, and it was brown, but you can see what happened to that in the tax office. But overall, it's been a good career, and I've enjoyed it. I love numbers. I love stuff like this. I love tracking stuff and seeing the growth and stuff like that. So I hope I can shed a little bit of light on what we do and maybe cut out some of that little mystery stuff, the unknown stuff maybe today. Like I said, I just had a few notes down, but I would rather really answer questions since we're right on the back of the Davenport presentation.
So I'll start with council. Any questions from council before I just kind of offer leading questions?
Oh, you answered.
That one, this is a big piece because there have been so many properties inside the city that have transacted, but our tax base is at effectively 3% difference than it was in 2020. And at that less than 1% per year. And that explains why when Catherine is trying to program in what number we should be looking at for forecasting next year's budget and so on, that's why it's flat.
Correct. And even you see growth, you see new businesses, you see new homes. Even then, like you mentioned, it still goes back to that 2019 value. So there's still tax value still under the market, even though it's a new construction. So even if you're seeing growth, it's not full growth. We can't realize that until next year at the reappraisal time. And that's when everything gets equalized, raised to current market value as of 1/1/2025.
So can you talk a little bit about what we will go through over the next 18 months? The communication process, the budgeting process, the steps, if you don't mind.
Sure, definitely. The revaluation is a big animal, and I know the first impulse is, why don't we do it more often? Some counties do. Your larger counties have gone to a 4-year cycle. That's the quickest one I've seen. It's a big undertaking to do all that we have to do and cover everything we have to do and do a good job of it. Like I said, we have 67,000 parcels of real property, and we have to do a lot of analytics and study the market and look and see what's happening to reflect that market. One thing I told the seniors today, people think we just go out and grab a value and put it on their property. We put it on there, but we're reflective of the market. The market sets the values. We just reflect them onto other people's properties that have not sold. That's what we do. We try to be equitable in doing that. So the process started probably last May or June. We actually started the process of doing our analysis, studying, trying to get a handle on what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years. And then we actually go out and visit properties. We look for properties that have been declined or not been done anything to, or something that's been added without permits or something like that. That's part of our process. And we'll be doing that all the way through this year. Once we get everything completed, probably next January, February, we'll actually send value change notices to everybody in the county. You'll get a value change notice. You'll see what your new value is. People have the rights to appeal those values. If you feel like we've done something wrong or your house is not worth that, then you can actually appeal that value and come to us and we'll talk about it and see what you have, and we'll go take a look at it if we need to again. We'll be able to do that. So hopefully our goal is this time next year, maybe March, April, we should have a pretty good handle on what our increase is going to be. And what we have to do, we'll have to get that estimate, and then as we go through the spring, it'll still be fine-tuned with those appeals and stuff. We always get property tax exemption applications through June 1st. We have to factor that in as well. And then hopefully before we have to set rates, we'll have a pretty good handle on what kind of revenue we're looking at, what kind of value change we're looking at. One thing you have to do as a council and the commissioners as well, we have to publish what's called a revenue neutral rate. Basically what that rate is we have to say your value went up this amount. What rate would it take to apply to that new value to get the same amount of money as you got last year? They do allow for annual growth on that in that calculation, but you have to publish that rate. You don't have to adopt it, but you have to publish it as part of the budget process. County has to do the same thing. So that is a process we have to do, the revenue neutral rate. Again, this is about a 1.5 to 2 year process. That's one rate. In Wayne County, we're sort of on the bubble right here. I do think 8 years is too long, in my opinion. I think a 6 is good. That's what y'all mentioned a while ago, why we're doing it right now. Let me tell you why we're having it. We're forced to do it actually this time. And you alluded to this a while ago. When we did it in 2019, there's a clause in the statutes now that was added probably 8 or 10 years ago. If we do a sales ratio once every year for the state, they send us a random sampling of transactions in the Register of Deeds office. We have to compare the selling price to our tax value and get a ratio on that. It's a random sampling countywide, residential, commercial, all kinds of property. When we get that, if that ratio falls below 85% at any time during that 8 year cycle, it triggers a new reappraisal within 3 years. In 2022, we fell below 85%. So our 3 year window put us on 25. So that's why we got to a 6 year cycle this time. Going forward, I've talked to the county manager, and I think potentially next time a 6 year will be good. I don't think we're quite ready for a 4. That's more of a Johnson County, the fast growth, because you have to remember, it's not always like this. Back in 2008 and 9, we had counties doing reappraisals, not us, thank goodness, but we had county appraisals, they lost 30 and 35% value in their property. So you be careful what you ask for sometimes, so you have to sort of weigh the odds on that. If we went to a 4 year cycle right now, I would have to recommend adding probably 8 to 10 people in my department, because basically what you have to have is a whole separate area to conduct that reappraisal. Right now we use in-house people. We actually hire out a commercial stuff, so we sort of do a hybrid method of that. But if we do it into a 4 year cycle, I would have to recommend hiring more people, stuff like that. And it's not cheap doing a reappraisal. Right now, this thing cost us between $750,000 and $1 million to do this reappraisal. So it's not all fun and games and let's just do it. I mean, there's a lot of planning goes into this, and there's a lot of cost. So that's one reason we've always been on an 8 year cycle. Up to this time, we got triggered. But I do think going forward, we have enough growth to justify a smaller window there. I don't think, personal opinion, I think we're quite at 4, but that's up to the commissioners and not me. We'll do whatever they tell us to do. But right now, that's sort of how we got to where we are right now, and to trigger the 6 year cycle versus the 8 year cycle. And again, looking from 2011 to 2019, that reappraisal, we were maybe 5% growth over that whole 8 year cycle. I mean, we never got triggered. We never dropped below 85%. So It just depends on the market and what's going on right at that moment in time, because again, it can go sideways and go the other way real quick, like it did back in '08 and '09. We have, the coastal counties and the mountain counties, they struggled during that time.
I misspoke earlier. I was thinking that it was a 30%, that it's a 15%, so I'm glad
Now, right now, we are.
at 30%.
About 30%,
right.
correct.
But it's that
We're about
50
30% low, yes.
The 15% is the actual trigger.
15%, it's either 85% or 115%, one or the other can
Right.
trigger a reappraisal. Either you're too high or too low, it triggers that reappraisal.
Councilman Boyette, you got a question?
Just a quick question, since the head guy's here to
Yeah.
ask the question. So to clarify your remarks to start with, if I purchase a property that's valued at $100,000 on the books, and I purchase it for $150,000, then a year later, when I receive my first tax bill for that property in my name, after it's transferred to me and cycled through the system, is that tax bill supposed to have $150,000 on it, or is it still supposed to have $100,000 on it?
$100,000, unless you came in and did something to it. If you go in and remodel the house or something, it may be a little different based on whatever you do to it. But if you don't do a thing to it, it stays, that tax base stays the same until our next reappraisal. And then we recognize that new market value, what's happened in the last 6 months or a year.
And if they did a remodel to it without even getting a permit, it wouldn't register, it wouldn't.
Correct. Now, technically, by law, they're supposed to list that in the following January during the listing period. If they do any kind of changes, we ask for that. A lot of times we can tell, especially going through this process, by the selling price. You can tell something's been done to the property by just looking at the selling price based on other stuff in the area. I'm sorry, did I answer your
I was
question?
gonna say, so if there's been circumstances to where the property, when the first bill did come and the property did reflect the sales price, it's possible that happened during a reval year, and the reval is what triggered the change.
Correct.
Not the sale.
Correct. That's exactly right. Either the
Got it.
reval or the remodel or something changed about that property between the reval cycle. You're right, exactly right.
That clarifies my,
Sure.
I guess I misspoke earlier. And
No.
that adds some
There's
clarity to.
There's a lot of moving parts to these things.
And what better person to get the information from?
I try. I don't have all the answers, believe me. I try to look at my crystal ball. Like I told the council last year, we got a crystal ball, and it's mighty cloudy right now. So it's tough to, this market is just, in 32 years, I've never seen a market like it is right now, to be honest with you.
Alan, are you seeing any, I know you don't have the data back yet, but are you seeing certain areas in the county, and what does it look like, the increases in valuation on average in maybe Goldsboro as opposed to other areas in the county?
We hadn't got that deep into the actual particular areas right yet, but I still have to fall back on our sales ratio. It's a countywide stratified reflection of the whole county. And again, we're right at 31% low on the average. Now, which that means you can't go home and take your bill and say, well, mine's going up 30%. By no means, because we have hot spots like you're alluding to.
Yeah.
In the certain areas that people want to be in because of the school districts or because of the.
Or if it's
they like the
closer to
neighborhood.
Raleigh or whatever.
Exactly. And so we may have, when we send these notices out, I would dare say, you may have some people that may go up 40, 45%. You may have some that go up 15%, depending on the area. We have some depressed areas as well that don't increase at this amount. So it's sort of this is just an average. That 30 is just an average. So don't get stuck on that by no means. But I can't really tell at this point what the city of Goldsboro is going to look at as far as appreciation right now.
I didn't think so, but I thought I'd ask anyway.
Good try, man.
So then do you know roughly the dates that we'll be getting back the values, and then we have to publish the revenue neutral number? What's the process for that, and roughly when is the date for that? Any ideas?
I think, is Catherine here? Catherine, revenue neutral thing is part of the budget.
It is, you just have to dub it as part of the budget.
Grab somebody.
Here, come on, I'll share, come on. Here, come on up here. I'll have a shot, go ahead.
So what I do in the finance department is I will publish the advertisement, and then in the advertisement, I will publish that revenue neutral tax rate. I'm the one that does the calculation on that.
Okay.
Okay?
And again, my best hope is to have this wrapping up this time next year. Right. So we can have it in time for budget. I've been through 5 of them. This is my 5th one. And we've had them as early as February and as late as May, depending on the circumstance stuff. I don't foresee us going to May this time. So I'm pushing for March, April timeframe to get good, semi-solid numbers, as I would say. If it changes after that, it's going to be minimal because, like I mentioned, the exemption applications that come in, the appeals, it'd have to be a pretty big appeal to make a drastic change at that point.
Well, council, my main reason for really wanting Alan to join us today is so we could at least get our heads around what the process for assigning values is, how you grow your tax base within the city. You know, it's partially through growth, it's partially through, you know, the reevaluation cycle. Of course, new development does, you know, get assigned a value, even though it is going to be, at least right now in our North Carolina economy, below market value, but still, it's part of it. But I wanted us to be able to kind of get our heads around how that works. And the reevaluation process next year, I don't want it to be fully unfamiliar, so that next year, whenever we're getting questions about it, at least over the next few months, we at least have heard the term before. So I'm not going to hold you up. If there is any other comments or questions.
I will mention one thing, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
do, please do. I'm not trying to rush you out either.
No, one thing I want to mention is a lot of people have this misconception about the timing of when we've actually put stuff on the books and stuff like that. New construction you mentioned. What came to mind was that new development on 11th Street, all those new houses out there on 11th Street. Our snapshot day each year is January 1st. Whatever is there on the ground, January 1st is what we are able to assess. So if it's a certain percent complete, we'll put a partial value on it. But until it's complete, 2.5 or 3/4%, you won't see a value on that. So a lot of those houses will have minimal values for this year. So again, it's the time, even though they were started probably in October, November, December, you won't see the full benefit of that even at the lower tax value until and then the reval will kick in, so to take care of that. So I don't want people to just see, because you see all that growth right now, that we can recognize it even then. Because again, January 1st is our snapshot date. Whatever is there January 1st is what we can assess. If it wasn't there January 1st, we take it off. So that's sort of it's not a during the year process. It's not as it gets built, we put it on. It's always based on January 1st of each year.
We do a lot of planting seeds, the benefit from which we don't necessarily see in our existing terms, but future terms will. Any other comments or questions right now? Well, council, now you know the voice and the face and the man. When you do have questions, inevitably they will come up. You've always been incredibly generous with your time, with me. I really do appreciate that. Council, if there's nothing further, we'll let you step down.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, please do call.
Thank you, Alan.
So where we are in our afternoon agenda, actually, in a pretty lovely way right now. Yeah. Do you mind? Yep, do you mind? Let's hop back up. Please do. So, so with this one of the reasons for this conversation, as you picked up, the city has a lot of different ways of generating revenue, a lot of different funding streams. Occupancy tax and the work that goes through travel and tourism, that is the closest thing that we can ever do to generating free money. You'll hear travel and tourism professionals talk about the fact that they are the lowest cost money that a community can generate, because you're not having to provide services necessarily for those folks that are coming through and spending money and generating sales tax or generating occupancy tax. And the work that our travel and tourism office does is fantastic. For the size staff that that you're able to be allocated right now. A little bit of backstory on this, and then I promise I'm going to stop talking. Our travel and tourism authority, if you will, is set up very differently than a lot of other travel and tourism authorities. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying it's a result of negotiations that occurred back in 15 and 16, predating me, predating this council.
But what it created is a body that allowed for some taxes to be generated using occupancy taxes to literally pay for this structure, pay for the Bryan Multisports Complex, pay for a few other things that are actually listed by name in that agreement from, I guess it was 2015 or 16, whichever one it was. One of those. 15. And, but in doing that, we also have to remember that the way you generate more of this is by investing in more of this. So, you are a city employee, but you have a board that is partially populated by county appointees. We have some city appointees, a city commission that complements the other board. Convoluted structure, but we're grateful to have it. So with that, it's all yours.
Thanks, and that was the end of my, no, I'm just kidding. So yes, so you will see it says Goldsboro, Wayne County Travel and Tourism. Our mission is to enrich the quality of life and encourage economic development by promoting travel and tourism in our community. And our goal is to develop Goldsboro and Wayne County as a unique travel destination. We have a large staff of 3 full-time people. Myself, I have a tourism admin specialist, and then I also have a communications and creative services manager. So our budget is a little bit different from some of, well, it's pretty much different from all of the rest of the departments that are with the city because our budget does come from the occupancy tax that's collected. It's collected from the Goldsboro hotels and the one hotel that's in the county. So we do get a portion of that. Just to give you an idea, year-to-date, this fiscal year, our collections combined are roughly $506,000. Last year, our collection was over $1 million. Now, last year was also an air show year, which every year you see an air show year, it has a tendency to be a little bit greater. My operating budget is $435,000, and that includes my operations and our marketing. We work with area hotels, attractions, events, festivals, visitor-related organizations to create and implement programs to increase business travel, leisure travel, sports travel, agritourism, military travel, and then the military's friends and family that are visiting. So just to give you an idea of how we spend those marketing dollars, these are some current projects that we have going on. We are recreating the visitor's guide. The visitor's guide needs a little freshening up. I can't tell you when it was last printed, but that is probably our largest project this year, is recreating that. And I know a lot of people say, oh, a visitor's guide, it's paper. Is that really, where we need to spend those dollars? When people come into the visitor center, they want something that they can keep in their hand and that they can take with them. In addition to that, we put them at the airport. We have a display at the airport. Any type of sporting event or event that comes in, they go into the bags, and they also go out to 8 North Carolina welcome centers. I think it's 8. It may be 11. We have a spring, hopefully we will have a spring social media campaign going on where we highlight Goldsboro International Foodie scene. We're going to do a spring campaign with an organization called Guest Quest, and it'll produce over 2,000 leads. And what I mean by that is we will actually get 2,000 email addresses that we can add to our email database for sending out our newsletters. In our newsletters, this is where we put the events that are going on, and we have, I think right now, currently we have about 15,000 in that database. We also did a really nice updated web loop for our website. The one that we currently have shows the mask. So we wanted to make sure that we updated it and showed some of the new things that are going on. We also fulfill up to 5,000 inquiries annually. We maintain the visitor center. Of course, we sell our totally fine merchandise. And we also bring in travel media writers into the area to showcase what we have going on. So then, in turn, they write articles that can end up in Our State magazine. We've had bloggers in. We do personal visits during National Travel Week to other welcome centers. We distribute, this is what I was talking about a while ago with our visitors guides, kind of where we highlight them, why they're still relevant. And then I also sit on, we belong to 5 tourism-related associations, and I sit on 4 of those statewide boards. Again, attend legislative receptions so we can talk to our legislators about the importance of tourism, congressional visits to promote the tourism industry, participate in travel-related trade shows, and then we also have, every other month, we have civilian tours that are coordinated through our office to go onto the base. And that in itself needs its own person. Some more about what we do. We promote attractions, promote festivals and events, recruit and promote sporting events. To give you a little idea of spending in 2022, these are figures that come to us from the Visit NC, the NC State office. Visitors to Wayne County in 22 spent $192 million. Now, that is gas, food, shopping, so that's a combination of different things. Tourism hospitality employs 1,228 jobs countywide, and the industry generated $44.3 million in payroll for Wayne County. State and local revenues from travel to Wayne County amounted to about $8.3 million, and of the 100 counties in North Carolina, Wayne County was ranked 34th in the state for travel expenditures. And that's what I've got. Yes, sir.
If you would go back one slide, where it says that we're ranked 34th in the state for travel expenditures. Why is that?
Why are we only 34?
No, why? No, I mean, I think that's pretty good.
That's amazing.
I mean, why are we not first? Forget Asheville and Wilmington for a minute. But no, I guess more I was asking here, the impact of the base, the impact of the events that we're able to recruit.
It's a combination.
Right.
It's a combination of the events, it's a combination of the base, because again, that formula where they get these figures from is, could be hotel stays, it could be gas that's purchased, it could be restaurant, so it's a combination of a bunch of different.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, I'm not
You're
used to
good.
talking in the microphone.
Busco.
So it's a combination of different things that help put us there.
With,
And if you wanted a breakout of what that looks like, I would be more than happy to kind of get that to everyone to take a look at.
I'm not trying to give you something else to do in the middle of your week. I was more just asking what the major drivers were, which I think you hit on. It's also, we are convenient geographically for folks that are on business trips.
Yes.
We have a lot of folks that come and stay in Goldsboro during the week and are then doing business in wherever they're doing business, because highways are very kind to us. As the most of the community knows, the 4th Fighter Wing is going downrange for about 6 months, and so there's going to be a lot less general, family and friends visits into the hotels. For
Well,
some-
and in addition to that, the military does bring in training once a month.
Right.
That fills all of the
Reserves.
hotels.
The reserves.
So
Yeah.
we're going to see some effects off of that as well. We're going to have to step up and see, okay, how can we fill that?
Well, it's convenient that we have NC Main Street scheduled during that window of time too. There are some other conferences, but what sorts of things do you do to try and recruit events during those specific off windows, and how does that process work?
So it's kind of a combination of different things. Of course, with the hotel currently being built out at the Maxwell Center, once that opens and comes online, that's going to help us be able to obtain more convention and association meetings, because typically, as we all know, when we go to trainings or statewide meetings, they like to have a hotel that has meeting space and it has a restaurant. So we're hoping that when that comes online, that will help us recruit that sector of business to add to the other hotels and to also keep that one full. Sports, the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. That is a gym that we have here in Goldsboro. There's an organization that sends us leads that we go after. We have reached out to several different sporting events, if you will. For instance, for those of you that don't know, we have the Amateur Junior Golf Association that's going to be in Goldsboro, Wayne County in April. It's going to be 80 youth players under the age of 18, plus their parents, plus their grandparents, that's going to put heads in beds. They're going to have somewhere to eat, and it's about a week-long event. So there's opportunities like that we try and go after as well. In addition to just your regular barbecue eaters, people headed to the beach. So we kind of, depending on what sector we're going after, that's how we tailor the marketing as to what we do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment that sports tourism is so huge. I saw on the news last night where Raleigh was investing like $11 million on multiple fields, and because, you know, the parents bring their kids and there just a lot of expenditures going on there.
Lax Fest, and it's a huge business. Council, Mr. Whip?
Would an update on how things are going with the relocation be a necessary part of this conversation?
Feel free if you'd like.
Our relocation?
Your
Our
office.
office relocation?
Yeah.
I knew the last I heard, you were looking, but decisions hadn't been made yet.
We have looked at multiple office locations, and currently, I think the road that we're looking to move down right now is, there's a building across the street from, okay, so for those of you that don't know, we're located at 308 North William Street. We're in the Chamber Building. And we were supposed to technically be out of there by January 2nd. They have been gracious enough to kind of let us stay until we get something solid in place. An opportunity has presented itself within the last 2 weeks for the building across the street from us, behind the Truist Building. It used to be the unemployment office, I believe.
Before that, it was professional data management, PDM.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah.
And so that opportunity has presented itself to where we can go in with another organization to share that space. If that doesn't happen, we have also looked at the Purser Building, which is the old correctional building downtown. And so that's kind of where we're sitting right now. I have had tremendous support from Matt, from Catherine, from Mayor Gaylor, to be like, okay, what can we do to move forward? So I'm hoping that in the next week or two, we'll know what that other organization's gonna do, because they're gonna have to go in and put some walls up and kind of do some of that, which may be a 60-day window. But I'm hoping they'll know more next week, and then we will know.
That's good information, because the last piece there that's new enough that I hadn't even heard that. I had some conversations with the previous manager, or looking at possibly trying to buy a building on Center Street. And it was just some conversation in that regard, and that obviously didn't.
Well, we've looked at 11 locations, just to give you an idea. So we haven't been locked into one thing. We've tried to look at everything that was presented to us.
And generally, I'm certainly not trying to hide information from council. I try to share pretty much everything, but when something is so fluid, as you just said, I mean, looking at 11 different properties, potential for purchase, potential for lease, and understanding that those negotiations can be, can be pretty sensitive. I generally, until there's something that's actually in paper for me to sign, I'm generally not going to, I'm
And
not
that's
going
what
to trouble y'all with
this
it.
week,
Yeah.
this is what, you know, I mean, and because
Yeah,
it can come back.
2 weeks ago, there was a different lease literally in my inbox.
Yes,
so-
exactly, yeah, and I'm holding on to one, just in
Yeah.
case, as a plan B, in case this doesn't work out, so, and literally, I'm just waiting on the other organization to be able to say, yes, we are going into this building, and then, we'll go from there, so.
Awesome.
Please, Ms.
I'm
Johnson.
just wanting to be curious. Well, I thank you so much for coordinating monthly civilian tours with Seymour Johnson. I think that's great. But how effective do you think the newsletters generate business?
Okay, so with all of the events that happen in and around the city and county, for instance, the Dillard Alumni High School Reunion, the Three Eagles Beer Festival, the Pickle Festival, the Daffodil Festival, those events that a lot of our community has going on, where maybe they can't afford to buy advertising, this gets that event out to over 12,000 people.
Good.
So I know it doesn't sound like much, but that's one of the ways we try and support them.
That's good. Thank you.
What would you say your biggest need is right now? We're grateful for what you do and for the revenue that's coming in through tourism. There's a question that I often ask my staff: what do you need right now more than anything? What would you say your greatest needs are in your for your department besides the space? I know you need space.
Well, that was
Yeah, I
really,
know
like,
you need the
honestly,
space.
this is a decision about a space, really. I mean, I'm very fortunate that, how my budget is, and I'm not having to ask for, vehicles and, equipment and things like that, which is why I was like, look, if somebody else needs my time, please let them have it. But just knowing where we're gonna go, because not only does that affect me, it also affects the chamber as well.
Plus, you want a place of excellence because, when people come in, we want to show them our very best, that we're not for perfection, but we strive for excellence here. And so I think it needs to be a place that you're proud of, that represents us well.
Yes, ma'am.
So I hope we find that soon for you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing the new space as soon as we're able to get something inked. All right, looking down my list, how about this? Let's officially declare ourselves slightly ahead of schedule. And let's take 10 minutes while we get Miss Felicia Williams up, and then we will be back at 2:10. Let's say that. So it's about 5 minutes early. And then we'll have a conversation about home ARP. And then we'll move into sort of my portion, and then we'll get into interim city manager and our clerk and kind of close this thing out for the day. So with that, we'll stand in recess until 10 after 2. With all the vehicles that we need, have we spent any time on gov deals trying to populate our fleet? And I realize that we'd be populating with stuff that other people are trying to get rid of, but if the stuff they're trying to get rid of is only 7 years old and we're trying to get rid of a 25-year-old Aveo, that feels like an upgrade.
Let's trade the Aveo in, huh?
And I was looking on gov deals while we were sitting here, and right now it's full of junk, but other times of year it's not. I mean, have we tried?
Okay.
Yeah. But how many years did we get before it burned up?
Are we back on?
I think they,
Yeah.
test,
We're back,
I think
yeah.
it was purchased in 2014, 2015.
Okay.
But it comes, you inherit problems.
Well, sure.
And that's just from the maintainer's perspective. And we just purchased one 2 years ago from another one that had caught fire
Yeah.
due to an incident it was in. And
I like trash trucks
we
and
inherited some
fire.
problems with that too. They painted it, looked nice. I mean, for what
Yeah.
we paid, it's still running, but you do get problems with it. My choice, of course, we maintain them.
Sure.
Is to go with new, but for passenger vehicles, I don't know if we've.
That's
ever
more
got
what I
any-
was talking about. It's just for general passenger
If
vehicles.
we got any off-grid.
I also didn't realize that trash trucks and fire or spontaneous combustion go together like Oreos and milk, but apparently. So, all right. But yeah, just for general passenger vehicles, I would be interested to see what we can do if we're, again, just trying to I realize that nothing beats buying a new vehicle, but something beats having a vehicle you actively hate. So, anyway. All right, Ms. Williams. This conversation, as y'all know, was not actually slated to be part of today, but it's important, and it does impact the budget and what we'll end up doing over the next couple of years. It impacts, future budgets, under certain circumstances. So I asked Felicia to circle the wagons and come back to this council and explain where these dollars came from, what we can do with them, previous decisions by previous councils. Of course, those decisions can be undone and remade. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, I thank Mayor for another opportunity.
Thank you, you think? I hear you, I hear you.
For another opportunity to speak on our home ARP funds. So I'm very left-handed, so the setup is gonna cause me some behavioral challenges. Okay, so starting from the top with home ARP, the vision for home ARP funds, so HUD has provided $5 billion in home ARP funding to provide home grantees in collaboration with other community stakeholders a chance to make targeted strategic investments in housing and other assistance for people experiencing homelessness and other vulnerable populations. Home ARP again can be used to provide rental assistance, fund supportive services, develop new affordable rental housing, and acquire and develop non-congregate shelters. Home ARP's flexibility presents a significant opportunity for communities to make critical investments that can build long-term capacity of housing and homeless systems and dramatically strengthen efforts to prevent and end homelessness. The qualifying populations are who HUD says the funding can serve specifically. They have defined the qualifying homeless populations as 1, individuals and families experiencing homelessness, 2, individuals and families at risk of homelessness, 3, individuals and families fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and 4, other populations for whom supportive services or assistance would prevent homelessness or serve those with the greatest risk of housing instability. And then there's a note here that veterans and families with a veteran family member must also meet one of the preceding criteria. And speaking on veterans, Mayor and Council, if I may interject here, I was contacted recently by a new local Veteran Affairs homeless veteran social worker. She is here local in the city. She reached out seeking help with identifying homeless veterans in the city. And so everyone I could think of that could help her make those referrals, she's already kind of reached out to. The police department had helped her identify 2 veterans currently residing in Tent City. So she was accompanied there to make a visit. So HUD is funding the VA with housing vouchers for homeless veterans.
Is she part of Better Services of the Carolinas, or is she something different?
The VA, the federal agency, and they have a local office here. But she's overseen by Fayetteville Department of VA. But the gentleman denied the housing voucher. So I wanted to point that out here. But we do have someone locally that can serve homeless veterans. They have a large amount of federal funding from HUD for housing vouchers, so they are able to put them, to house them immediately.
For clarification, you said the gentleman that was a veteran in Tent City denied?
He denied the housing. Yes.
So it was offered, but he...
Yes.
He denied.
Wow.
Yes. Okay, so here's a definition I won't read for homeless as defined by HUD. And it just breaks down kind of the living arrangement that qualifies as under the homeless definition. And again, for at risk, there's a certain income limit that would deem an individual at risk of homelessness. Fleeing or attempting to flee, more in-depth definition, and then the other populations of at greater risk of housing instabilities. And here you see that definition is based on income, low income. Okay, the eligible activities, again, just to reiterate, are 1, non-congregate shelter. With the funds we can acquire and develop for individuals or families in the qualifying populations. 2, nonprofit operating and capacity building assistance. We are able to use up to 5% and an additional 5% to pay operating expenses of a CHODO, which is a community housing development organization, or other nonprofits that will carry out home ARP eligible activities. So I'll interject here that we can fund a nonprofit that may want to carry out the other activities, and then additionally we can fund them no more than 10% for their nonprofit capacity in operating assistance. 3, rental housing. We can acquire, construct, and rehabilitate rental housing for individuals or families in the qualifying populations. 4, supportive services is a large activity that could be used to provide child care costs, basic education skills, job training, food, housing, legal services, rental application fees, etc. And then 5, tenant-based rental assistance. For qualifying populations, funds may be used to provide rental assistance, security deposit, utility deposit, and utility payments. Okay, so I'll share a little bit of the planning process. The city council did in the past opt to consult out for the in-depth consultation process. As a part of the home ARP planning process, the city was required to ensure that there was broad consultation with community stakeholders to identify unmet needs and gaps in housing or service delivery for homeless population. For the consultation, we were to identify outcomes and that would reduce the likelihood of homelessness for at-risk populations. And again, in 2022, the city procured the Washington Business Consultants, or WBD. So HUD required that consultation was made with continuums of care. I do serve on our Region 10 continuum of care. Homeless service providers, victim services providers, public housing agencies, public agencies that address the needs of qualifying populations, and then organizations that address civil rights, fair housing, and needs of people with disabilities. So this is an insert here from the Washington Business Dynamics of the agencies that they consulted with locally. If you look back at this list, you will notice that they missed a few. So before the allocation plan that they drafted for the city was submitted to HUD, I reached out to the additional agencies made some adjustments to the allocation plan, pretty much redid the plan, and submitted it to HUD, so it was approved. But these are the agencies they consulted and some of the projects they identified that are currently happening from local agencies are prepackaged meals for the homeless, career resources, working with landlords to rent to veterans, mental health services, emergency housing vouchers, rental and utilities assistance, laundry services, and then non-congregate shelter provisioning. Okay, so the planning process consisted of, again, the consultation and public participation. HUD did require a needs assessment and gaps analysis, data collection, and then for grantees to identify how home ARP funds will be distributed in accordance with those identified needs. Okay, and again, this is work of the Washington Business Dynamics. They put together a ranking across the eligible activities, 4 of the 5, and then they noted here that the highest ranking were affordable housing and supportive services. And again, here's the breakdown that was approved by council last January. The total allocation, again, is $907,913. We are allowed 15% for city staff administrative costs. The remaining allocation, $771,726. And then the council previously approved to split the allocation, the remaining allocation at 60% for non-congregate shelter and 40% at supportive services. Yes, sir.
So, stay on that slide right there if you don't mind. Supportive services, well, do you mind defining those for us one more time and get into the intricacies of what the non-congregate shelter can and cannot be?
Okay, so define supportive services and then what the non-congregate shelter can and cannot be?
Yeah.
Okay, so supportive services, and then I did provide for you to read, as your time and schedules allow, fact sheets for each of the eligible activities. So you do have one for supportive services. So supportive services can include, again, child care costs, basic education skills, job training, meals, groceries, locate and retain housing, legal services, rental application fees, utility deposits, provide HUD certified housing counseling. So these supportive services are essentially the same as wraparound services that homeless individuals would need, or you can call it case management as well.
So with the non-congregate shelter, what requirements are there for non-congregate shelter? If you use this money to open up a shelter, how long does the shelter have to exist? Who pays for it? You know, in year 2, in year 3, in year 4. Talk us through those timelines.
Okay, so non-congregate shelter, it depends on how the city would choose to go about obtaining a shelter. Again, what's eligible is that we can acquire the property, we can newly construct the property, or rehabilitate the property. For new construction, we would have to enforce a 15-year restricted use period. So that means for 15 years, the city, the Community Relations and Development Department has to annually monitor this property to ensure that it remains in compliance with the federal regulations.
So if we use the money, and again, guys, I'm trying to do this as neutral as possible because I'm one vote on this and I haven't fully formed my opinion. But 15 years is a long time and we have a lot of budget constraints. And this is one-time money. So if I'm hearing this correctly, if the city were to use this money to open a shelter on its own, the city would have to do something to ensure that that specific piece of property remains a shelter for 15 years.
Yes, and we would do that. We would be required to put deed restriction covenants, deeds and covenants in place at the Register of Deeds office.
Okay.
And then we would have to look at how we could sustain it, which would roughly cost us anywhere between 600,000 and $1 million a year for 15 years to sustain a.
That's right.
But we cannot provide operating costs.
So, and one of the things I think when we're thinking about these issues is that we really need to look at partnering with other folks. And
Right.
United Way, for example, Sherry sent out an email last night where they were allocating of their 750,000, a third of that for needs for the homeless, and another third for crime and drug prevention. So those are the kind of partners we need to engage in with this, because they're the ones that can provide or work with others to provide wraparound services. It's going to take a community solution.
So.
But so Mayor and Council, if I may finish, for
Please.
new construction is 15 years, for rehabilitation is 10 years, and then if we just acquire property, that's 10 years.
So if we were to use the non-congregate shelter portion of the money as currently allocated and pay it out to a partner, we then have to oversee that partner for the 10 years, the 15 years, whatever it is, ensure that there's covenants placed that it is going to be this, okay.
Yes.
What sorts of operating restrictions go along with that too? And I'm truly am asking these questions from a place of ignorance because I've heard so many contradicting things. So can it be does it have to be a no barrier to entry shelter where that you can go and stay there for 6 months, no questions asked? Or can it be a come here to receive treatment? What, obviously you have certain shelters that you can come, but you also have to go to church services. How does it work? What is it? What can it fund?
So it's up to the city, kind of how we would want to see the shelter operated, if we want supportive services on site. If we want to, because for the shelter, there would, of course, have to be an owner, or there may be a developer if we decide to rehabilitate or newly construct, which we know we don't have enough money for. But then there still has to be an operator. So if you look on your supported, the non-congregate shelter fact sheet on page 2, just kind of breaks down, kind of gets to the nuts and bolts of the non-congregate shelter. After the restricted use period can be converted to housing. And to answer your question, Mayor, so if non-congregate, this does have to be, or allow for privacy.
Right.
And then I keep hearing the 6-month rule, but I'm not sure that I've seen that in the regulations.
Okay.
But I've heard that thrown out a few times.
It's in the CFRs. I've read it.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
So someone has to be able, so if you allow them into a shelter, they have to be able to stay there for 6 months unless they, break a law or something. I'm assuming there's.
Well, they can't stay in the non-congregate for more than 6 months. There's a
Okay.
limit, and it's in the CFRs. I don't know which one.
I follow you, okay.
Go, Matt.
It's the McKinney
Thank you, 100 pages.
Vento rule is what
Okay.
they call that.
Thank you, Matt.
Have we had any applications have we had any applications for folks that want to operate non-congregate shelters?
Just the one, as I shared
Is it
last
usually-
Monday, but we did not open that proposal because the process was not competitive, because we only received that one.
If it was still open for anyone to apply, it was as competitive as it could be under the circumstances, no one else applied. So are we not allowed to open it, or is it?
We could reopen it, we'd have to carry out that process again and reopen it, but
I mean, open the one that we got. I realize it was not competitive in the sense that no one else applied,
Right.
but it
Well,
was
it's a-
competitive in the sense that anyone else could have.
we have a requirement to comply with that we have to carry out for federal grants competitive bid process.
Okay.
And again, as council requested last Monday, that I would have this conversation with our Commission on Community Relations and Development at their next meeting. and then hope to bring a recommendation. And the department, the staff has been just kind of talking things over as well, and so we may be bringing a department recommendation as well.
So if council saw fit to change it away from the 60-40 split that is currently on the screen, what would the process be for that? And I'm not hinting, I'm just saying if.
So the allocation plan that is currently approved right now would have to be amended, and that would include carrying out a 30-day public comment review and public comment period before it could be resubmitted to HUD.
Have we had any applicants for the supportive services?
We did
component?
not.
That surprises me, because that one seems like the easiest low-hanging fruit piece.
Ms. Williams, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Could the turnoff for the nonprofits, with the federal guidelines with grants, in this particular allocation of monies, is it required that you get a audit every year, that the nonprofit? I know with state and federal, they have certain guidelines. If you get so much money from them, like with the state, Catherine could probably educate me on this. I know with the state, with us, we have to have an audit every year if you get 100,000 or more. With federal, is that also with this monies as well?
It is, and we had a CDBG audit year before last, Catherine, and that was one of the items that was pointed out, that we did not have that for every nonprofit that we provided funding to.
Could another possibility be for this monies to be allocated to United Way and let them oversee the monies and them oversee the nonprofits? Because an average audit for a nonprofit is roughly going to cost them between $10,000 and $15,000 annually. And a lot of our nonprofits in that area are new, they're growing, and so could we possibly consider allocating the monies to Sherry Archibald and United Way and let them, oversee this for the council?
Well, so what we can allocate to is an eligible activity. So even if we subgrant, just say we subgrant United Way, and they will help to identify who can provide the supportive services. That's how it would have to be set up. But that does not take the city off the hook for monitoring
We're still
for the
responsible.
restrictive use period. We are the grantee, and HUD holds us responsible regardless of who we subgrant or provide funding to.
That's correct.
Well, how much of this money, if we give it to United Way, how much of this percentage will they charge us to do that?
That's a good question, but I don't know.
Because I want us to use all the money.
I would say it would be what a regular admin fee would be for a grant, which would probably be, Catherine could probably
Right now it's
verify,
10%.
probably 10% is what we usually
It's
do for admin fees, 10
10%
to
what they're
15.
charging us now.
Yeah,
I think it's 10
so I would say about 10%.
for the money we give them now.
So I think what you have to look at is we would have to look and see if HUD would allow us to do that, because essentially what's happening is you're making United Way a subgrantee, but the agency they contract with is going to be another subgrantee. So you're trying to put somebody in the middle to wash it out. And I really doubt HUD will allow you to do that, because we are limited to our admin costs, and we have to watch that depending on like what the home art might be 10% or something. But that includes stuff that deals with what Felicia's doing as well. So you may end up using all your admin costs just within the city, not even thinking about trying to do United Way.
But in theory, we're going to be doing that anyway with whomever we decide to partner with for services. It's kind of what Felicia said. What we're going to be doing is we're the overseer. We have the ultimate responsibility to make sure that what HUD looks at is, what are you using the money for? It's got to meet their national objectives. And it's not necessarily who you give it to. We just have to make sure they're able to fulfill the responsibilities under the grants and have those things like the annual audits and things like that. So But Catherine's right, we've probably, everything we do with HUD, we need to double check with them.
For purposes of just illustrating the point, all the things listed under supportive services as well as rental assistance, just since we're using names, wages also does, and does quite well. Another highly, highly competent, trusted organization. They do 3, 4, and 5, right? Would that be a path or?
They do rental housing, Mayor?
Maybe not.
Well, but would rental housing be easier? Fund a developer.
Right.
But there's still lots of caveats. They can only rent to one of the qualifying population.
Do you know if rehab services for our homeless, if that would qualify for addiction
Rehab services.
as a support service?
As a supportive services, yes.
There are a lot of good agencies in our area that help with rehab services for the homeless.
Yes, and I've spoken to
And
Dr.
provide
Corey
housing.
Richardson. Yeah, I've had a meeting with Dr. Corey Richardson recently, who provides recovery housing.
Well, and again, not to go in specifics of another organization, but you do have those partners, just to illustrate a point, that they have in-house treatment services where that you are a resident of their facility for a year to 18 months or so while you're receiving treatment. But it is a still considered a barrier to entry as far as the shelter goes, because the only way you can stay there is if you are part of that treatment. And so it wouldn't qualify as a non-congregate shelter, but to Councilmember Weeks' point, it absolutely qualifies as supportive services. So, it's kind of putting this back in front of council, because we're going to have to make some decisions. The 60-40 split that, I'll just be blunt, I voted for as well, it ain't working.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to do something.
Too. I did.
I
voted
just don't
for it
think
too
the
as well.
60-40 split will be sustainable for nonprofits, because
And it's
again,
not.
to operate a safe house or safe housing or a shelter, roughly, let's say you have between 10 to 15 beds, it's roughly going to cost you about $600,000 for housing, case management. If you had an RN, you're supporting any kind of rehab or support services. There are
And
very
it's
few
not,
nonprofits that can sustain that.
We looked at it, and there was some other things that come up, and at Monday's meeting, we agreed that we needed to walk that back some, and there's nothing wrong with walking back
Not
your
at all.
decision, as long as you make the best decision in the end.
And especially
And so
when
that's
time is
what
on
this
our
council
side.
is
We have
gonna
until
do.
2030.
And to Councilwoman Jones's point, this was all done with the absolute best of intentions. I mean, this was all done with a noble heart, trying to get these funds out in a way that the community said it wanted. I mean, we went through, how many different Zoom calls did we have with, the Washington, consulting group during council
Exactly.
meetings?
Yes, we did.
And so, all efforts were made, but the folks that I've spoken to have just simply said, when you're dealing with federal funds, to your point, if you're under a certain number, it's kind of crazy to say. If you're under $250,000, it's not worth it unless you're a big enough organization to where you don't really need it, but you can roll the administration of that $250,000 into the administration of other grants. So if you can basically copy and then just change the title on your quarterly submissions or whatever else, then it's worth it. It's been pretty enlightening. And when you're dealing with federal funds like the non-congregate shelter piece, we have folks that genuinely want to try it, but they don't have experience running shelters, and so they don't qualify underneath the guidance and restrictions that are placed on us that we have to then flow downstream onto the applicants. So I understand why so many counties decided we're just going to do it in the form of rental assistance or utility assistance and call it a day.
Now, for rental assistance, we can, and that's on your fact sheet,
And I'm not asking council to do
identify
that.
a
I'm just saying, I understand now why so many cities and counties did.
For rental assistance, we can identify a sponsor.
Right.
So that's the only activity that will allow us to seek out a nonprofit organization that's already providing that service.
So that could be, speaking of two of the ones earlier, we identified two partners who could be that intermediary. But again, this is,
Because do you see any way, Ms. Catherine, you might could educate us on it, and I'm sorry I keep calling, I just know you have the finance background, but do you see any way around the annual audit for these nonprofits? And are we for sure that HUD, I know that it's required for me to have one annually with the federal and with the state. Do you see any way around it? Otherwise, I don't see very many nonprofits out there that can step up for support, even for support services at that.
So as I recall, when we had our CDBG monitoring, they dinged us on not having procedures in place to monitor, and one of the monitoring things was audit, making sure they were registered with SAM, right?
Right, and there was a waiver given to one, but they kind of
smacked us on the hand.
Yes, for that.
Did they, because didn't you do, one of your policies and procedures was the financial monitoring? Didn't you have a new policy and procedure on that?
Yes, it had to be added in there that
Had
we
to be
would-
added.
Right, that was a corrective action.
Okay,
in the monitoring.
were there dollar limits on the amount of funding that was given?
I will have to look back.
See, that's the thing that I'm not sure about, is that if it's like in North Carolina, I guess the Office of State Auditor can require one at like $50,000 or more, or something like that.
I was thinking it was 100 this year,
And they might have changed the law. I may not be up on that, so I may be incorrect about that. But I think we would have to reach out to our representative, Sonia, to ask her what amount of funding, and I guess it would depend. So if we're talking about giving, like you said, $100,000, most likely they're probably going to have an audit, I'm thinking. But Sonia would be, I think, the best person for us to ask that question to.
because we're talking about how much money, Mayor? I'm sorry, I wasn't here. What's our part, the city's part, the amount of money?
We have 907,000.
907,000.
Of which, like, supportive services, for example, say we decided to split the 308,000 three ways, that's, 100 and change each
So I'm
way.
with you. I definitely can see why other cities are doing it on the rental basis, because some of the individuals you named then would have that
Yep.
audit already in place.
Yep, because they're large organizations that handle federal funds every day.
And I
But,
think mayor and council, we can allocate, a certain amount each fiscal year up until 2030. We don't have to just throw it all at
one time.
one or two agencies.
I just feel so conflicted, just being, I'm
So do-
talking, I'm
so do
talking
we.
too much, but I'm willing to be a little bit vulnerable on this. Because I do feel conflicted, because it's once in a generation or more that you get handed $900,000 and told, here's this pool of money, go make a dent in homelessness in your city. And yes, there's strings attached, but that doesn't happen. I mean, and it's probably not going to happen again. At least I hope not. I mean, I'm not in the mood for another pandemic. So part of me feels so compelled to say, put every bit of this in supportive services, and let's really strengthen our wraparound support services stakeholders and try to make a dent for the people who are able to be helped while we have the money to do it. Then there's, other, very compelling folks that speak very eloquently about why we should put all of the money towards a non-congregate shelter and hope for the best as far as funding it for the next 10 or 15 years. I understand, I see both sides of it, and I think that it's a very complicated thing. I'm glad I'm not having to make this decision alone. So I've spoken probably too much, council. I wanted to put this back in front of you. Felicia, you've already said, sorry, Miss Williams, I'm sorry, I've called everyone by their first name
It's
today. I
okay.
need to be a little more formal, don't I? But, Miss Williams, you said you may come back with a staff recommendation. You're gonna talk to your commission.
And one from the commission, but just with supportive services, one thing to keep in mind, if we fund 10 agencies, that's 10 agencies at the department. And we're small as well, 3 full-time staff.
Right.
I will be asking for another employee again this year. But that would be 10 different agencies that we have to monitor on an annual basis.
Does it have to be 10, or where are you getting 10 from?
No, I'm just saying, if you said the agencies that are, just fund agencies out here who are already
Right.
serving the homeless, as if they're 10, then
Well,
we
yeah,
would have to,
Right, and we wouldn't be able to do
right.
that. Because at
Okay.
that point, even if you were to take the full $771,000 allocation, you're talking about issuing each of them $7,700. That's not gonna move the needle. So, no, you probably gotta go a different strategy with it. Not to belittle $7,700, but it's.
77,000.
It'd be 7,000.
So, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to learn and get my arms around this particular need. And the more that we have discussion about it, and the more that I learn personally, when it boils down to, as you said, where you're conflicted at, should we do this or should we do that? I see like your plan A, so to speak, would be the easiest way for us to disperse of the funds with the least amount of liability or hands-on, to do a shelter that have to be responsible for and sustain. I just don't see no
There's
way
no
down that
financial-
path
There's
based
no
on what I
financial
know.
mechanism to do that.
Yeah,
There's
I
not.
just, I think our hearts are in the right place by thinking about it, but thinking about it and actually seeing it to fruition and it sustaining itself. Again, just from what I'm trying to learn and put my arms around, it seems that if we can disperse those funds to others that are already in that business that could be successful with it, that's probably our clearest path. I just don't see, and we have in my opinion, an expert here with
And
how
I
some of that
want, I
stuff
want to be
works.
completely transparent if I can. I definitely know that I do run a nonprofit that assists with homelessness, human trafficking, and addiction. I will not be applying for any of this funding. That was one thing that I said to my staff and to my board when I took this position. But I thought by having this position and being the CEO of a nonprofit that works with homelessness, addiction, that I could bring a wealth of value to the table. And I'm just here to help any nonprofit that's listening. If you are saying, hey, I don't even know how I'd fill out the paperwork, I am here to serve you. I am here to help you, walk alongside of you, anything that I can do to help.
Thank
Well,
you.
when we first made this decision, the 60/40, like you said, we really were still learning. And we didn't want to, in the very beginning, just to, just throw all the money in one pot, because we were still learning. But the more and more that we've learned and we've grown, we realize that, this may be the best way to go. But we did want to give that opportunity. So I know we don't have to make a decision today.
No.
And I'm glad that you're going to take it back. And I do know that the community relations is working on an unhoused piece, and that y'all were probably discussing it. So I would like to see what you guys say as well. But I think supportive services would be better.
And Ms. Williams, can we get clarification indeed from HUD if the audit will be required of a nonprofit? Because if the audit is required of a nonprofit, they know in their mind it's going to cost them anywhere between that 10 and 15 grand. They will know if they even will qualify to apply for those support services. That would definitely narrow down that field of candidates. But if they're not, and they are aware of that, that might help them to step up and to say, okay, I'll apply. I was unaware that this requirement was going to be there or not be there.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Two things, Ms. Williams. So, if someone was to get the money, let's just round it off, $100,000 for support services, could they use $10,000 or $15,000 of that money to pay for their audit? Would that be like an amendment?
No,
You
ma'am.
cannot.
Mm-mm.
You can't use that? Okay.
No.
All right.
The
That's
only
what I was
admin cost would be from the actual individual who was given the grant.
Okay.
They can't use their portion of the grant for any admin cost.
Okay.
That's correct.
So that's a big factor. But the supportive services, I do agree, because if you look at it, it says locate and retain housing, so that could also be considered rental assistance. So,
Yeah, supportive services is a pretty broad category.
yeah, supportive services, I agree, I like that.
And there are folks out there that are doing that work and,
Right.
and doing good at it.
And I would also like to say, even though the veteran denied the services, I would ask that we not stop reaching out.
Right.
There are lots of reasons, and, you know, that's neither here nor there, but let us not stop reaching out to them just because one, you know.
Right, but it was just good to learn that there's that
Yeah.
resource that's available immediately
Yes.
for a veteran, and I know the reason why. She shared the reason why, but I won't share that publicly.
Right. Mhm.
Any other comments or questions from council on home ARP? Our action item for this is obviously we want your staff and your commissions, feedback. We'll get it on a future council meeting when you tell me you're ready. Until then, we're kind of in a holding pattern, just so that everyone can be clear. We'll probably end up revisiting our plan, but we gotta, get some staff input since ultimately you're gonna be the one that's kind of signing on the plan. So we want to make sure that we're doing it with y'all's full approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so where we are now, we are reaching the last few agenda items in the day. There is there's another budget item that I need to bring forward to council. As some of you have already heard, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base is losing a squadron. The fact that it's happening is not as concerning as the fact that we did not know. That's the first time that anyone who is active with our Chamber's Military Affairs Committee or the Friends of Seymour or city or county government that I can find can remember that a major decision has happened impacting our base where we did not know before it became public. So, there are some major concerns over the assets that we are deploying, that we're paying to ensure that we don't get caught off guard. So what I'm asking council, the Friends of Seymour, which has been a phenomenal partner for decades and continues to be, our Military Affairs Committee, as well as NCMAC, have all been just amazing over these last couple of weeks. Have approached another consulting group that handles political strategies primarily in DC called Crosswinds Strategies. It is expensive. It is more expensive than what we have been spending with our previous consultant. I'm sure you've heard the name Roosevelt Group. They did do some positive stuff for us. I'm not trying to run any organization down. Through them, we were able to get a longer lease out of the Bryan Multisports Complex. That was fantastic. We were able to get a significant allocation to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base to impact their I&I, some water system issues. But nonetheless, on this particular issue, we did not get any kind of advance notice. And our contract with them is running out. So, the county, Friends of Seymour, and we are now looking for another consultant. Crossroads Strategies is well known to the state, is well known to NCMAC, is well known to Friends of Seymour. Some previous high-ranking leadership from this base that then went to DC, retired, is part of that group. They've come forward with a proposal. It's about a $15,000 a month proposal. That's the bad news. Here's the good news. County will split it with us. So what I'm coming to this council asking for is in this budget, and possibly sooner, because I'd like to be able to go ahead and get a retainer relationship in place with them starting in March, if the county is willing to go forward with it as well. Split it half and half, and let's get through this, the remainder of our current fiscal year and next fiscal year, and let's put the best possible fight in front of ourselves to be able to secure the future of this military base.
Yes.
This city cannot and will not thrive if Seymour Johnson Air Force Base is being whittled away piece by piece.
That's right.
It cannot happen. We cannot allow it. I know it's a lot of money. I'm sorry. There's no other way that I know right now, so I'm asking you to split this half and half with the county and move forward. Talk about property taxes, talk about property values. This is one of those things that, believe me, this is not the thing I wanted to ask y'all for today. So I'm putting the stuff that, the other little vanity things and stuff that I thought would just be fun, like the entrepreneurship efforts, the, tying in with launch, trying to reinvigorate some other apprenticeship grants and stuff like that. I'm ignoring all of that right now. This is the thing that I'm coming to this board asking for.
We have to do this.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think we're all in
We have
agreement
to
with
do
you.
that.
We all understand the value that this base brings to our city. We love them, we stand with them, and so I think you'll find that this whole entire
Yes.
council is in support of what you just
We have to do
said.
this.
And the county is very much a part of that
If they're
discussion.
willing to
Absolutely.
do it, yeah.
And are ready, willing, and able to split that,
Yep.
that cost. We just have to give them that commitment back.
Yeah, so we'll do it 50/50 is what I'm asking everybody for, because again, this one, in most things, which you'll see that because the county, our tax base is also the county's tax base, I'm always a little bit, maybe it shouldn't be 50/50, but in this one, we're the host. The city of Goldsboro is the host for Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. So that's why I'm coming to you asking for the 50/50 split. I'll get the actual contract to our interim manager and to Catherine, and then we'll get actual budget resolutions in place the next council meeting.
Let's
That way
do
we
it.
can move forward.
Do you need a motion or
do it.
just a head nod at this
For
point?
now, just a head nod.
Yes,
We'll actually get a
you
budget
got 'em.
resolution. So y'all know,
It's going to be a budget
What-
resolution.
what I'm pushing for. Last year, it became public that the F-15E, the F-15 platform as a whole had obviously aged and was going to be phased out to some degree. The Air Force proposed starting with the C and D models. For those of y'all familiar, those are single-seat variants of the F-15. Seymour Johnson has F-15Es, okay? F-15 Eagles, right? Strike Eagles, Super Strike Eagles. They're the two-seater ones. They are the most requested airframe in the Air Force. To this day, it is still the fastest airframe in the Air Force. Why now? Don't ask me to opine on the camera. But what we are going to do is we are going to push that all of the other F-15Es that were supposed to come from Lakenheath to Seymour Johnson, we don't want them next year, we want them now. The next round of F-15EXs, which is the next generation F-15E, it's the Digital Eagle, it's got the new technology, but anyway, I'm getting way down in the weeds. We want a squadron. So we're gonna go to fight for it. So thank you, guys. I'll stop rambling on
And
that.
that possibility is absolutely there. The possibility's there.
We do that, we secure the base into my child's adulthood.
Yep.
It's that important, and right now is our window of opportunity. So I'm grateful that we don't have to
Got to get
debate
out.
on this one.
You have our full support.
Thank you.
Most certainly do.
Thank you. All right. Now, now's not the not fun part. We've heard a lot of priorities. We already know that we were looking at several pennies before we even really got started. The math that was presented earlier was somewhere around 11 pennies, again, before we even get into new allocations. Now, of course, our administration has not had time to actually go through the budget and see what of the requests can fit into last year's things. And so this isn't a panic moment, it's just we've got to give our folks some guidance. So Matt, Laura, I'll let y'all kind of take over the conversation here, but they need to know which direction or what direction we want to go. Are there things that we heard that are absolutes? Are there things that have heard that are not? So Matt, however you want to guide us, it's yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and I don't expect we'll make any final decisions, but I think the goal would be to kind of go through the list here, and there's quite a few of them. So just to say, initially, if there's any questions you have or more research that we need to do, or if things are here that you feel like it's a gotta have right now, we'll just say it's a gotta have, and then, if it's something that's we're not sure on, maybe we put a question mark. I'm not really sure how to go about doing this, but some of these have unknown cost figures, so maybe you say, well, research it and come back with a cost number. Some of these categories have, how are we going to fund it? If it's our water and sewer fund, we're in better shape to be able to do those types of activities. And if they're general maintenance, they're pretty much, and several of them are, they're pretty much, we got to do it anyway, just to keep, especially if we're going to do stuff for example, on the treatment plant, to go ahead and get ourselves ahead of the game on what it's going to cost for the general expansion of that. Those are smart moves to do now, while, instead of wait for the cost as it goes up. But we'll just kind of go through them one by one. We'll just discuss them. And like I said, we had 10 yesterday. I think it's grown to over 50 right now. So we'll take it away. And so police department salary increase, we voted on that and approved that. So in the ARPA replacement revenue, that's where you said there's 11 cents. That's 1.5 million. Because the city chose to use that money, ARPA money, on salaries, and we appropriated fund balance this year. Now we're either going to have to, we have to cover it somehow. And the only way I know to do that is, the estimate is 1.6 million. That's going to be property tax. That's a lot to do, but that's what we're looking at.
Matt, I'm interrupt you just for 1 second. As those of you watching are already aware, 2 members of council have had to step out due to professional obligations. We wish them safe travels and hope that they're able to catch up with us later on this evening. Their input is absolutely going to be seeked. We're going to get their input as well, but we're going to move forward with the members that are here so we can go ahead and get some guidance.
All right, so the next one is, thank you, Mayor. The next one we talked about was, throughout the city, we have vacancies, we have issues where we haven't been able to retain people. It's a very competitive hiring environment. Recruitment and retention is a huge issue for us. We haven't done a paying classification study in, I think, 4 or 5 years now, Bernadette. Or I don't know if we fully implemented that one in 2019. We didn't. So that's one thing that we kind of need to know where we would stand. I would be in support of doing something like that. And I know the argument. The argument is, don't do it if you can't afford to fund it. Well, one thing you can do with paying classification plans, and it's not necessarily the most popular thing, but you can do them, you can find out where you're at, and you can make incremental and phase it in over a couple of years. So I think we need to know where we're at. So I would recommend us trying to fund that one. But that's totally up to you guys. And I think it's going to cost, I think it's going to be a little bit more than what Bernadette said if we do a full blown one on every classification. But what were you recommending, Bernadette, on that? How much? 40,000? Okay.
Can we scroll all the way down so I can see what's on the list, and then scroll back up, and then we'll pick up where we're at now? I just want to see everything that made it onto the list. Okay, thank you.
That's not all.
Oh.
So there's like 50 of them. We put everything on the list pretty much.
Where's the van?
Oh, my goodness. Is that
Wait.
it? No?
There we go.
I think last year we spent a weekend kind of going this and deciding we had to basically cut everything. But, you know, it is what it is. So, right now, I'd still want to know what your priorities are and from a funding perspective. Assuming we had the money.
And what's the easiest way to go about that is would it be just for each council member to sort of voice their opinion on things? Or would it be to go one line item at a time? I don't know. So.
Well, that's what I was going to try to do, just if you feel like maybe that's, I don't know, we've got an hour's worth of time. Can we go through 50 lines here?
Yeah, or I was gonna say, or is that something you print off and give to us and then we prioritize it and bring the papers back, or?
That would be good.
I'm fine with it. You guys,
Let's do
I work
that.
for you guys.
Let's do that, because each of us is going to have to come in and weigh these things.
Okay.
Would it be possible to print this off, ask council to rate items on a scale of 1 to 5 or something like that? If it is one-time money, something like classification, or a compensation classification study, that to me, I'd be comfortable budgeting out of general fund. Because again, that's a one-time thing. Anything that is recurring, however, I think we've got to color code in some way as this is recurring.
Okay.
So this needs to be, this would impact true property tax in a recurring way.
All right, so we
If
can do
that's
that.
okay.
Yeah, I like that idea. I also like the idea, I'm asking a lot of y'all, and you got asked enough already.
Just give us a roll of red stickers.
Well, I think we want to be a little bit more specific this time around. So I think we need price tags on a lot of these too. The ones where we can find price tags, and if recurring versus non-recurring, we can do that. So if you give us a couple of days, we'll be able to go through this and get you something out sometime next week with some better figures as far as price tags, and then you can.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest if we give you a little bit of time to be able to put a guesstimate on some of the unknown stuff. Because at this point, I mean, I've already been pretty vocal about my feelings related to the fire department and my feelings related to planning. But yeah, we need to see the list, and
Absolutely.
And I think that'll be easiest way to address that.
Are there any, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I like that idea, because there's some things that after weighing, I've kind of changed too, so I think.
Could I ask, when you're doing a price tag, I was gonna ask Ms. Catherine on the health insurance reimbursement incentive. Could you give us like maybe a price tag on that? Like, even if we didn't do the half, but even if we did like the county does, like a one-time $1,500 payout a year, if you could just give us some kind of price tag of what we're looking at on that, on the health insurance reimbursements incentive. Yes, ma'am. Could you give us that versus, the county does a $1,500 a year payout? Can you show it to us both ways so that we could look at that?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a perfect segue. Let's scroll through these. Are there tweaks that we want to make to this? Because the insurance reimbursement, for example, 50% is going to give one number versus doing a one-time stipend, kind of like the county does. It's going to give, again, a slightly different number. And like number 8, homeless or unhoused, what program are we talking about there? Do you remember?
We can add home ARP to that. I think we were just talking about in general homelessness and unhoused.
Well, and that one may be.
That becomes more of a policy issue almost,
Right.
and we're getting our money through, I think that's an other kind of consideration, and for this budget year, it'll be more policy-based, so we might not really be able to put a number on that one.
I want to be very clear to those watching, when I say remove it, it does not mean remove it from our consciousness. It removed for the purposes of this specific sheet. I don't know that it,
I think it was actually, because it was right above police vehicles, I think it was one kind of in that section when
Right.
Chief West was talking. So, I think it's just in general, what are we gonna do about,
okay.
so I can remove that one for now.
Yeah, just for the sake of condensing the sheet.
And I kind of wanted to look at longevity compared to bonus. Maybe I really like longevity. Everybody knows that I like longevity. I think it's a good incentive. But I was listening to Susan and Bernadette and Beverly, and my main thing about longevity is I want the staff to be retained. I also want them to feel that, you know, they're worthy and that they're getting something. So if a bonus is a better way financially, I have no problem with that. Longevity, I always got longevity as a state employee, and I know, being a single parent, divorced, it was very, very helpful. And I looked forward to longevity because a lot of things I could pay off, you know.
We also had the discussion of 401K along those lines,
Yes,
too.
yeah, so if we could do that. But I listened to what Bernadette and I'm sorry, Ms. Dove and Susan. And then, of course, you know, we do talk, you know, and so I wanted to see.
I have one more for you, Miss Catherine, and I know I'm probably the council member that gets on your nerves, okay? Because I'm on the vacation buyback program. I'm 100% for that, but I just have, I don't know if there's any way to provide any kind of numbers for that, but I was wondering if we could look at it with the consideration of an 80% buyback instead of a 100% buyback. If you could, if there's any kind of numbers or anything that you could share with me to educate me on that. I was just comparing it with some of the larger corporations in our area, the hospital corporations, that kind of thing. They do have buyback, but most of them are between that 75 to 80% buyback.
And why is that? Just so we all know. What the reasoning behind the percentage of buyback is.
So it is their cash flow. It is, for instance, if you hire an employee at $15 an hour, let's say you hired him 15 years ago at $15 an hour, but now he is getting paid at $40 an hour. The buyback, he would be, it's almost like a savings or an investment plan. They would be cashing in at the $40 an hour instead of the $15 an hour. So some of the larger corporations, just like the hospital, allows 80% buyback instead of 100% buyback to compensate for some of that.
I think the issue you're gonna run into is they are due that time. I mean, they're gonna get paid that time regardless, because if they terminate employment, federal, Fair Labor Standard laws are gonna require that you pay that money out because it's earned. And not to throw another wrench in the works, but we accrue that anyway because GAP makes us accrue vacation for all employees. So that's sitting on the books as an accrued liability.
So we don't have a maximum of how much vacation time or PTO time can set on the, is it 240? Is it
That's
100?
right.
Okay.
So, well, that's for regular people. Police and fire have a little bit different limits because of their hours. So their max, 2. Yeah, I
like
think that's right. So
256 for police and fire.
those caps, and then after that, when we roll vacation, that first pay period in the new year, what's over that number rolls into your sick time.
Finance.
So I think to answer your question, we couldn't pay them a percentage of that time, because whatever they're earning at that moment in time, if it's $15 an hour or 50, if they buy in 10 hours, we have to pay them their current rate of pay.
That's true.
So for the buyback, it has to be 100% buyback, so these other organizations are doing it incorrectly?
Not really knowing, because this is, I don't know how they do it, but I know we have to pay them what their rate of pay is, that there's not going to be a question about it. But we are limiting them to they can't go below the 100 hours. It's 80 hours, and they can't go. So there is a finite number. And you also, too, we do vacation payouts all throughout the year because people terminate, and we have to pay that out. Generally, unless a department head knows for certain that person's going to retire and they're going to have a vacation payout, it is very hard to predict. I'll be honest, most of the time, most of us, when we have VPOs, we just deal with it in our budget, and we find the funds someplace else to pay for it. I think it's going to be really difficult to budget for this vacation buyback, and I just don't know how much it's going to get used. I know at the last place I worked, we had that in place, and there really was not a limit. I mean, you could do it multiple times a year, and it was used, but not to a material amount where it made a budget difference for the town that I worked for. I don't know if that helps or not. So I would probably say I wouldn't budget for it. I would let the departments handle it. Now, after the first year, if it really impacts us, I mean, we can always look at budgeting that, but I would probably suggest the first year I wouldn't budget for it.
2 weeks of vacation, right? It would be just like somebody taking 2 weeks of vacation a year, whether you paid them or whether they were off-site at the beach.
For audit purposes, do they require employees to take at least a 1-week vacation a year?
That's part of your internal control procedure. Now, in my department, yes, I do, require people to do that. It's generally good internal control practices. Of course, I don't control any of the other departments, but I do think it's a good idea because then you can find weaknesses and you can find things maybe that you didn't know. So I think it's always good practice as a manager to require vacations. Yes, ma'am.
But as a policy, it is not currently required.
Burnett says it used to
But it
be.
is not currently.
And I would say that would probably be in personnel too, wouldn't it? Personnel policy.
Personnel policy probably 15, 18 years ago.
Right, but as of now, it is not.
No, with the exception of finance.
Right. Can we coalesce around insurance reimbursement if we, for the purposes of being able to give staff some direction? Do we want to coalesce around, matching what the county does? Do we want to coalesce around 25%, 33 1/3? What's some guidance we can give them? The 50% as proposed?
My recommendation would be the $1,500 payment a year, like the county, match the county.
It's effectively 6 months of, right? Right? Is that how they got to that?
The question is that if the person now, if there's a person now that's taking another, let's say TRICARE or something like that, and then come July 1, they get off of the city's policy and just do TRICARE, they would get a lump sum of $1,500. That is what the county does, and that is what this last proposal was. Was that correct?
I think you can make that number anything you choose.
You can, yeah.
That was just a recommendation, 50%. And that would be, they only could do that doing open enrollment being effective January 1st, so it would not be July 1st.
Okay.
So, thinking through it, at $300 a month, nearest makes no difference. The county's basically doing 25%, because they're doing $1,500, which is 6 months of, right? Or a little less than that, they're doing 20%. So, anything we do then that's a little more generous than them, which is always the goal. We want to try to steal from them, right?
And I did want to mention one thing. When we do the initial departmental request, we will budget for every employee at the full rate as getting that health insurance. Then what we will do is, with council guidance, when we go to do the manager recommended, that's where we would implement whatever program you decided, if you do the 1,500 or whatever, or the 50%, okay?
Council, do we have any number or amount for the sake of being able to give administration some guidance?
Does it affect your rates at all, Ms. Catherine? I know I'm getting on your nerves. Does it affect your rates at all with your
It's not-
carrier?
it's
And
not
then,
No.
will the other individuals have to pick up with the carrier any slack or any way, pay any, will they end up having to pick up on that cost? I think what I'm asking you is the individual, the insurance agency that you deal with, by cutting back those, will it affect your rates at all? Yes, ma'am.
She's basically asking if,
The rate is gonna be what the state sets. What Aetna, well, it'll be Aetna come January.
right,
And
that one,
those
if we
costs-
were self-insured, I think, to add some context to that, if we were self-insured, then it would, because we'd be reducing our total pool. But in this particular case, since we're state health plan, it's gonna be the state's rate.
I would like to add, the reason for the 50% that was recommended by staff is because we would see that 50% that the employee would get would be a supplement to help with their other policy. So if you're talking $300, what was it, 3-something a month, then that would be a good contribution to an additional policy that they would have versus a 1,500.
Right. So part of the logic for that was to help them cover, for example, with my insurance, it's just me. My wife has Charlie on hers. So if we were to do one family plan, you know, the point of this is to help cover that, to actually make it financially viable. I got you.
And please keep in mind that if they decline our policy, they have to be on another group policy. So they have to have proof that they are on another policy.
So that payout would be $4,044 versus the $1,500 that I was saying that the county offers a year, if I've figured it correctly. Be roughly about $4,044 versus $1,500.
Correct. And that is a very good incentive for salary.
I'd just like to see, estimate it, and come up with whatever the number of current employees we have that have declined coverage, and then maybe we increase that by 10%, by offering an incentive. Let's get a forecast, and we can go from there. Keeping us moving, police vehicles, you know, we know that we have some vacancies. We know that we hope to fill those vacancies. We have more vacancies than we do open vehicles. Lead time on ordering vehicles is, Chief, somewhere around 8 to 10 months of even getting a vehicle right now?
Yeah, orders are, 8 months to order.
Y'all are
Yeah,
having
from the
really
time we
good-
order it till the time we receive it is going to be about 8 months, and then once we receive it, you're looking about another 3 to 4 months to upfit.
Yeah, so you're looking at, if we order them in July, it's going to be the next July before they're actually in service, right?
I think you're correct, sir.
So we got to, do something, whether it's 12 or something other, we got to do something.
You know, and if you don't think maybe 12, if you just not throw out a number, but say, yes, this is something that you want us to look into, and further, that way it'll help us
We got to do
understand
something.
that this is a priority.
Yeah, keep that stock rotating, we got to do something. Fire department salary increase,
This is a priority.
That's a priority
Do
for
it.
me,
This is
too.
a priority. We
There you go.
really
100%
have-
priority.
We really got to do something.
all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Fire apparatus,
I think the vehicles for the police was a yes.
Yeah.
I think it was.
It's a,
Or at
it's
least
a,
someone.
it's a leave it on there, but it's not a recurring
Yeah.
thing, so there's at least a little bit of flexibility in how we budget for it. Yes, ma'am.
So, one common denominator we are seeing is that a lot of the departments need vehicles. So is there a place that we can go and get like a discount for buying?
So what we
bulk?
usually do is buy them off of the state contracts. So that's your piggybacking on hundreds of others. But yes, there's always that ability for us to piggyback, and that's the way we buy.
Okay, great.
Catherine can answer that more as well if you want her to.
So we have to comply with state procurement laws, and in this case, because it would be borrowed funds, we don't have to worry about federal. So we, as Matt says, we can do either a co-op, or we could do state contract, or we could formally bid it, because that ensures competition, and competition ensures you get the best price for the product that you're looking for.
All right, fire apparatus. Can we get?
Where were we at with salary?
They said the fire
Fire
department.
department.
Yeah,
Third priority.
That was
That's a
priority.
priority. We
Also
are,
is
yes.
priority.
Okay.
Yes.
We'd like to say that's a
That is
absolute necessity,
100%.
100%.
Thank you, non-negotiable.
And as I'd asked to make a comment,
for it.
but
Yes.
while we're, and we all know this, but, especially for the public that's watching, that salaries are so important and filling positions are important, not that the vehicles aren't, but if we don't have people, there's nobody to drive the vehicles. But from the equipment, we know we're upside down and we've got to make progress on equipment, but that's why it's so important that we get this audit stuff behind us and get off of that unit assistance list so we can borrow money again to be able to make, capital investment like that. And I know we can't get here soon enough, but as soon as we can get over that hump, that's going to make that a lot easier. And I think when I say we in this context, I mean the city has done the best it can do, sputtering along, not being able to borrow money. And it looks like we might be able to finally see the light down there in the end of the tunnel, but we got to hurry up and get there to solve some of those issues.
I'll say this, and I think that with what we learned today, is that I think we need to think in 2-year increments here. We've got this critical needs for this coming up year, and then we've got a reval coming in. We're going to have to raise the property tax to be able to afford the decisions that have already been made. That's just a reality, unfortunately. But it is what it is. So we got to think about next year, too. We're going to have, because when we are able to borrow, which will be soon, then we've got to start being able to backfill all these equipment issues that we have.
Right.
And so it's not, think 2 years here. Don't think just 1 year, please.
Right. I understand.
When we take, because, I really, fire salaries, I really just, we need that. But when we're talking about the cars, are we going to take assessment of all the cars we need for every department? And then, okay, all right, I hear shaking this.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
I'm shaking my head on this one, even though it's a manager role, not a mayor role, but there's about a dozen cars, not even police cars. I mean, there's a dozen just general service vehicles. We gotta have a conversation about the right size of our fleet, where they need to be, the makeup of that fleet.
Yes.
Even though, folks tried to reassure me that it's not a big deal, when you have 12 literally different vehicles that are different platforms and you're having to stock completely different parts, I just think there needs to be a little bit of standardization in some way.
There does, because even with internal shops, that you're having to stock different parts, and you're having to stock different, and then you have to have different vehicles cost more to maintain.
Right.
And so there is. You're absolutely right.
Aveos for everybody.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to force, Aveos or the Ford Transit Connect or the little Ram vans on folks. I'm just saying that I think there needs to be some uniformity to the.
Mayor, I think Chief West had a comment, not to
Yes, sir,
interrupt.
Chief.
Years ago back this is back in the 90s, not saying that the police department gets preferential treatment by no means, but back in the 90s, what they do, being as how the police department had the higher volume of vehicles needed, we were kind of the intake of the vehicles, and we would get the same models. We'd get Crown Vics. At that time, we were getting Crown Vics for the patrol unit, and then Crown Vic administrative vehicles for the administrative staff. And after those administrative vehicles got about 2 years on them, which was probably about 30 to 40,000 miles, we would replace them, but then those vehicles would move on to other parts of the city. So it was almost like we were the intake, and then they would get pushed down. Not that the other departments aren't important to get new stuff, but it's just, and we can go back to that. Our administrative vehicles, we can equip those, not equivalent to what our patrol vehicles are. We can just equip those at this point, put a radio in them and a, a smaller light system. And then after maybe the 2 year point, then the needs of the city, we could push those vehicles out to the other department. That's just a thought of the way we used to do it.
Well, and that's the kind of the flow in the hierarchy that I was used to in my previous organization. With, you're bringing in vehicles and then they are kind of naturally flowing to a next step. And so yeah, I very much agree with that. We've had vehicles that we've had to hold on to for a long time that really are beyond their useful life. Could we have scrapped that one and gone on gov deals and replaced it? Some of that splitting hairs, but even something that's no longer really useful for you could still be very useful for Parks and Rec or for IT or something like that. So to your point, I look forward to us kind of getting back to a little bit of structure. So anyway, not to belabor that point, but to answer your immediate question, Ms. Jones, I believe we need to take a more holistic look at the fleet of vehicles. Not saying we don't need them all, just where they live, who's in charge of them, who maintains them, what do we actually need?
Mr. O'Donnell has a question.
Hey, Russ.
Or come.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a couple of things about using used vehicles. In a prior life, when I was working with a different municipality, what we would do is we would look at, actually, it's two crossing lines. One is cost of the vehicle to begin with, depreciation, how much it's worth at a certain point. And then there's another line on maintenance that comes up, where those two lines cross, regardless of where the vehicle is in the fleet. That's the time to replace it, because that's when you'll get the most money for your money, or for the vehicle, when you surplus it. And you keep it longer than that, and in the long run, you end up spending more money.
That's right.
Just something for thought.
You missed that slide yesterday for the fire department.
All vehicles, believe it or not.
Okay.
It doesn't just work for fire vehicles or police vehicles.
Yeah, he had a cool graph.
Right.
So
I could have done that.
So with fire apparatuses, do we want to have a conversation about a spec build and getting that order in, since it's going to be a couple of years? Do we want to have a conversation about getting a floor model, for lack of a better term? There is a better term, I just can't remember what it is. One of the demo trucks, basically. You can get some incredible deals on demo trucks, or at least you used to be able to before everyone started trying to buy them because supply chain went nuts.
These are one of those ones that I think we're going to have to get into where we're able to borrow and start programming these.
But you said the spec build would be a couple of years before we don't pay for it, is what Chief said, correct, Chief, until we actually receive the vehicle. I just want to make sure I'm.
I asked for was a short build, is what the mayor was alluding to, and that's 6 months, and you would pay for it at the 6 months mark. But the spec build truck, they're looking at 2 years right now, and you don't have to pay them until it comes in.
By then, I would hope we would have our issues cleared up with our audit, everything.
And I think we got to get the process started.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Octavius can speak to some of this, but we have this on our CIP, And I think that's what we try to get to, is what we can afford from a borrowing standpoint. We don't want to completely start stretching ourselves out and over-borrow right away, but we do need to start programming out through our CIP.
City Manager, I certainly agree with that. And that's why in October, when we started our budget planning process with the larger departments, we itemized throughout the 10-year period when they desperately needed vehicles, when they desperately needed equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They know, as far as the department heads are concerned, it's extremely important that their requests for equipment, vehicles, or infrastructure align with your priorities, your goals and objectives. So that's the planning process for this budget season. So just keep that in mind. I strongly encourage you to look at the CIP, understand what the needs are, the immediate needs, the future needs of the department heads are, because that will help you with even this process. And I can give you access to that information. It's just important information.
So what I would recommend with this is just say year one CIP when we can start borrowing again. Is this a year one or is this a year two? Or that's why I'm asking you to think in 2-year increments here, knowing that it's probably going to be next year before, or at least the end of this year before we're able to borrow again. Because even though we'll have our audit done by the end of this fiscal year, and I've talked with the auditors, I've talked with Catherine about that, that we can do this. It's going to be going to the LGC and, basically asking them to, hey, please let's borrow. And I don't think it's going to be a problem because our financial picture's improved, but they're going to scrutinize this pretty much. But we'll go through the regular business like you do it once a month when they meet, and they'll say, we're just doing installment financing, or we're going to borrow longer term for these, larger investments like the trucks and things. So that's what I think we need to probably do with that. These big capital items, we'll say, is that a year 1, 2, or 3? Maybe we'll look at it like that. Go ahead, Ro.
Something that I talked to Tim about a couple of years ago when I was here was the formal preparation of a CIP document and its implementation. And I think that adopted by the council and then implemented, it makes life a lot easier for you, because then you can see the way that the document falls out is it self-prioritizes, because you go by a certain matrix, and once you see everything falls in place as to what the priorities are, then the council gets a chance to move things up or move things down. But things will actually fall neatly, and typically you would adopt a 5-year program. Obviously you can't do that. It's especially with the constraints that we have at the moment. But eventually when you get on track, it makes things very, very easy. But the key to it is putting a document in front of you that usually, the staff will start working on right after the beginning of the new fiscal year.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Ro. And Octavius has been doing that, and we've got a CIP. We just, I guess for lack of a better word, we're like struggling because, we've got the CIP, but now we've got to talk about how we're going to prioritize things because we haven't been able to borrow and follow a CIP, really.
Yeah, there's a number of good documents out there that show with the priority matrix that pushes everything into its own little place.
Thank you.
One more comment from an expectation standpoint. A CIP can be a 400-page document. Ours is not. We have all the major projects within the different departments there. So you see the actual project itself, you see the source, the funding source for that, and you see what it's going to be used for, the use of funds.
It may be a good idea for us to bring that back to them now that we're in budget season in the next couple weeks or a month or so. But I guess you'll be seeing it soon.
All right, let's keep moving through. The fire facilities most likely is the same conversation. That being said, I would be interested if we need to spend money for the purposes of getting shovel-ready plans in place. I would be interested in seeing those. And if there's if we need to spend money in site selection, I'd be interested in doing that. Because I do think that we can get some help with that sooner than later if we have those plans.
Okay. So we'll put the
Not to be
design-
cryptic, but we'll leave it at that.
Design build first on there, and that would be, probably 150,000 to do that kind of work.
And again, that's not recurring dollars, so
Right.
stuff like that. I mean, we've built up a general fund. I'm not saying that we spend it all. I'm just saying that some of these one-time things, I'm comfortable using that. I mean, that's the purpose of receiving all of those funds.
I agree with you. I agree
Yeah.
with you on that.
If it's recurring, that's gotta have some cash flow to it. But, thank you. Rick, what exactly was this one? What would you propose cutting to be able to right-size your operations?
Well, this was more about the level of service we currently provide. This is where we do it year-round. We collect leaves and limbs year-round. And a lot of municipalities just do it seasonally. They do 2 or 3 pickups in the fall and 2 or 3 in the spring. And that's whether or not you want to go down that road. That's up to y'all. Like I said the other day, it's a Cadillac. There are multiple options here. I can do some research. I can do a shallow dive or a deep dive and see. I would probably just keep operators on hand, and then we would have to hire at those points in time where we do the service part-time staff to come on. I haven't really done a deep dive on it.
I'm not sure you'd be able to get them.
Well, could we look at the?
Yes, ma'am, and then Chris.
Okay, could we look at the needs of each area, because certain areas would need, like every area would need you, right? Okay. Okay.
Leaves
Every
and
area-
limbs, I mean, people do the seasonal trimming of the trees and stuff too, and we actually pick up grass clippings in the summertime, whoever wants to put grass clippings at the side. We literally drive down every street every 2 weeks to pick up leaves, to pick up limbs. And white goods we do every week. So we could do white goods would be easy, to reduce white goods to, once a year, but I don't know if that's going to save us, because we're still going to keep the same staff on board. I mean, would save you fuel and wear and tear on the vehicles, but it would be a major change in operations and then that would entail possibly losing staff. That's where you save your money, is reducing staff. Reducing the level of service, reduce staff, reduce wear and tear on the equipment, because instead of operating it every day, year-round, you would only operate it, 4 to 6 times, maybe 8 times a year, or weeks out of the year.
That is your question?
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't, it's not as easy as it sounds, because you almost have to, even with the white goods, we used to require people to call and let us know if they had something to pick up, and they don't always do that. Most don't. And so we literally drive, we have code enforcement out, in fact, too. They even submit requests for white goods, and when we see it, we just get it. I can't imagine the administrative oversight it would take to require people to call us during those 2-week periods, or 4 weeks or whatever, 6 weeks. Let us know if you have leaves to pick up, and we'd have to sit down and design a special route to go this part of the city, then there. The administrative oversight would be.
Well, I don't want to add anything to, because you do an excellent job, and I'm just really impressed, and I like everything you do, so I'm not.
Well, yeah, it's the best of all plans. We do it year-round.
Okay.
And that was just a proposal, something to consider. And if it's something you're serious about considering, I could pull some numbers. But then it's going to be a big transition for our citizens too. So.
No, I was just going to make a comment that I wouldn't be in favor of cutting services. Just in that regard for a couple of reasons, but primarily, as Rick Director just pointed out, I don't see much way for savings to happen by cutting the services. I don't see much way of shaving dollars beyond the steps he's already taken, and sort of some of this stuff is fresh in my mind from just a week ago, being on site at the facility and operations there with this, like with the leaf collection and grass clipping collection being the old trailers and personnel and all that, and now he's already transitioning to a one-man truck so you're already saving, manpower and reducing equipment costs in the long run and this, that, and the other. I think that director's already down the right path, and cutting services isn't going to equate to any more dollars, just from what I understand. So I wouldn't be in favor of reducing services at this point, other than if there was some random way to maybe change the white goods pickup. But again, I don't think there's no dollar savings to be had there. I think the citizens would be better to continue to get the grass, because when it's not leaves, it's grass, and
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, I was not suggesting to cut services. Is that what you understood?
No, Rick was.
Oh.
Well, or he was putting it on the table. He wasn't suggesting it.
Rick was.
Okay.
Sorry. He wasn't suggesting it or requesting it. He was putting the option in front of us, rather sheepishly, I might add.
I think that by taking the step to say, no, we don't want to, we don't need to go down
It just
that
doesn't
path.
actually save anything, and then the amount of buildup you're going to get in your storm drains make up for it. in my opinion.
And they're going to, and I shouldn't,
Okay, I was just
stuff's gonna end up-
evaluating what I said, because I know that's not what I said. Okay.
And whether we plan for it or not, it's going to end up on the side of the street anyhow.
Right.
And put it in perspective, this was proposed when I started these slides 3 or 4 years ago. We were just jumping in, what can we do?
Right.
And so you just brainstorm, throw it up there. It wasn't selected
I
the
know,
last
it
3 years
wasn't
for a
you.
reason, but I appreciate the conversation. At least everyone's on the same sheet of music now.
Yeah.
So Mayor, I think what we could do with this list is kind of go through it, and if there's any, not individually, but I'm talking about the staff could, and if there's, and also you guys get copies of it, so you can look at it, but we're going to determine what we feel like the cost will be, whether it's recurring or non-recurring, and any other types of category that you would like to know about. We might have a notes side, there's for some kind of note that we need to add on it, so that we can kind of drill down on this a little bit more, give you more information that might be helpful to you in making your decision or recommendation, and go from there. But I think we need to give our staff a little bit more time, and us to give you information you need to help you make a decision.
I'd like to do that.
For clarity, I just wanted to ask, we are definitely going to do, look at a comparison on our salaries, especially with other municipalities around us, to make sure that we are at standard with our salaries.
So we put up there a pay and classification plan. She said it was 30,000. We'll kind of look around and see if we can get an update on that estimate of the cost. But if that's the priority of this council, then yes.
Is that for all city employees?
That would be, that's what I'm recommending, and I think Bernadette, I'm not sure what the estimate of the 30,000, was that an entire pay and classification study, or was it a partial pay and classification?
40.
40, okay, sorry.
Mine was 40, but when you say entire or partial, I'm not sure what you're meaning.
Well, all classifications being studied, every pay class, so you said we had like 200.
Then we're looking closer to 100,000.
That's what I thought, and I think that's kind of what this city council wants, but I'm not sure.
When's the last time we did that, Ms. Bernadette?
2020 was when it was when partially was implemented. It was actually done in 2019. It was a partial.
But yet pay seems to be an issue for us all across the board with every single department. So my recommendation.
Well, I think what we're going to run into, when you send surveys out to other HR departments and ask them to give you information on 200 employees, that's a lot of work.
Well, we're talking about getting a consultant to do it though, right? So if we have.
Yeah, your consultant would do it, but it's you're having to get other departments to participate.
Yeah.
And they don't have to participate. So I know if I got a survey on my desk that wanted information that we need on 200 employees, it would go
Yeah,
not priority for us because that is very, very time consuming.
Yeah, they used to hit my desk, and it was an awful low priority response for me.
Yeah. And I don't think you're going to get the response if you say, we want information on all 200 employees.
What,
Ms. Dove, we did a study in 2020.
200 classifications.
We partially, right, was that 20, was it 20? Yeah. And we partially implemented it, meaning we still know that there is fruit left on that tree, because we never fully implemented the thing. Instead
Not
of,
fully implemented.
right, so instead of spending another $100,000 for a study that we don't have the funds to implement, what if we just spent the money trying to further implement?
Well, it's antiquated data
dated.
now. It's old.
Yeah, inflation and salaries have changed so much in the
Well,
last 4
yeah,
years.
but they haven't gone down.
No, but that's very true, but.
I think we need new survey data.
I do too. I do. That would be my recommendation.
But to his point, if
I mean-
we haven't implemented the one from 5 years ago,
Right.
Now, Matt, last year we talked about doing like the county did and dividing it in thirds, which could be another possibility. But that
Yep.
means it would take us 3 years to implement it.
I guess you'd have to make a recommendation about which third you do first and second and third, and that's always we'd have to look at what our needs are all around, you know.
And then you would just rotate it every 3 years. You do a study every 3 years.
I mean, we know what the fire department and police department pay is, you know, just from not just the whole pay, but just their salary.
I'm going to inject myself just in the interest, because this conversation needs to happen, but I don't know that this is the venue for it, purely because there's a lot of down in the weeds logistics to the frequency and the repetitiveness. You know, do you do it on a 3 or a 6? Let's come up with a plan. The one that was proposed, I think there is support for, if it's just simply the hard-to-fill positions as they currently sit. But you and I know, you just work on those, then you deal with compression, because most likely the hard-to-fill position is not going to be the supervisor position. So it's complicated, but put an option on the sheet, and let's get something out to council.
Okay.
Let's keep, are there any other specific ones that council wanted to ask about? I don't want to keep us here unnecessarily, but I also don't want to end prematurely.
question.
Just keep on scrolling. Yes, Mr. Boyette.
So, when I was reading through our 250-some pages over the weekend, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the utility, like the water reclamation, some of those monies is going to be part of the bigger price tag that we're starting to address with rate adjustments moving forward. Is that correct?
Well, Bert can answer that. Some of it, like for instance, if we upgrade the UV system, we'd probably want to upgrade it to but we haven't done the plans and specs yet. So I'll let Bert answer that question.
Yes, you're correct. For instance, paint the clarifiers, that's a 4-year plan. So the first year, for instance, this year would be like $40,000, okay? Dragger monitor, that's just this year. Replace the belt filter press, that can be included in the plant upgrade, okay? They do need to be replaced, but the better option would be to include those in the upgrade, because if not, we're gonna spend $1.5 million this year and then $1.5 million next year to replace that, when you can just put it all in one package with the upgrade. Influence structure replacement, same thing. That could be included in the upgrade. The UV system, I've been trying to get that replaced for 4 years now.
since we're doing this upgrade, we want to make sure that that UV system matches the flow that's coming into that plant. So if we're going to be doing a 17.6 MGD plant, we want to upgrade that system to at least that 17.6. But then again, you're going to be looking into the future, and if you build on another basin, you want to make sure that that UV system matches that what's coming up. Does that make sense?
Yes. And also, as we're doing this sheet, if you would help us note the funds,
Yeah, we will.
because, a lot of this isn't general fund. So,
Right. But we'll definitely put the fund in, and a lot of the things that Bert talked about in the water filtration and the water treatment plant are somewhat routine maintenance items.
Exactly.
So they're not things that you need to worry about, which should we fund this or not. It's things that need to get funded. If they don't get funded, things break down and it costs a lot more money. So we have to stay ahead of the curve on that.
and it will fill
Make it
into a
easier.
spot that was another item last year. So, it's, let's get some more, some help on how this can be presented to council in a more digestible way.
Right.
So folks can understand what part is going to impact property tax, what part's going to impact utility rates, what part's going to impact, you get where I'm going with that.
I do.
That way we can sort of go through it, then hand it back to staff and let them start working on
Exactly.
the impact.
Exactly. And hopefully we can do it in a way that we're not approving this thing at midnight on the 31st. or
Like I
30th,
said, we've
whatever.
got a lot of it in our CIP already,
Right.
but, so that's probably the way we'll approach it, but.
Perfect. Well, if you would, just kind of scroll down, get all the way down to the bottom, and then I'm going to ask council one last time if there are specific questions about specific ones. And then after that, we will probably open this thing up for closing comments, and then go enjoy some beautiful weather.
Okay.
I'll just say, and then I'll do kind of a closing comment from, actually, Matt, or is there anything else from y'all? We have a evaluation
We're
sheet?
just gonna stick with one from
Just the one from yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Then, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move us into just a closing, kind of a closing comment, just like we did yesterday. I will start, and then if it's okay, Ms. Weeks, we'll go for you, and then we'll come back around and end with Ms. Jones if anyone has anything to say. Thank you. Y'all spent a lot of time sitting in these chairs in here with us. Really appreciate it. I'm encouraged by the amount of things that are in front of us, but I'm also encouraged because there's a lot of things that have happened over the last 2 years that are projects that are underway. There's an incredible amount of stuff that this city accomplishes. One thing that I will not feel like I'm successful as your mayor unless I am helping to promote the things that we're getting done. The amount of engineering projects that are getting done, the events that Parks and Rec are having that are getting done, and the successfulness of them, the events that the Paramount is hosting, the golf tournaments. Those are the things that I want as your mayor to help promote, because I know how hard you work. I see it. I know that sometimes it's fun. Sometimes you're just like, let me get through this day. But I really, really appreciate it. I know how hard it is. And let's see if we can get you funded so we can have another good year. Ms. Weeks?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to each one of you. You know, I look at you, I've looked at each of you for the last 2 days, and thank you for not being discouraged or angry or even bitter when we ask questions or even asked hard questions. You know, this is my first year. I want to educate myself, but I also want to use wisdom. I want you guys to have more take-home pay. I want you to exceed in your jobs. I want us to be one of the best paying municipalities around here. It's just using the wisdom and trying to locate that funding. So I just wanted to look at each one of you and tell you I'm extremely grateful for all your time the last few days. And we're going to work hard. We're going to work hard because this council, we are proud of each one of you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
I just want to say thank you all for coming the past couple of days, and thank you for all your hard work and for explaining to us so well your needs and just showing us what you do. You know, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Boyette?
I would echo those same comments of the ones that spoke before me, as some of us are new here and trying to get our arms around the process and procedure, and some of us have experience with some departments and some not. And I have enjoyed thus far the going around and being able to view and be a part of the department's operations, and recently have had occasion to spend a whole afternoon with the fire chief, understanding his operations and touring the facilities and meeting his firefighters and discussing his needs. I was able to do that last week with Public Works, and Councilwoman Taylor and I spent an afternoon out there as well. So as new council members, getting around and being able to make those connections and understand at ground level what it is that you need and why you need it, and seeing what you do, I appreciate you guys welcoming me and welcoming us in that regard as we learn more and more to try to be able to do our job here effectively as well. So thank you to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Boyette. Ms. Jones?
Yes, I just want to say thank you to all the department heads for sharing your expertise with us and allowing us to ask you questions that some we may have known and some we didn't, and clarifying it. And I want to thank you so much, and I do appreciate each and every one of you. And I enjoy being here talking with you. I also want your staff, but I also want to thank IT, because I wouldn't be talking on this microphone. If I would, I will also want to thank Laura and Holly for great breakfast. I love to eat, as you can see. Great breakfast both days. And to my council, I'm so glad to be a part of you. I look at you guys and I listen, and you care. You ask questions, you're very professional, we respect one another, and the decorum is just wonderful. And I really enjoy working with you guys. I know we don't always agree, but nobody knows that, and that's what I like. So, thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. And thank you for being here with your expertise. And Matt, I'm so proud of you.
I know. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. I'm proud of you.
And we've got Octavius back there. That the verdict is out.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Matt?
So I think the way ahead is going to be for myself and Roe to work with the department heads and Octavius on updating our CIP for their capital items. The items that aren't really CIP related, I will get with the individual departments and we'll come up with some numbers. And, I'll have finance bless it all. It's going to take about a week or so to get it back to you. We know these numbers. We've got a pretty good idea, so we don't have to sharpen our pencils that much. But I just want to make sure we've got the latest and greatest numbers for you, because I can't realistically ask you to make these kind of decisions without that.
Laura, anything to add?
I'm good.
All right. Ro, and we'll put you on the spot. As a true Irishman, I'm sure you have the gift of gab, even on spontaneity. So I've had the privilege of meeting you before. Most of the council members in the room have not. Would you, since we have just a couple of minutes, introduce yourself? Where are you from? What do you do? Where were you before this? Why did you come back? I thought you were happily in the greener world.
I came back because I like it so much here.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Hugh Rowe O'Donnell. It's a famous Irish name, but I won't go into all of that. I was born and reared there, and after spending a year in Africa, well, after university, spending a year in Africa. Then I came to the United States. And I don't know if any of you remember Margaret Thatcher, but that's a good reason why I came. Not that she didn't do what she needed to do back then, but so I came over here in 1980, and I worked as a private consultant in an engineering company in Allentown, Pennsylvania for several years. Then I moved down to become the city engineer in Rocky Mount for about 6-7 years, and then I went back into private practice for a couple of years, doing mostly airport engineering. And then I went to a little town called Wake Forest, had a population of 5,800, as a public works director because I didn't like what I was doing and I needed a job to clear my head for a couple of years. And I said, yep, that's perfect for me. And I told the manager at that time, if I'll stay for at least 2 years. And he says, well, there's a lot of stuff to do here because Wake Forest was growing at that time.
Still is.
It's city right now, I suppose, at least 50,000, somewhere between 50 and 60,000. So it's grown tremendously in that time. But I became the deputy manager there and was interim manager there for a while as well. So I had a great time working in municipal government for 28 of my 38 years of experience. After I retired, I went to work with Steve Strauss for a little bit, and then I was asked to be the interim town manager for the town of Youngsville, which is just to the north of Wake Forest. Did that for a couple of years, put them on to the council manager form of government, and helped them hire a permanent replacement for me. And then I retired again, and then did some more work for Steve Strauss, and then got the call to come work with y'all for a short period of time. And I was here 2 years ago for about 3 months, and I had a great time here. I think I imparted some of the knowledge that I received from my various different jobs in the past. And after that, I retired again. And so I've been living back and forth from Ireland to here for the last 5 years, basically. So I would normally go back in the spring and come back here in the wintertime. So we're probably going to change things up a little bit. We'll be spending more time over there than here, except for the miserable winters. We'll be way somewhere else. Probably come back here to visit anyway. So that's me in a nutshell. But my experience from an engineering standpoint is mostly municipal engineering. Even when I was in private practice, I did a lot of municipal engineering or municipal engineering type work. But then I also have the city management experience as well, which I find to be helpful.
Well, Ro, I'm glad you're here. It was a treat getting to see you this morning, because I didn't know that this was coming to pass. I'm just glad it has. So thank you for the amount of time that you're going to be spending with us. And yeah.
Well, thank you too. I think you've got a great staff here. I think everybody here has been great to work with in the past. I haven't worked with Matt directly, but we go back a long time, at least 20, possibly close to 30 years.
Yeah.
Because when I started out as public works director, you were the planning director for Franklin County.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
And
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, and then you went over to Rollsville, and I was next door in Wake Forest, so I've known Matt quite a long time.
He helped us out a lot.
Nice.
Yeah. So, anyway,
Well,
looking
folks,
forward to working with you again for a little bit.
Sounds wonderful. Well, folks, if there's nothing else to come before council, we will stand adjourned.